Hello and welcome from Macau. A very good morning to you wherever you are watching around the world, where it's just gone 7:45 here at the Macau Grand Prix, and we should be hearing the sound of motorcycles leaving pit lane right now. Unfortunately, as you can see maybe from our pictures, the track is damp. We've had some overnight rain. There is quite a bit of standing water around the circuit. And that unfortunately means that this morning at least there will be no motorcycle action here at the Macau Grand Prix. Yesterday we had free practice, which went reasonably well, but as you can see again from these pictures, you can see all those damp patches around there, and that unfortunately does not mean we can have any motorcycles around. One, there's no wet tyres or even intermediate type tyres for the riders to use, and two, who wants to go racing on a wet track with Armco around? So yeah, unfortunately there will be no motorcycle action today. There won't be any tonight either. In the past they've put a motorcycle session on at the end of the day. The issue as well is that they need to move barriers and etc. They can't just put the bikes in the middle of the day if it's drier or whatever. So there's technical issues and things like that they need to get their head around. So, but yesterday, where the car session, it was, well, the final cars were going around the gear circuit. They had their headlights on. It was getting dark. So even trying to squeeze in an hour-long qualifying session at the end of the day will not seem to be possible. So nothing official has been announced so far. But from what I understand, and this is not official, the plan for tomorrow morning, normally we would have been here at 7:10 for warm-up. So reading between the lines, this is not official, but qualifying should take place at 7:10 local time tomorrow morning. Whether it stays at that time remains to be seen, but I would imagine that is the case, as long as the track is dry, of course, and I daren't even look to see what the weather is for tomorrow. But anyway, tomorrow morning, from my understanding, we will have a qualifying session tomorrow morning, and that will be followed by the race. There'll be no warm-up, so we'll be qualifying, there'll be a break, and then the race will take place. And because they got everything to squeeze in, of course, I would imagine they were due to go at 7:10, so you've got to say that 7:10 tomorrow morning will be qualifying for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. So I'm sorry, folks, to bring this news to you yet again, that we've, especially after what happened last year. The good news is that the cars will be racing around here today, and even though the track is damp, it is brightening up. We did have some sunshine before as well, so conditions will improve, but I'm assuming that there is just no way that they would be able to fit in a qualifying session for motorbikes at the end of today. So with that, folks, I'm going to say a very good morning again from myself, Dave Moore, but I'm also going to say goodbye for today. David Addison and Alan Hyde will be here later on this morning around 9 local time to bring you the car action all day from Macau for the Grand Prix. So for now, all I can say is sorry, folks, if you're expecting to see the motorbikes, but I'm hoping that you'll join me again tomorrow morning around this time, where we'll have qualifying and we will have the race. Just make sure you follow Macau Grand Prix online, and you will then see that what the times are when they are issued, or go online, etc. But you'll be able to plan your day around watching the coverage of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. But that's it from myself, Dave Moore. Have yourselves a very good day or night wherever you are in the world. Goodbye.
1、2、3、4 Cam1 米 Cam1 米。 三四，一二三四，聽唔聽到？一二三四。
Here is 9:10. That means we are about 5 minutes away from getting the first track activity of the day underway today. Why, you may ask, when the Motorcycle Grand Prix should have had their qualifying session at 7:45 this morning. Well, the track has been declared wet. And we had a little bit of overnight rain. It was very light rain late into the evening last night, but I understand a little bit more rain in the small hours of the morning, and therefore the net result of that is that we have a wet circuit this morning. It's not fully wet, but you can see that it is damp and there is standing water in places on the circuit. Motorcycles don't run here at Macau in the wet, so therefore their qualifying session has been put back to tomorrow morning, first thing tomorrow morning, bright and early actually, 7 o'clock to tomorrow morning for their qualifying. So the first thing out on circuit is about to be the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA F4 World Cup Free Practice 2, looking at the cars down in the assembly area, and it's time to say a very good morning to David Addison. David, slight echoes of last year when we found out there was going to be a wet track this morning.
Yeah, but it's not as wet, thank heavens. It was spitting with rain a bit last night as I diagonally came back from a bar, and it rained a lot more heavily, as you've been suggesting, during the course of the night. But although it's been declared a wet track, it is damp patches rather than full-on puddles, so I don't think it's going to be a major drama, this. And equally, we're looking at cars on slick tyres, so a couple of laps to get some warmth in, and we should be good. Yesterday, it was the British driver, Keane Nakamura Berta, who was the fastest in the first of the two free practice sessions, 0.8 of a second quicker than Emanuele Olivieri, and then Gino Trapper was third. Keane Nakamura Berta has won the Italian Championship this year. Emanuele Oliveira has won the Middle East, and Gino Trapper has won the Central European Zone. So you've got three champions, all at the top of the times from yesterday. And there are other drivers that we've not yet seen the best of, in as much as Finn McLaughlin, the British Formula 4 champion, didn't do a lap, didn't do half a lap, didn't do a corner because the car ground to a halt just as it came out of the pit lane. A rather tight-lipped team will only say a mechanical issue, which is a bit of a waffle bomb, really. So we'll try and get to the bottom of it. But
I'm not sure we will.
No, but it is going to be fascinating now to see what Finn McLaughlin can do. On the one hand, we know he's good, but he's not been here before. One or two of the drivers have across the weekend. And certainly in this, you've got Thiago Rodriguez, who has been here and done the F4 races in the past. But as you look at Thomas Behrman, Ollie Behrman's younger brother, Finn McLaughlin is going to be on the back foot, having lost all that running yesterday. So this is really going to be fascinating to see just how good he is. This is R.I. Bansal, who's the GB4 champion this year, which is a championship that runs in the UK for older generation F4 cars. And another driver to keep an eye on there, looking down, is Itsuki Sato, and he is or was the Japanese championship leader mid-season, but ultimately that title won by Takaya Suzuki.
He was runner-up, wasn't he, at the end of the year? Do you know, I put an awful lot of stock in what a driver's demeanour is, the body language ahead of a session. Finn McLaughlin looked pretty cool this morning when we passed him down in the assembly area. Not panicked, didn't look anxious. I think that's absolutely the right way to go into day two.
I think you're right, and he is an impressive young driver. You know, he didn't dominate the British Championship, but he took, 5 wins, and was a class act, and he was very competitive in the non-championship races that supported the British Grand Prix. It's not quite as blustery as yesterday. It's pretty humid. It is dry, and I think the circuit with this slight breeze is going to dry pretty quickly. The circuit 6.1 kilometres long as you look from Finn McLaughlin's car that's at the back of the pre-grid, because he didn't get it. The cars line up in the order of the previous session, so without a time he's going to be at the back. These cars are all the same, and to make the point, it differentiates from the Formula Regional event because they are all being run by one central team. They're all the same chassis, all the same engine, and run by one team rather than multiple teams operating the cars. Green light in the assembly area, and FP2 is underway for the FIA Formula 4 World Cup. the cars making their way out in the order of yesterday's times, and that means Keen, Nakamura, Berta, the fastest, will go first. He was 8 tenths quicker than Emanuele Oliveri yesterday. Gino Trapper was third, Simon Zhang was fourth, Seb Weldon was fifth, and Ryan Caretti sixth. Finn McLaughlin didn't get a lap in at all, didn't get a corner in, so he's at the rear of the queue, and we'll see how he fares now. Miguel M21 F4 chassis, Alpine 1300 turbo 4-cylinder engine, 162 horsepower generated, and they all venture out onto a 6-kilometre long circuit. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside.
First opportunity to find out just where these damp patches are, and if there are any puddles, to find out exactly where the puddles are going to be around the 6-kilometre circuit here, the gear circuit here at Macau. These iconic camera views that we have just going into Lisboa, one of the iconic overtaking positions, and that camera looking down gives us, over the course of 4 days every year, so much action. And this is the opportunity to ride on board now and really seek out where these damper patches are, and you can see them. You can see there are notably some darker patches up on the twisty section of the circuit as they just do this exploratory outlap. And of course the other knock-on effect of Finn McLaughlin yesterday not being able to complete a lap during FP1 is that he starts right at the back, so he's got all the other traffic in front of him, and you would imagine that he would want to pull really quite a long way behind the train of cars that are in front of him to do some meaningful laps on his own, if you like.
They've got qualifying at 1:30 this afternoon. That's when he needs to be a hero in the time. So really, he first of all needs to do a lap. He has not yet got to any of these corners in a race car. If he's walked around the circuit, that will be as much. It's not the kind of easy place to go and do a track walk either, because it's a public road circuit, as you know, and the roads are open all day on the Wednesday, closed Thursday morning for track activity. So it's not an easy place to even do a track walk, dodging the traffic as best you can.
This is going to help dry the track, actually. The sunshine has just come out, yeah.
But yeah, McLaughlin right now needs mileage. The heroics of a time can come later on in the day. This is Finn McLaughlin. We're riding on board as he threads his way now then out of the Teddy Yip corner, the Solitude S's, and I think he's been pretty clever about this. Alan said he's gone out last, which is absolutely true, but he's also let the traffic go, so he's got the road to himself. And right now, not only does he need to have a think about what the corners are like, but also just assess where the damp patches might be, because heroics and putting it in the wall now would just destroy the weekend.
Well, so far so good. Today has been a much better day for Finn McLaughlin. He's got an awful lot further around the lap, hasn't he? And this is good news. You can't see a car in front, so he has got himself some breathing space. The first of the cars now that left the assembly area make their way across the line and go on to the first of the flying laps. Worth pointing out as well that yesterday it was Keen, Nakamura, Berta, who was the quickest car number 51, the Italian F4 champion. And we made the point yesterday, didn't we, during qualifying, that this is what Macau for so many years has been all about with the single-seater activities that we have over the weekend. Drivers coming from championships, identical championships if you like, the same kind of cars from around the world, and all competing to be top of the form at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, to have that kind of shootout is pretty rare these days, and F4, just to make the point, has operated at the FIA Motorsport Games over the previous editions, and one of the previous drivers within that was a certain Kimi Antonelli, for example. So there's kind of been an unofficial shootout, but to have an FIA stamp on it and the World Cup tag is quite something. Now, Finn McLaughlin into the pit lane, so he's had an exploratory lap. I'm hoping this is purely so he can bring back some data to the team rather than any kind of issue. But Finn McLaughlin into the pit road, and everybody else, of course, stays out on track and now are on to a flying lap, at the end of which times will come.
They will, and we've got 40 minutes of free practice before, so these are one of the few disciplines today that go out onto the circuit twice today. They only went out for free practice one yesterday morning, so they only got one occasion on track yesterday. But today we have free practice. This is 40 minutes, and then qualifying this afternoon at 1:30 local time for 40 minutes this afternoon. So busy day for them, for the drivers and the teams. And one thing it does mean don't mess up the car this morning.
Yeah, quite.
Because there is a precious little time between free practice conclusion and the start of qualifying this afternoon at 1:30. So keep it all in one piece, please.
2 minutes 27 was the benchmark time yesterday, so we'll keep an eye to see just how much these damp parts of the circuit are going to affect the qualifying times around here. The fastest part of the circuit on the way through Mandarin at 230 kilometres an hour. The slowest is the Melco hairpin, not surprisingly, at 35 kilometres an hour down to first gear. As over the timing line then goes Keen Nakamura Berta, and at 2 minutes 35 is the opening salvo from Emanuele Oliveri, and then Gino Trappers, Hammond Zhang. They come through in the order they left the pit lane in, which is the order they put the times in yesterday, the classification. So Jules Roussel, in fact, now breaks that pattern and puts himself at the top. He was the runner-up in the French F4 Championship, which is a similar operation to this, in as much as all the cars there are centrally run, and there are people from the FFSA here helping min times to look after a single supplier style event. So Jules Roussel, 2:32.5, and then Thiago Rodriguez, who is an experienced F4 racer around here because he's done the F4 race at the 70th anniversary meeting a couple of years ago, 2:31.8 being the time. So Jules Roussel second fastest, Itsuki Sato now third fastest at the end of that first lap, and then Keen Nakamura Berta down to fourth in the times.
I think anyone that's competed in a single-seater in the UK is at an advantage, because the way the circuit is, it's just like all the circuits in the UK. First thing in the morning, we have overnight moisture, and it takes a little while to dry out over the course of the morning, doesn't it?
That's a fair point, yeah.
There are just these little darker patches around the track, but I haven't seen any puddles anywhere. Certainly away from the circuit when we were walking in this morning, there were some quite deep puddles, which kind of was the legacy that we did have quite a bit of overnight rain.
Yes, there was certainly quite a bit of dampness around at 6:15 when one was out running. Not dodging puddles, but it was, yeah, you could tell it rained a lot in the night.
You didn't do the whole circuit
Not this morning, no. Another driver we're going to have to keep an eye on, and at the moment he's in the pit lane, is Alexandre Munoz. Why do we need to keep an eye on him? Well, he had quite a big accident yesterday, and Munoz is another champion coming out of this season. He's the French champion, but he got it all wrong coming out of Fisherman's Bend yesterday in FP1, and totally wrecked the left-hand side of the car, took the rear wheel and the front wheel on the left-hand side off and did a lot of damage and caused a red flag. So Munoz needs mileage, but that car actually is not only still sitting in the pit lane, but still being worked upon. I can just see it out of the window.
Nakamura Berta has just gone through for a second flying lap of this free practice session and improved to 2:28.352, but then that's only good enough for third place now, because Jules Russell in car number 7 has gone to the top of the times. Looked like it was coming, didn't it? 2:27.955 for car number 7.
And Finn McLaughlin, I think, is still in the pit lane as well. So it makes you think that there's still something not quite right with that, because that's a long stop. It's more than just saying, let's tweak the front wing or something, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. And I wondered when he came into the pit lane, are they trying to catch up? Are they doing a programme today that sort of condenses 2 sessions into one? But the amount of time he's been in, bear in mind that we're now sort of almost 10 minutes into the session, his only session of free practice, kind of makes you think, is there still a problem?
All his sector times were slow, which either suggests a sighting that or a problem. Well, there is Finn McLaughlin, and the engine cover is off, so whatever the technical issue of yesterday was, one rather fears it's still there, even though he was saying this morning we're all good. One would argue with that. Thomas Behrman has just gone across the timing line and improved to go 11th fastest. Keen Nakamura Berta, in the meantime, in number 51, is trying to get himself up from third. This is the part of the hill that brings you up towards Moorish, which is the sharp right-hander. Pretty narrow part of the circuit, that. And then up towards Donna Maria. And again, a point that was being made by journalists yesterday evening was that we know that even the slow corners here have little margin for error, and there is an error down at Lisboa, car off the road, because there is just absolutely no room. That's Gino Trapper that causes a red flag. He's absolutely embedded in the barrier. and so Gino Trapper is the cause of the stoppage. He's gone in quite a long way because it's lifted the rear wheels off the ground, hasn't he? Going back to the earlier point, you know, the tiniest of slides will put you in the barriers because there is just no margin for error, and a lot of these corners are quick. So session
it's a bit
stopped.
slippy down there as well.
Yeah,
Did you see it was much more sort of darker tarmac than lighter?
Right, well, that's one of your champions of the year, Gino Trapper, the Central European Zone winner. He's in the wall, and the Argentine driver then triggers the stoppage and will lose his best time if that's a qualifying session. It doesn't really matter in this, but he would lose the qualifying time were he to do that in the session later on in the day. Now, the other bad news about all of this is because it's free practice, the clock carries on ticking.
Yeah.
In other words, they're losing time, losing mileage. Wouldn't take long, I don't think, to get Trapper's car off the circuit once they can hoik it out from underneath the tyre stack.
I'm quite worried about Finn McLaughlin, you know.
I am, increasingly so.
This would be such a huge disappointment because, as you rightly say, he was mighty impressive. Not completely dominant in the British Championship this year, but mighty impressive over the course of a whole season. And with that car being inspected and investigated down in pit lane for much longer than you would expect, this doesn't set up day two awfully well, and today is a really important day for them because with free practice and with qualifying as well. Although, you know, if they've got a problem, if you can resolve it before we go into qualifying, really good news.
True. And you have got 2 races. You can keep out of trouble. You can make progress in the first. I think I told you a fib when I said that was at Lisboa. It is not. That's near Moorish.
Yes.
So apologies, but it is Gino Trapper, but he has gone straight on, and that possibly is why it's a red flag, because it's harder to get a car out of that area than it would be at Lisboa. So apologies. There's the recovery vehicle that will now need to lift and carry.
When you have the tight shots on a corner, there are quite a few corners that could look very similar around the gear circuit here at Macau. When you get the wide shot, it becomes more iconic, and you know exactly where it is.
It was more the contour of the tyre wall, really, that I was looking at. Anyway, apologies, but it is over at turn 15, so it's in the Moorish section of the circuit. The rest of the cars now coming down the pit lane, and we'll find out very shortly whether we're going to have not only McLaughlin but Munoz on track as well once we get a green flag. But the F4 session being eaten into with this recovery. Right, the car about to be lifted out of the tyres, and there the cars return to drivers in the pit lane. Driver coaches, quite an important aspect to all of this for the young drivers. So hooking up with people that have raced here before in many cases. There is the car of Marcus Chung, who had a one-off outing in the Chinese Championship this season, but has raced 2 years ago in F4 at Macau. There, with damage to the front then, understandably, is Gino Trapper's car. He was 9th in the times, but at least for now, he is going to take no further part in track activity. We'll see him again in qualifying. There is Thomas Behrman, the car being put back into place on the pit apron. Younger brother of Ollie, son of former MG racer David Behrman. 21 is the car of Simon Zhang, who is the Chinese champion. 11 wins out of 16 races. It was a pretty dominant season. 98 there you can see is Seb Weldon, son, well, one of the 2 sons of the late Dan Weldon. Session's going to resume in about 30 seconds time, Alan.
Yeah, that's a really quick turnaround. They are incredibly quick at recovering cars wherever they are around the circuit. They've got all the infrastructure. I was noticing last night as well, around a few of the corners they have security guards that are there all night. There's lots of kit down there on various corners, but 2 of the security guards I noticed at one point around the circuit, they've brought the whole setup for overnight. So little air beds, they were all sorted, they had water, they had food, they were set up for the night and fast asleep when I got back to the hotel last night, so they were in for the night. they do it in shifts, of course. One person sleeps and the other one mans the station for a little while, and then they take it in turns. But yeah, all mod cons this year.
And it is quite an operation to build a circuit. Right, this is looking down at Finn McLaughlin. Engine cover back on, so clearly there was a need to come in. Clearly there was something still not right, but we are now, with the green flag being shown, in a position whereby McLaughlin's car is getting closer to going out onto the circuit. And please, 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 let it be a competitive car this time.
Do hope so. Anxious time for the team as well to find out if this has been resolved. You can see the nature of the conversation, can't you?
Yeah, they don't look like happy faces. I think it's still going to be concerned.
Anxious.
Yeah, until something comes out rather more positively. Now, we were told a green flag, but nobody has moved. Now they do.
But they do now. Yeah. So it's about track position now, isn't it? As they all jostle for position, leaving pit lane and about to rejoin the session. They fan out and the session is back underway. Although we say the session is back underway, the clock has continued to count down, it being free practice. So 23.5 minutes left of this 40-minute session. So now heat cycle all over again, weave the cars. They've got 6 kilometres to do it on this outlap from pit lane. This is one of the great places to do it as well, because it's such a wide part of the circuit. Opens out to about 14 metres wide at its widest point, up towards the start-finish line. It's about that, and then tightens up to 7 metres in width when you get up to the Macau hairpin, where you can't overtake over the whole course of this weekend. But right, let's shall we all keep our fingers crossed for this? We're on board with Finn McLaughlin.
I don't think that's a happy driver. That still does not look quick to me. So Finn McLaughlin is out on track, but I'm still not convinced that they've necessarily nailed this. We'll see, but still didn't look all that rapid. And look, he's being gobbled up there as he comes down to Lisboa. So I think Finn McLaughlin, yeah, that's a slow car. He's still got some drama. Look at the closing speed of the cars behind.
I'm not sure I heard a gear change while we were just on board.
Goes through Lisboa, but this is a sort of, not limp home pace, but it's certainly not flat out.
No.
It's not an attacking lap, is it?
So up into the twisty section now, on the way towards maternity, and keeping well out of the way for everybody else that seems to be flashing past, doing the job, getting the tyres up to temperature and all that kind of thing. There is a yellow flag at turn 15 already after the resumption of this session, but really not good news for Finn McLaughlin. No. I do fear that problem is not resolved.
We're going to have another red flag, I think, because there is that Emily Cotty's car that's gone straight on. It is. So doing things like that on an outlap, you can understand the frustration of race officials, can't you? Because you don't have to be pushing on an outlap. You have to be getting the warmth into the tyres, and another red flag comes. Yeah. So that was a complete waste of time for everybody, because now they've got to do another slow lap into the pit lane. Then you've got to go and recover a car. Then you've got to go and do another outlap. And that's potentially another 10 minutes that you've lost, in which you could have been doing proper lappering.
I really want to know what the problem is for Finn McLaughlin. I'm not satisfied with the answer that we've got so far, that it was a mechanical problem.
Well, it's a non-answer, isn't it? I mean, we can tell it's a mechanical problem.
It is.
Yeah, but what? It's almost like it's down on power, but the car's going to come back into the pit lane. This might explain how Emily Cotty got there. I think she just brushed the barrier on the inside, and that spat the car to the left. But that's an outlap. That's not a flying lap to be doing things like that.
No.
It's very disappointing. Right, down the pit lane then they come. And again, we find ourselves in this situation of the more stoppages, the fewer laps, the more desperate people get, the more dramas come the other side, and it then spirals down. So Finn McLaughlin, and also let's not forget, there he is, Alexandre Munoz, are the two that have not yet done a lap time. Munoz at least did some lappery yesterday before his accident.
Yes.
So he perhaps is less of a concern, but he hasn't yet done a lap time in this session. We've got half of it to go, 20 minutes still, but time is being gobbled away. And that'll be the end of Emily Cotty's session. She was 13th before the accident, the British driver.
We've only essentially had 2 flying laps, haven't we,
Yeah.
in this session? And now with this stoppage, once again, they can probably recover the car fairly quickly, make sure the barrier is okay.
This is Finn McLaughlin's view after the red flag. So he's heading into the incident zone. There's Emily Cotty's car parked in the barriers. And Finn McLaughlin has a good look left to see what the damage might be, and then slowly makes his way up Moorish Hill. So red flag number 2. We're keeping tally of this for the day.
I am.
Yeah.
I've just started. What were we yesterday? 15 in
yesterday.
total.
Yeah.
Day 1, 15. Day 2's not going awfully well so far, is it? 2 already.
No. So down the pit lane comes Finn McLaughlin. Make the point, we did do it yesterday, but don't forget that pretty much everybody in this is too young to drive on the road. So you give them perhaps the most challenging of street circuits, and cold tyres, damp track, perhaps incidents are inevitable. But Finn McLaughlin's car then back into the pit lane. And again, it will be interesting to see now what work is going to be done on that, because even before the stoppage, he was going slowly. That is Simon Zhang, the Chinese champion, down to his area in the pit lane. And at the moment, Jules Roussel the fastest by just under 0.4 of a second from number 26, Ryan Caretti, who was 4th in the French championship this year, was a race winner. Then you've got Itsuki Sato. There are 2 Satos, unrelated. Itsuki drives number 17, Rintaro drives number 30, Rintaro Sato being the son of Takuma Sato, a winner of the Macau Grand Prix, of course. There he is, that's Rintaro Sato, and Dad, I think, standing by. Rintaro Sato is the quicker of the 2 at the minute, 7th in the order. And if you want a good driver coach, well, as a Macau Grand Prix winner and a double Indy 500 winner, your dad's not a bad one, is he?
You're right. Probably one of the best that you could ask for, really. And it is so nice to see 2nd and sometimes 3rd generations all going through the same process, albeit in a different era, but going through the same process of iconic races to be involved with. And those memories so fresh in the mind, you would imagine.
Sebastian Weldon, who currently is 5th in the times. So it is Jules Roussel, Ryan Caretti, Keen Nakamura Berta, Emanuele Oliveri, Seb Weldon and Thiago Rodriguez, the top 6.
We can't see over there, can we? It's just over on the far side of the picture is where the team are working on Finn McLaughlin's car. And as we are in this period of interruption, one of the things they do need to do, and they have to get used to doing this over the course of 4 days here at Macau, is really keeping your concentration in these periods of interruption, because at any point you could be on short call. You can see there are still the little puddles in pit lane, can't you?
Yeah.
Not on circuit, which is good news, but it does show just how much water we had overnight.
Keen Nakamura Berta has only just got in because he'd gone through, didn't come in instantly on the red flag. But the session's going to restart in about 5 seconds' time. So as he arrives, just time to catch his breath and go back out again. Green flag, we're back in business with 15.5 minutes on the clock now.
Wonder if he was able to weave the car around and keep a bit of heat in the tyres on that slowdown. That might be a little bit of an advantage over the others, because they've been down here for a few minutes in pit lane before we get things back underway. So can see that standing water down in pit lane as we get ready to release the cars out on circuit. 15 minutes now remain for this session. It is a free practice session, and as far as the morning is concerned, we've got free practice now for Macau Formula 4. We've got free practice for FIA FR World Cup, and then from then on it's all about qualifying today and through until the final session of the day.
Now we have been told there's a green flag, and yet there's nobody leaving because there's the red light on still in the pit lane, so plot thickens a little bit here. But it's got a green flag on our timing screen from about a minute ago. And now, correction, session will resume at 9:41, so that's in 15 seconds time.
So believe the light.
Yeah,
do what the light says. And they all have done exactly that, all the teams making sure that the cars wait, despite what they hear about the session being resumed. We are going to see it go green and get the session back underway. There it is down in pit lane, and they don't hang about either because they've only got 14 minutes on the circuit now. Take off 3 minutes for an outlap from pit lane, and they have precious little opportunity to get quick, meaningful laps in, and that's notwithstanding the fact we might get another interruption as well. But what the story of two cars, Munoz and McLaughlin down in pit lane, what is going to be the story of those two cars?
I would suggest that everybody that's just come out of the pit lane is in far more attacking mode than they were earlier, which is perhaps slightly concerning. Keen Nakamura Berta then, first out, always trying to be first out, does help. We saw it last year across the Formula Regional part of the weekend for Ugo Ugochukwu, first out, and was always first onto a lap, first to set a time, and then all the dramas behind kind of protected him. So on an ever-drying circuit, cars climbing uphill, and at the moment, with 13 minutes still to go, Jules Roussel is the fastest. Everybody bar Simon Zhang has gone back out. So in other words, Munoz and McLaughlin are now on the circuit. And they need to do a lap time, clearly, having hitherto not got anything in. Nakamura Berta there, Emanuele Olivieri behind him, and number 16 dropping down the hill is Kyoho Lee, driver who comes from South Korea and was a pretty rapid Spanish F4 driver over the course of the season.
Munoz and McLaughlin have both left pit lane, which is good news. So 12 minutes just over of this session remaining for free practice. So should we do the same thing again? Fingers crossed the cars are resolved and okay to do the remainder of this session, and maybe, hopefully, get some meaningful laps in. Otherwise, qualifying is going to turn into the first laps around the circuit, certainly for Finn McLaughlin.
And qualifying is going to be
not far off,
40 minutes long. So in theory, you've got the opportunity for quite a bit of mileage. But as we've seen, incidents can happen.
In reality, yeah, that could be a much shorter than 40 minutes.
Well, yes and no, because even if there are stoppages, you'll still get 40 minutes, come hook or by crook.
Only because you've got the slow-down lap and then the warm-up lap again.
You won't get as many flying laps in, but you would get the full 40 minutes unless there's a stoppage within the last 2 minutes and there's not worth the effort to restart and not worth the time to restart. But yeah, in theory, you would get the 40 minutes in, even if you don't get a full quota of flying laps. However, let's be positive, as you say, 11 minutes are on the clock, and now Keen Nakamura Berta goes on to a proper flying lap. He's third in the times, there he is. So the British driver, who has a Japanese mum, a Slovak father, born in London, moved to Japan, back to the UK, and the Italian F4 champion comes down towards Lisboa. There are still some damp patches on that section of the circuit as well, and Nakamura Berta there goes from the inside to the outside to get the line for Lisboa. The road narrows a little bit before you get to the corner itself. And he's in clear airspace, isn't he? He's got nobody ahead to get in the way, although admittedly not to give him a tow. And Rintaro Sato, possibly with a tow, has just done an absolute best within Sector 1.
Currently in 7th position for Sato, but yep, purple sector in Sector 1. Up into Sector 2 now for Renato Sato. And Nakamura Berta just with a purple sector in Sector 2. That sector just completed. 10 minutes left on the clock, just over. It's the 51 car of Nakamura Berta, currently in 3rd position in this free practice session. And if weather forecasts are to be believed, this will be the last time they have to deal with a damp circuit over the course of this weekend.
Can I offer you some bad news?
Go on.
In every sector so far on his first flying lap, Finn McLaughlin is over 10 seconds off the pace. So you could give me an argument to say it's a gentle sighting lap, but I'm not convinced that's really the answer. I think he's still got a problem, and he's back in the pit lane. He's back in the pit lane.
Oh,
so Finn McLaughlin's travails continue. We'll come to him in a moment as you look at the Melco hairpin down to first gear, a nudge over 35 kilometres an hour as Keen Nakamura Berta turns through. And he's still doing good sectors. He's just done an absolute best in the 4th. Interestingly, though, people behind him are going quicker in the sectors. All those earlier absolute bests that Alan Hyde referred to have now been taken away by a Rintaro Sato or Ryan Coretti or Sebastian Weldon in sectors 1, 2 and 3 respectively. He's now lost his best in sector 4 as well. That's just been snaffled by Emanuele Olivieri. So this, I reckon, will put him top, but I'm not sure he's going to stay there. Over the timing line comes Keen Nakamura Berta. He does go top. He does a 2:26.240. Olivieri goes second, and we'll see if anybody else then can knock him off the top spot. Not yet.
So waiting for the time to come in for Roussel, goes top, 2:26.121. So you're quite right, as the times came in, a big shuffle around in the top 6. So Jules Roussel in the number 7 car, 2:26.121. Nakamura Berta in 2nd place, car number 51, and Emanuele Oliveira in 3rd place. And Sebastian Weldon as well, with that one sector, which was a purple sector, goes 3rd. So across the line, 2:26.443.
And Thomas Behrman 5th. And almost every car now coming over the line shuffles the order. Just had going past Thiago Rodriguez up to 4th fastest. Thiago Rodriguez from Macau. And now another change has just been offered up. Ryan Coretti over the timing line, so he's gone 3rd on a 2:26.3. So how many does that give us within a second? The top 6 all covered by 1 second. Alexandra Munoz, by the way, with the damage repaired from yesterday, is 12th, and Finn McLaughlin is still in the pit lane.
So disappointing, isn't it? So disappointing for the British champion this year. 5 wins in the National Championship in the UK. And so far, no luck in free practice 1, no luck in free practice 2. We can only hope that whatever this problem is resolved by qualifying. But in fairness, they've had a long time since yesterday. They finished their session at about 11 o'clock yesterday morning. And right the way through the afternoon, right the way through the evening, first thing this morning, and still there's a problem. That must be so frustrating for the team.
Especially as they were saying before the session started, yes, we're all good to go. They obviously thought they'd got to the bottom of it. So the cars all run by the min times operation, but there's one that's clearly got a drama. So we've got, as you can see on the clock, just over 6.5 minutes of the session to go. Jules Roussel then is the fastest. On this lap, he's not doing standout sector times. There you've got Sebastian Weldon, who has done an absolute best in sector 1. Ryan Coretti is getting better all the time. He's done 2 absolute best on this lap. And Emanuele Olivieri has done 1. But Keen Nakamura Berta goes back to the top. Olivieri goes second, 0.124 of a second behind. And if anybody's going to change the order, I think it's going to be Ryan Coretti on this lap, number 26. So you're looking down on the Melco hairpin, and Ryan Coretti coming through sector 4, drops down the hill through Black Sands, and Ryan Coretti, number 26, there he is, comes down towards the completion of the lap. We've had another improvement. R.I. Bansal, the Indian driver, has just gone 5th, the GB4 champion, as there, coming through Fisherman's Bend, is Coretti. So he's 4th in the times. He's done 2 absolute bests, a personal best on this lap, and a slightly slower sector 1. 1 corner to go. Coretti then flings the car through our bend up towards the timing line, and Coretti 4th now, breaks the beam, and he will go fastest of all, and he's into the 225s. A 225.717, 99 thousandths quicker than Keen Nakamura Berta.
New name at the top of the times in free practice 2 for the FIA FR Formula 4 World Cup, and it is the number 26 car with a 2:25.717. Right, what else are we looking for? It would be nice if they could run all the way to the flag in this without any more interruptions, because we've got 5 minutes more of FP2. They go into qualifying this afternoon in just a few hours' time, local time, 1:30 this afternoon for the qualifying section, and that's 40 minutes as well for qualifying. And as we have this shuffle of the order in free practice 2 towards the end of this session, it feels a little bit more competitive now, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It feels as if we've gone into another gear, and we're getting some kind of a view into what we can expect in qualifying this afternoon.
And a bit like we were saying yesterday, Alan, in the context of the Grand Prix first qualifying session, there's no one driver that's absolutely dominating, because we're talking about sectors and lap times at the top being shared out and shuffled across a given number of drivers. This is one of the stars of the day so far. Yes, Key Nakamura Berta, and he ought to go quicker still on this lap to go back to the top of the times as he comes now through our bend, or they missed the apex there, comes up to the line. Nakamura Berta then goes by. That was a slower lap by about half a second, as Emanuele Olivieri now goes to the top of the times. 2:25.519. Here up to the line comes Jules Roussel. So it's Olivieri now the fastest, but Roussel is going to try to fight back, and he goes fastest. 2:25.132.
You said they're shuffling around at the top of the order. This is very exciting. It's just like it counts towards a grid. It doesn't, but that comes this afternoon when we get qualifying underway. But yeah, Roussel, top of the times, 2:25.132. 3.5 minutes of this session remain, and we've got a purple sector again in the second sector for Sebastian Weldon. Absolutely nails that sector, doesn't he?
He does, and there he goes over the timing line. So Weldon does a lap time that doesn't improve, stays 6th. So we've just had another change. That was Rodriguez, Thiago Rodriguez going up to 5th. So it's Roussel, Olivieri, Caretti, Nakamura Berta, then Rodriguez, Bansal, Weldon, Sato I, Behrman and Sato R, with Munoz 11th after his damage of yesterday, and a Finn McLaughlin update. He's still in the pits.
So disappointing, isn't it? Yeah, so poor old Finn McLaughlin. Well, hopefully he's done a lot of laps on a simulator heading into this weekend. Still working on the car down in pit lane, and still those pensive looks on the face of the engineers, the mechanics, the team members that are responsible for the car down in pit lane. Not good news.
Yeah, I was trying to work out, as you were saying, pensive, whether they were actually baffled, because clearly what they thought they'd sorted out yesterday, they haven't, and the options now are getting fewer as to what they can do. Anyway, if he gets out in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds, he'll be lucky. So he's going to go into qualifying without having done a proper flying lap in the 2 sessions that have been offered.
Not the preparation you need on any circuit,
no.
Least of all on the gear circuit at Macau, one of the most challenging circuits a young driver, a young single-seater driver, could possibly be faced with.
This is Emanuele Olivieri, who is 2nd in the times now, but this has been a good lap because he was personal best time off and up in sectors 1 and 3, and absolute best in sector 4. He's coming down towards our bend. He's going to get one more lap out of the session as he comes into the very fast final right. Drifts it wide up towards the barrier. He's heading towards the timing line. Does Olivieri go back to the top of the times? The answer is no, he does not. He's quicker, but not quick enough. So Jules Roussel is still fastest, and this is the last chance saloon now for Emanuele Olivieri to go top. Now, Alan has spotted a really good lap coming up for Seb Weldon.
Certainly is. He's currently in 7th place, but he historically has done really well in sector 2. He's now overall best in sectors 2, 3 and 4, only waiting for this final sector to be completed for Sebastian Weldon, and the number 98 car turns around the final turn. Let's see what this time is going to be for Sebastian Weldon. 3 out of 4 so far, purple sectors. Go stop! 2:24.323. Good lap that, wow.
8 tenths quicker than anybody else, and he's been building up to that, hasn't he? He's been teasing us for the last 2 or 3 passings of the timing line, but Seb Weldon then, Sebastian Weldon, 2:24.323, 8 tenths of a second quicker than Jules Roussel. That's quite a margin as you've got the 2 cars there, look, running together with a tow trying to be offered up. 13th, Simon Zhang, trying to haul himself up the grid, the Chinese champion, as there down through Lisboa goes Alexandre Munoz, and he is now 10th, so Munoz has been able to recover pretty well, I reckon, after the damage of yesterday. Thomas Behrmann has just been noted for speeding in the pit lane. And Finn McLaughlin is still in the pits, and we've got 10 seconds to go. So that has been another wasted 40 minutes for him.
What a shame. He can only dream of speeding in the pit lane, because it has been far from that in this session. Checkered flag goes out, and Sebastian Weldon is top of the time. Still on circuit. Car 87, yeah, for speeding in the pit lane, investigated after the session. Notification comes up for us. But quite a thrilling free practice session, that, because there was a lot going on. There was a lot of shuffling of the order, and if we were pondering who might be best on top this afternoon in qualifying, well, now we've got no idea, because we had so many drivers on the top of the times in free practice 2 on a drying circuit. There's still quite damp patches. It's the Macau circuit is a pretty humid area, and therefore takes a little while to dry the circuit out. So there are quite tricky patches around the track.
Now, Nakamura Berta here is coming up to the checkered flag, and he's been doing improvements in the sectors, and he goes second fastest at the end. He narrows the margin to 7/10 against Sebastian Weldon, so it was worth pushing on. So the checkered flag now goes out, and the last few cars to come through and to see whether there's going to be a change in the order. There is Thomas Behrmann, who goes by, and he will be 8th come the end of the session. And oh dear, yet more drama, and that's not going to affect things hugely, because the checkered flag had already been shown, but in the barriers...
Yuzi Wang.
Yeah, and that is again over at Moorish by the look of it. This is the China and Middle East F4 regular,
who crashed yesterday in FP1 at San Francisco.
That's right,
so,
yes.
So 2 problems in the 2 free practice sessions for the number 15 car. So it's a little bit disappointing way to finish the session, isn't it?
It is indeed, and that means that he's going to go into qualifying with a car that will have to have been repaired, and he won't know a great deal about. I'm just slightly hesitating in my brain as to Finn McLaughlin's situation here. He has not done a single flying lap, and I just wonder whether the stewards may have an attitude on that before qualifying. I don't think there's a reason to prevent him from taking part.
Or a regulation to...
Yeah. But you know, it is possible that you have dramas in free practice and it all comes good in qualifying. But when you're talking about young drivers of this age, I just wonder if the stewards might have a view. I hope not. I don't think they would do.
Hope not.
Yeah.
It would be great to see the car resolved and a hero session from Finn McLaughlin.
Yeah, I think that is still possible.
Yeah.
I genuinely do.
Yeah.
I think if the car is, or the engine, or whatever it is that they can't get right yet, if that is resolved, we know he has got the pace. And all the circuits that he's been racing on in the UK this year have been new to him. So he's had to adapt to a new track pretty much all the time. And that includes, for example, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It includes Zandvoort when they had their away race there. So, all right, it's a different sort of a circuit, but it's still new. This is what happened to Wang Yuzhe. Too much speed carried in, tried to make the corner, slides into the wall, takes the wing off, breaks the front suspension, and doesn't quite block the circuit. But again, were that in the race, it would be a safety car situation to get him out of the way. So yeah, there's either going to be... it's 2 extremes coming up for Finn McLaughlin. There's no halfway house, there's no middle ground. It's either going to be another awful session come qualifying or a triumphant appearance up near the top of the times.
I like to stay optimistic, so I'll go for the latter.
Yeah, and I think, like I say, the ability is there to do that.
Yeah.
It's just at the moment the car's ability that one fears for. Anyway, Seb Weldon is fastest at the end of the session by 7/10 of a second from Keen Nakamura Berta. Emanuele Olivieri 3rd, Jules Roussel 4th, and Rayan Caretti 5th, all of whom at one point were at the top of the time. 6th, Thiago Rodriguez ahead of Rintaro Sato and Thomas Behrmann. Simon Zhang 9th, Arai Banzel in 10th ahead of Itsuki Sato, and then down to 12th in the end in his repaired car, Alexandre Munoz, the French champion. Hyuho Lee 13th from Kimi Chan, then Marcus Chung the then damaged car of Wang Yuzhe, next from Gino Trapper, who crashed, Emily Cotti, who crashed, and Finn McLaughlin, who never got a proper flying lap in.
The Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And welcome to Macau with sunshine here today, and this is good news because we've had a little bit of rain overnight, and therefore the circuit just a little bit green first thing this morning. We've just had 40 minutes of free practice for Formula 4 cars around the gear circuit, and you could see that there were some areas of really quite dark tarmac which is drying out, but now the sunshine has come out. This is good news for the final free practice session of 2025, because after this today we are all about qualifying. All the free practice sessions are complete for today, with the conclusion of 40 minutes of free practice for the FIA FR World Cup. In the box here, Alan Hyde looking down on the pit lane and the start-finish line, joined once again this year by David Addison, and it's great to have so many single-seaters over the course of this weekend. This is the one that the eyes of the motorsport world are on, the prestigious Macau Grand Prix.
For the 72nd running, it all began in 1954 as a road sports race, running being the operative word, because in those days it was a Le Mans style start where the drivers ran to the cars. But the event has evolved, the circuit has evolved, Macau as a pace has evolved, and it is now the focus of the end of the season, and the Grand Prix itself going back to its earlier iteration, in a sense of taking people from around the world and putting them all on this level playing field for a shootout, whereas in the final years of Formula 3 it had moved away from that really, because it was just a non-championship race for the regulars in FIA Formula 3 Championship. But now you've got people from the European, from the Oceania, from the Japanese Formula Regional Championships all going toe-to-toe, and that's your European champion, Freddie Slater, who raced in these cars here last year but crashed on the last lap when he tried to make a move. He was here 2 years ago in F4, and he starts as one of the favourites. There is Owen Tangavalu, the Vietnamese driver for the French Santalok team, a squad that operates in GT racing and rallying and single-seaters as well.
What was that quote you gave us from Freddie Slater yesterday from last year? Well, I had to go for it, didn't I?
That's right, it was Macau. Yes.
Yes. Great quote, great quote.
We got a really, really good lineup for the FIA FR, Formula Regional World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. And as we get through the session, we'll pick out some of the stars, because there are multiple drivers here with good CVs. There you're looking at Mari Boyer coming back into this type of car, having been racing in Formula 3 for the last couple of seasons. He was a Formula Regional racer back in 2023, and that was the last year that we had the Grand Prix for Formula 3 cars. He was fourth in the Macau Grand Prix that year. He was seventh last year, and this year finished third within FIA F3 with a race win. Number 3 you can see there also is Jin Nakamura, who was had a third place, to be 10th in the European Formula Regional Championship. He's also done a bit of sports car racing in the Le Mans Cup in LMP3 this year. Mattia Colnaghi recently signed to the Red Bull Junior team, driver to watch. He comes here as the Euro Cup 3 champion and last year's Spanish F4 champion. And Matteo De Paolo there, who in the last week has become signed, as you can see from the livery at the back, to McLaren, part of their driver development program now. So clearly the F1 team there sees something in him. Moving
into FIA F3 for next year, and runner-up in Formula Regional, the European Championship this year, Matteo De Paolo. So 40 minutes of free practice, and as we get ready to see the cars out on circuit, we had the first session of the day declared to be a wet track. We've not had any information to the contrary, so I wonder if that means that the wet track standing for the gear circuit carries over into this session as well. Whatever, it's going to be qualifying this afternoon. They had one qualifying session yesterday at the end of yesterday afternoon. 10 to 4 we got that session underway yesterday, slightly earlier today, so they have a shorter gap between free practice and qualifying. So look after your cars, everybody, because in just a couple of hours we're going to be going into qualifying 2 for the Macau Grand Prix.
Green flag shown, everybody then sets off down the pit lane, and we are good to go. 40 minutes on the clock, and the times from yesterday's free practice session are going to be of interest. It's really more comparing now with what they were doing in qualifying, but again, we have to come back to the point of needing to stay out of trouble, to keep it off the concrete, and in order to get a rhythm, get the laps in. It's all about learning this, and you can't learn if school is closed. If you sat in the pit lane under a red flag, you're not doing any learning whatsoever. So important that drivers keep it away from the barriers. Interestingly as well, a number of cars still in the pit lane, trying to let the first wave go, if you like, and then be released out into traffic. In case you're wondering how the order is decided, because if you're a pit out, you're always going to have a slight advantage because you're going to be first on the road. The allocation of the garages goes in order of the team's results the previous year. And then, if you weren't here last year, and there were two teams, Trident and VAR, that didn't do last year's Grand Prix, they are given the garages in order of their entry being received. Simple as that. So they are at the pit-in end, Trident ahead of Van Amersfoort Racing. All the other teams that were here last year, their garage allocation order is in the order that the teams finished the Grand Prix last year. Make sense?
It makes absolute sense, yeah, and there had to be some kind of a way that it was done, and it does make it a little bit of a race to get your new entry in as well, because there is an advantage to getting your entry in nice and early. It's interesting to see that some of them are held back down in pit lane to buy them that track space. It's sometimes useful to be going around the circuit in a pair or maybe 2 or 3 cars together, but when you're in a big clutch of cars all trying to vie for position, that becomes a little bit more tricky on the tight and twisty section, because the gear circuit here at Macau has got just about everything, hasn't it? Every single challenge that could be thrown at a driver, it's got it all. It's got the fast, very, very fast sweeps of straights and braking into an overtaking position, and also the tight and twisty and really quite challenging twisty sections of the Macau circuit, including, you don't get this many places in the world, a place that you're not allowed to overtake for the entire duration of the weekend, just because, well, it wouldn't work, would it? There is barely space to get around. It's 7 metres in width, the track up there at Macau Hairpin, and it's under a constant yellow flag, which means no overtaking at the Macau Hairpin. But then, once you've done that, you accelerate, the track opens up, it gets wider and wider, quicker and quicker, and you get this thrilling end to the lap, and then a thrilling start to the next lap.
Now, yesterday, in qualifying, Freddie Slater ended up as the fastest on a 2 minutes 15.7, so that's your benchmark time. Enzo Deligny in the white car was first out. That's Matteo De Paolo behind him, Jin Nakamura, and then Murray Boyer ahead of Teo Nayal, the 2 blue cars now, the second of them. That's Freddie Slater, who was just coming into shot in the red and white livery in the background, and you can see drivers here trying to urge a bit more warmth into the Pirelli rubber, get the pressures up as well. But from here on in, we're on the attack now. These are proper flying laps. 1 or 2 coming back into the pit lane, in fact, one of whom is Hiyu Yawakoshi, who in FP1 yesterday lost a wheel, and then in the qualifying session had an accident. Another driver who crashed yesterday in qualifying, Reza Seaworthen, that car repaired as well, so he'll be wanting to try to put that behind him and get the mileage in today. A couple of cars back into the pit lane. Oscar Wirtz also coming in, largely just to make the odd tweak or give some data back to the team. Others press on, including Matteo De Paolo, when we're riding with him here, Alan.
It was thrilling yesterday, running on board with De Paolo, and once again, this is the part of the circuit that really is so telling as to what the driver is going through, with the barriers, the left and the right, and they kind of almost suck you in, don't they? Yep. It is so fascinating to ride on board, and also to the application of the throttle in this section of the circuit. And the smooth application of throttle is just so vital on this part of the circuit, turning into that tight right-hander as they go into police up towards Moorish, and then into the long left-hander Donna Maria, and after this heading down towards the Macau hairpin, that no overtaking zone, twisting the car, turn to the right, to be so precise and careful. However, if you get a good run through Melco, this run down as the circuit opens up and you open up the throttle, this could set you up for the end of a very good lap, but more importantly, sets you up for the start of a very good lap.
And it all happens here. This is where you pull the pin, isn't it? So as you say, this is where the road opens up. Suddenly you've got 4 lanes of width. De Palo's still trying to warm up the tyres as he comes down towards our bend. But we're going to get closer and closer to representative times now as Deligny goes across the line. So Enzo Deligny does a 2:27 as his first offering, and obviously there's more to come. But let's have a look at him now as he comes out of Reservoir down towards Mandarin. Others still coming out of the pit lane. And Enzo Deligny then down towards that very fast, it looks like a kink on the map, but it's a full-on corner of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. This 6-kilometre long circuit has 5 sectors. He's about to come to the end of the first of them, and that is under braking for Lisboa right now, Alan.
Into the right-hander at Lisboa, where for so many years we've seen great overtaking manoeuvres work and sometimes not work down at Lisboa, but it certainly is the overtaking opportunity. The speed they carry down from, as you say, that incredible corner at Mandarin, so quick, and then the run down into braking for Lisboa. San Francisco is next, and then this twisty section, the run up towards Maternity, the left-hander that runs towards Maternity, and then down towards Teddy Ip, which is the left-hander, and one of the names so synonymous with the Macau Grand Prix over the years. And Teddy Ip's house was down there, the corner named after Teddy Ip, and then into the Solitude S's, where you turn right, you turn left, you turn right, you turn left, and then into Police and Orange. 2 right-handers so often catch you out, because you can see there quite clearly how close you are to the guardrail on the exits of Orange into Donna Maria, the long left-hander, but it's still quite a narrow part of the circuit into the most narrow part of the circuit. This Melco hairpin, thread your way around there, avoid the barrier on the exit, apply the power, and now I'm sure this is where the single-seater drivers think, right, this is my bit, I love this. This is where we get quicker and quicker and quicker into our bend, the conclusion of a lap, up towards the start-finish line, the end of one lap, and then into the start of the next.
So this is Enzo Deligny then up towards the timing line. Kiyoshi Umagari, who I think also had an accident yesterday, is currently the fastest, but Deligny is about to obliterate that time because that's a 2:17.9, and that is a couple of seconds down on what Freddie Slater was doing in qualifying. But this being pre-practice, what we don't know is whether or not they're on a used set of tyres. I would imagine they are, in order to keep a fresher set for the all-important qualifying session later on in the day. So Deligny is the fastest from Jin Nakamura. Matteo De Palo has gone third. And there's another wave of driver to come, including Freddie Slater, who goes up to second. He's just gone by, but he's 3/10 down on Deligny. They get 4 sets of tyres for the purposes of the weekend. Ideally, they want to try and keep the freshest of rubber for the Grand Prix itself, but some of the way of working out when to use the new sets of tyres are going to be dependent a bit on where you qualify. So then you need to keep a set for at least one qualifying session.
31.5 minutes of this qualifying session remain, and amalgamated with qualifying from yesterday for
red flag out, sorry.
I beg your pardon, red flag. Oh dear. And it's for the number 24 car, which is the car of Kanato Lee, who competed in part of the 2025 GB3 season, and had good results at Spa when he did compete, finishing first, second and third over the course of that weekend, and also competing in FR Euro, finishing 14th place. Last year here at Macau, competed and qualified 27th, was 19th in the qualification race, and then a DNF in the Grand Prix last year for Kanato Lee. But he's a good driver. Unfortunately, this session, free practice, not going according to plan.
Too much speed carried in, loses the car, clatters into the concrete, and then hits the barriers again. But he's already damaged both front and rear of the right-hand suspension. So Kanato Lee just overstepped the mark slightly with very serious consequences. That is him done for the session. That's going to put him on the back foot going into qualifying, and it gives the team, which is the ART Grand Prix squad, a lot of work to do.
It's not that long until qualifying. We made the point earlier on. 2:30 is when they have Q2, and the amalgamated qualifying times from yesterday, end of yesterday afternoon, and this afternoon session form the grid for the qualification race on Saturday, and the results of that form the grid for the Grand Prix on Sunday. The highlights of the afternoon, all the build-up, everything that these drivers that are here for the first time will have not seen before. They'll never have seen the like of the build-up to this race.
So Carl's back to the pits. There you've got number 10 of Hiro Yamakoshi. After his troubled day yesterday, Yamakoshi at the moment is a fair way down the order, but he will improve, no doubt, as the session resumes. So a quarter gone, but the car's sitting in the pit lane. This is Mari Boyer bringing the car back to the pit lane, heading up to the hairpin. And the red flag, I'm afraid to say, is being shown for the third time today. And this is only our second session of the morning. That's Theo Niall's car sitting in the pit lane, the very quick French driver. Another one who's come from Formula 3 into the Macau Grand Prix this year. Go back 2 years ago, Theo Niall was the Formula 4 champion in Spain and 8th in FIA Formula 3 this season. Evan Gilter, number 22, another of the ART Grand Prix drivers. Gilter, we're not really focused on yet, but he was the Middle East Formula Regional champion at the start of this year, so he, in theory, ought to be one of the front runners here. And that's the fastest man thus far, Enzo Deligny then, for the RACE GP team. He was third in the European Formula Regional champion.
It's a busy sporting week here in Macau, not just the Macau Grand Prix, where the Macau Grand Prix pretty much every year for this week, or probably fortnight, including the week leading up to Grand Prix week, kind of takes over the whole of Macau. But this week as well, Macau is part of the national games here, and this region, Great Bay Area region of the country, is very much involved and very proudly part of the national games. So as far as sport, if you're a sports fan in this part of the world, you've got quite a treat of a week. You can pick where you're going. I think there are quite a few school trips here to Macau, to yesterday and today. You can see them, all the school children very excited in the grandstands over the course of yesterday and today, and I'm sure they'll get the opportunity to enjoy the national games as well. So a very busy sporting couple of weeks here in Macau, and you can see the grandstands. This is day 2 of 4 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. As ever, the grandstands absolutely packed and enjoying the action that they provide for us today. And they were packed in the grandstands yesterday, and we only had 2 qualifying sessions. It was all about free practice, but the unique opportunity to see cars competing on the streets of Macau, certainly for the locals, is something that's well worth watching. But also from far and wide, people come from all over the world for this event. It's such a lovely event. Right, we've got the 24 car now being lifted up, and Kanato Lee's car being taken to a place of safety, so that brings us a little bit closer to the resumption of this free practice session. And of course, it being free practice as opposed to qualifying, the clock continues to count down, so we're now just over 26 minutes of this session remaining. It's Charlie Wirtz down in pit lane. They remain focused, don't they, during these breaks in the action, and that's absolutely what they have to do. Single-seater drivers like no other. You could be walking around the car, you know, and you've got a camera crew with you, you've got a microphone with you. They don't even notice you. The peripheral vision, I'm sure they've had to work incredibly hard to ignore everything that goes on around them, but they need to stay, and they say, in the zone, don't they?
Yes. Harder, I think, isn't it, trying to talk to single-seater drivers on a grid here than GT drivers or touring car drivers, for example. Partly perhaps because they're not used to it. They don't get grid interviews in the same way that GT or touring car drivers would, but equally the focus is completely there, ready for the Grand Prix, and they've gone through that build-up, as you say, where all the drivers are introduced to the chief executive of the Macau SAR. Right, so that's Kanato Lee's crumpled car about to be taken off the circuit. There's a little vehicle access point there. So the recovery vehicle will back into it, and in less than a minute's time, we are going to be back in business. That's only cost us round about 5-6 minutes. It's not that time consuming, but we're going to lose another 2.5 minutes or so for an out lap, aren't we? And then a flying lap, and the first flying lap won't be that rapid because they're still trying to warm the tyres up again.
Heat back into tyres, that's the important thing, isn't it? And they've been down there in pit lane for a good few minutes, so they won't be at optimum temperature. Fortunately, they've got this out lap 6-kilometre circuit this here at Macau, and you can see as well that view looking over towards the pit lane, just how windy it is as well. The trees blowing around. It's been quite a windy week here in this region. There's a few weather warnings earlier on in the week for wind and rain. The good news is that we had those warnings over Grand Prix weekend last year, and it's good news that the weather forecast for today, tomorrow and for Sunday, Grand Prix day, it gets better and better, and full sunshine is the forecast. And I've checked back a few times over the last couple of days and it has remained that. So sunny and about 25-26 degrees. It's going to be hot work on Grand Prix day.
So, everybody heading back out onto the circuit. Again, look, some of the teams holding back the cars, so they're not going to get involved with traffic. They can have a little bit of breathing space, and once more, there's quite a bit of weaving to go on, but hopefully the drivers will be respectful of the circuit. We had in the earlier F4 session, one driver snagging the wall and crashing into the barriers on an outlap, and things like that tend not to go down awfully well. So the teams, the race control team as well, will be wanting the drivers just to be respectful on the outlap. Somebody there's got a problem at the end of the pit lane by the look of it and has not got away, and there's a traffic jam building up behind. Now the car gets going. Thought I'd seen others going around the outside to accelerate away, but maybe that's to...
They seem to all be doing it to buy a bit of track space, I think. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure it's a practice start thing.
I'm not sure it's allowed, is it?
No, but on a corner I don't think you'd really achieve very much by doing a practice start, and also it's still a bit damp at that end of the pit lane, so I think you're right. It's to, if you do accelerate away like that, you're helping to get a bit more temperature through things, but also you're right, it does allow you to get the traffic to clear away. There's a car that has stopped and others are going around the outside, so maybe they are, it's a kind of practice start. You've got the tyre marks there just to assess really where the biting point is on the clutch, because it could be a standing start, of course, for Grand Prix.
Because not everyone on this grid this year has been in a Formula Regional car all year. And that's something that we've seen for many years at the Macau Grand Prix. You could have moved on.
I've got a horrible feeling we've got a car off. There's a yellow flag showing at Moorish, and it's at turn 17. So it's round this part of the track. You saw the yellow light, you saw the yellow flag. So something has happened already on an outlap. And that was more than just the yellow flag being shown in advance of the anachronistic Melco hairpin, wasn't it?
It's part of what you have to go through over the course of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, and that is getting the heat back into tyres after a stop down in pit lane.
What am I looking at that's brought out a yellow flag? Is there a car in the barrier? Is that blue and yellow? Yes, there is a car in the barrier. Coming back from the escape road, it was Deligny, wasn't it? Enzo Deligny, number 5, first one out.
Yes.
So Enzo Deligny's trying to rejoin. You can see the marshal saying to people, slow down. They're trying to keep the session going here. And Enzo Deligny's going to try to fire up the engine and get going if he can. Race control giving him time to get going. The marshal seeing if there's a gap in the traffic, and then hopefully can wave him on, but risky times.
It is. It's really slowed down Mary Boyer, hasn't it? We're riding on board with him, and he really is pressing on now.
Right, Deligny's away and going, so that's worked really well. And well done, race control, for not having a panic and saying, car off, stop the session. They gave him time to get going. Marshall's worked well to find a gap in the traffic for him. Let's go back on board with Mary Boyer then, because he is on a mission. We've not really had anything representative out of Boyer right now. He's climbing up San Francisco Hill, and this next part of the circuit, Alan, every year, two off at Lisboa that have gone straight on, but that part of the circuit heading up towards the Solitude S's always seems rather confusing, because the corners look so similar, doesn't it, as you thread left and right and left and right and left and right. The two teammates that have gone straight on here, both trying to sort themselves out. Escape rope friends, yeah. We'll worry about them in a moment. This is Murray Boyer, meanwhile.
Who is very committed from the moment he did the conclusion of the outlap from pit lane after the restart of this session. He was absolutely on it. And Murray Boyer, look at this. If ever you wanted to feel like you're riding on the top part of the Macau gear circuit, this is it. Murray Boyer really committed on this one, into the right-hander at Police, on towards Moorish, and then Donna Maria, and the conclusion of the lap, the long left-hander at Donna Maria, and down towards the Melco hairpin. This is commitment that you require. Neat and tidy through the Melco hairpin, that's key, absolutely key to getting a good lap. And then the run down towards Black Sands and Fisherman's, the right-hander into Fisherman's, and this is where the circuit opens out. 4 lanes of traffic in the most parts of the year here at Macau, and for 4 days of every year it becomes the widest part of the gear circuit. Up towards the line for Murray Boyer, and a red flag comes out once again. He goes top, 2:17.730, but that is a damaged car at Macau,
to say the least. Matteo De Palo had gone top, but Murray Boyer's time in just before the red flag came out. That's a big accident at Fisherman's. You can see where it starts because there's a bite taken out of the recticel. It's finished midway, it feels, between Fisherman's and our bend. I'll try and work out in a second who it is, but that's a big, big impact. It's number 9 that has crashed, so that means that it is Oscar Wirtz, and that is a big, big shunt. So he's hit the wall at least once. The car's scuttled down away from Fisherman's, and with debris on the circuit and a car that needs moving, session is stopped, and very few, of course, got a flying lap in. Yet again, those teams that are at the pit out end have the advantage.
They do have the advantage, and also what we saw from Murray Boyer, and it was quite a treat to ride on board during that lap, the lap that sees Murray Boyer on top of the times now with a 2:17.7. But you have to do it as soon as you can.
Yeah.
And that's going to be something that carries over into qualifying this afternoon, because this is not unusual that you have a stoppage and then another stoppage. We could have had it earlier on with Enzo Dellini, but really good control from race control, allowing the marshals to assist to get that car going again, and it paid off, didn't it?
Yeah,
it did pay off.
But in a situation like that, where the car is utterly broken and there's debris on the road, your options are limited.
There's only one. There's only one option.
26 there is Desanapod for Pubersac, who was a winner twice in FIA Formula 3 this season gone. Let's have a look at Oscar Wirtz then. So he comes down towards Fisherman's, fights the wheel, that pushes the car wide, runs out of width, bang, he goes into the recticel, and he's broken, as you see, the left-hand side of the car, and ends up not quite in the wall, actually. So it's bad, but it wasn't as bad as I was fearing initially. So Oscar Wirtz, he's going to be hopping out of the car, but that gives the team a lot of work to do. Evans GP, Mitch Evans' team, he drives for, and other cars, Kirya Makoshi, who had an accident yesterday, so they've had to rebuild one, now they've got another one, and the third car, Oscar Wirtz's brother, Charlie Wirtz.
Any connection that you have with the circuit furniture, from Fisherman's down to our bend, down to Mandarin, even the tiniest of touches is going to be pretty damaging to the car, and sometimes when you get the first sight of the aftermath of an accident, it could give you the impression that maybe the accident was a huge accident. That was just the smallest of touches, wasn't it? But it bites, and it damages the car and gives the team quite a bit to do before 2:30 when Macau will go for.
It shows again the importance of being absolutely inch perfect, because Wirtz wasn't that far off the line, but it was far enough to have really serious consequences.
It's the tiniest of margins. I said 2:30, well, I think they've got even less time. It's 1:30 local time for qualifying for the F4 World Cup, and then 2:30 for the FR World Cup.
And this is what was going on down at Lisboa. That was Charlie Wirtz, I think, who went straight on, and then presumably Yamakoshi arrived on the scene, but it was certainly 2 of 3 Evans GP cars. It's been quite a checkered session for them.
Sometimes I suppose that can happen if somebody is going straight on in front of you and you can't quite make the turn, you have to do it as well. So, no option really.
So, Oscar Wirtz with a damaged car. So for the Evans GP team, things have gone from bad to Wirtz. Still, there's always qualifying, so if at first you don't succeed, there's qualifying to come. Got 2 more days of this hide yet.
Had you planned that?
No.
No. Just came to you.
Yes, I'm just naturally rubbish at this. Yes. That red flag did no favours whatsoever for Kiyoshi Umegaki, who had done an absolute best in the first sector, but the lap couldn't have finished because that came the red flag. Number 18 having a quick tweak is Takaya Suzuki's car. That's coming out of the Tom's Formula stable. Macau debutant Suzuki, the Japanese driver, who's been racing in Formula 4 and Formula Regional in Japan. There's Enzo Dellini then, who we've seen going up the escape road, having missed his braking point over at Moorish, and then being able to back out and rejoin.
Cold tyres are such a feature, aren't they, when you get these sessions back underway. And however high up the order you are, it can catch you out. You catch you out really, really quickly. Having a look down at the number 19 car of Mattia Koenigi in the PHM Racing entered car. Champion in Euro Cup 3 this year with 5 wins to his credit. Second in the Spanish E-Cup Winter Series, and in 2024 the F4 Spanish champion. Quite a pedigree for Mattia.
Now, the clock is still ticking, of course, because of this red flag. We're down to 13 minutes. I'm not convinced they're going to get very many flying laps in at all once we go green. We don't yet have a restart time because that can't be offered up until the clear-up is done. We've got a car to move, we've got debris to sort out as well. Well, that's the first bit. What's left of the car, the Tatius T318 chassis, being craned away. That wheel looks rather precarious. But
the team will want to see that car as soon as they possibly can, can't they? Because let's just say that again. They qualified this afternoon at 2:30. The time is coming up to 11:15 local time. That's not a huge turnaround for the teams to rebuild quite a few components on that car.
Yeah, they'll want it back as soon as, and the car's out of the way, debris to be swept, but a restart time we don't yet have, and 12 minutes are on the clock. Enzo Ye ready to go. He is a very impressive 8th in the times at the moment for the driver from Chinese Taipei. And down in the pit lane, the Tatius constructor representative gets his invoice book out, goes to see Evans, the GP. There is the surviving Wirtz, Charlie Wirtz. The 2 Wirtz brothers, of course, son of Alex, former Prix racer, grandson of Franz Wirtz, Austrian rallycross hero of the 70s and early 80s. And Charlie Wirtz currently 12th in the times.
Proper sunshine here at Macau now. Feels much more like Macau feels, with the sunshine drenching the circuit on the start-finish line. The grid hatching is just underneath us here on the at the commentary box, and the circuit staff, the marshals, at least a dozen of them down there, making sure that any debris is swept off the circuit, and also making sure that the rector cell is back to how it should be before we can get the session back underway, for which we have ever decreasing time. 11 minutes left on the clock now, and it's very buoyant with that lap that we were privileged to ride on board with, top of the time, 2:17.7 so far in free practice. And I reckon if we get this session back underway for maybe 6 minutes, then we will get fireworks, a few fast laps around the gear circuit, maybe get an idea of what's going to happen in qualifying this afternoon.
Freddie Slater currently 4th in the times. get ready to go. And 23 is the car of Taito Kato, who went well yesterday in the first free practice session. Kunosato there giving guidance, having been doing the same for his son in F4. His driver coach duties continue. Right, do we have a restart time? Not yet. What's on the clock? Under 10 minutes. They're not going to get much in, are they? So drivers frustrated, teams frustrated, and it puts the pressure on going into qualifying. There at the Prema Racing team that operates here under the SJM Theodore Prema Racing banner. Rashid Al-Dahari sits ready to go, and you saw his mechanic looking at his watch thinking, come on, we're running out of time. So Kanato Lee causing the first stoppage, and Oscar Wirtz the second. And there is Noah Stromstead, who was good yesterday in qualifying, worked his way up the order, but Stromstead returning to Formula Regional hasn't really been able to do anything in this session. He's not been able to get a lap time in. Stromstead waits. So do the school visits in the grandstand, and now that they've found themselves on the cameras, then great delight reigns as they can have a wave and a cheer.
Big screens opposite the grandstand, and the elation when you see yourself on telly. Very excitable, incredibly well behaved, the kids that come on these trips every year to the Macau Grand Prix, and you can't help but smile when you walk past the excitable children. It's just superb.
Yeah, I never got taken to a motor race when I was at school. I think we went to Martin Mia Bird Sanctuary, but that was about it. We are under a minute away from the session getting back underway. So it's 10:46 and change, and at 10:47 and 30, the green lights should go on. So the team's given just a little bit of notice so they can get the engines fired up, and the teams will be on their toes then, ready to release the cars. You can see the mechanics standing ready with now less than 30 seconds to go to get the session back underway, and that's going to give us just about 7.5 minutes when we are given the signal. So it is almost worth now not going for a time, isn't it? Just drive round and learn the circuit. If
we can run this to the checkered flag now without interruption, then you can do good work for these final few laps of free practice. Set yourself up for 2:30 and the second section of qualifying, and everyone wants to leave once again at the same time. They thread their way down the pit lane out onto the gear circuit, and let's remember one thing: cold tyres. They've been down in pit lane for a little while. The heat has dissipated. They've got 6 kilometres to get these tyres back up to working temperature. Let's hope that everything goes according to plan, and we can run without interruption now to the checkered flag.
I'm not sure too many are going to go to that practice start zone this time. I think they'll all want to be out on the track, won't they? Try and get some mileage in. 7 minutes, as Alan was saying, they qualify at 2:30, but prior to that there are GT4 touring cars and Formula 4 cars out on the circuit, and after the FR qualifying we've got the GT Cup session. So it's a busy day again on the gear circuit, and with the temperatures rising, the sun shining, drivers go back out, and 6.5 minutes are on the clock. Enzo Deligny always first out, because as the winning team from last year, they petitioned themselves at pit out. RH GP will always be able to get the car out on track, and it's been pretty useful for Deligny, although at the moment he is not the quickest. It is, as we've been seeing, Murray Boyer at the top of the times.
So here we go. This is a critical part of free practice and qualifying. Is this outlet from the pit lane, just weaving the cars as much as you can, finding a bit of track space, and making sure that nothing goes wrong on cold tyres. The good news is that with the ambient temperature going up and the sunshine, a little bit easier to get into the tyres than we saw this time yesterday. It was a little bit cooler, a lot more more blowing as well. It's much more windy yesterday. The trees just opposite our commentary box are much stiller today. It's been a windy and blustery week heading up to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And a little bit of rain overnight has made a slightly more challenging circuit first thing in the morning. Green circuit for F4 free practice earlier on, and now a drying circuit, ever increasing drying, so you can use the full width of the circuit now to weave the car, try and get those tyres up to temperature, and here we go.
So Matteo De Palo comes over the timing line, goes onto a flying lap, and goes now through that very fast left of Reservoir, speed building down towards Mandarin, which is a very, very quick right. It is, if you look at a map, a kink, but it's a full-on corner in real terms, especially at these speeds. You will, as the weekend goes on, find drivers running right up against the barriers. We had a large accident in the GT free practice 1 session yesterday there, Lawrence Fanthorpe. And then it's hard on the brakes at the end of this long, fast section down towards Lisboa. And from here on in, you're climbing up the hill and you're on narrower roads, aren't you? Because the width disappears.
Tighter and tighter and tighter on the run up towards the hospital on the left-hand side now. It's run underneath the bridge towards Maternity, and then on towards Teddy Ip, and then the Solitude S's, where you really do feel the barriers getting closer and closer, and your peripheral vision, when you're running at these sort of speeds that Freddie Slater is now, just become more and more tunnel vision, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, Lisboa, every time we do an onboard, reinforces the point. You cannot see the corner. Yeah. You don't know what's the other side of it until you've gone through that 90-degree right-hander. It is no wonder there are incidents there. That is a really challenging corner.
It really is, and a great overtaking place as well. Riding on board with Freddie Slater, which we did yesterday, was a bit of a treat, wasn't it? The European Formula Regional champion for 2025 and champion in so many categories since he's come into car racing just a few years ago. Absolutely dominated Janetta Juniors in his first year of single-seater car racing and of car racing, and then into single-seaters has been dominant as well. He's really one to look out for, and riding on board with Freddie Slater now, that's what you mean by it gets tighter and tighter into the right-hander at Police and Moorish, one corner very quickly after another, the long left-hander at Donna Maria.
Now let's see what Enzo Deligny can do. He goes over the timing line, goes quickest, 2:16.957. So Deligny chased by Matteo De Palo, who's up to second on a 2:17.5. We need a Mari Boyer lap to throw into this, as Jin Nakamura has just gone second. Mari Boyer comes through now with the blue car, goes quickest, 2:16.781.
Freddie Slater will as well. He's got two purples, Sector 2 and Sector 4, and we're back on board to complete the lap now with Freddie Slater. Is he going to be top at the end of this across the line? He will come and complete the lap.
Got traffic up the road, hasn't he?
Let's see what he does. 2 purple sectors, 2 green sectors. Freddie Slater goes top at 2:16.552, and once again the treat of riding the majority of that lap on board with Freddie Slater. You could see the commitment, couldn't you?
Totally. And he had to get past a couple of cars, one before Fisherman's, one before our bend. Didn't phase him, as they're coming down towards Fisherman's is Mattia Colnaghi. We've just had one car for the pit lane, but there's another lap to be squeezed out of this, so it's Slater from Boyer by 0.229 of a second. Right now we've got the leading 4 covered by less than a second, and 4th is Taito Kato, who is still up there. Red flag again, but another accident with 1.5 minutes to go. That's the end of the session, and that is a huge off down at Fisherman's that has destroyed Zenrui Chi's car. You can see there's damage to the back, there's damage to the front. That's the end of the session. There's no chance of getting things back underway, and that looks like a very badly damaged car indeed. So session is stopped, session is over, and Zenrui Chi, or Newman Chi as he calls himself in the Van Amersfoort car, making his Macau debut, has had a big off and brings out our 3rd red flag of the session. So they'll make their way to the pit lane, and session is done. Big frustration for the teams.
Didn't we say, though, that you really have to make it count? As soon as you're released from pit lane, you come back out onto the circuit, you are committed to getting the temperature back into the tyres. And we saw it beautifully from Freddie Slater. One opportunity to get a lap in, and he did it. So, OK, it's maybe not so important for free practice that we've just enjoyed here at Macau. But at 2:30, when we're qualifying, we could be going through the same kind of stoppages and restart, and you have to make it count as soon as you're released.
I'd like to see how Newman Chi ended up there, because that clearly was a more significant impact than it was for Oscar Wirtz. But anyway, we know there's a lot of damage done to the VAR, Van Amersfoort Racing car. And Matteo De Paolo then makes his way back into the pit lane. This is the order at the end of FP2. Then Freddie Slater ahead by 0.229 of a second from Mari Boy. Enzo Deligny third, Taito Kato fourth, Jin Nakamura fifth, Jose Garfias sixth from Matteo De Paolo, Mattia Kolnagi, Rashid Al-Dakhari and Charlie Wirtz to round out the top 10. 11th in the times, James Egotzi ahead of Tokiyo Suzuki, Hiro Yamakoshi 13th, Noah Stromsted 14th. And previous Grand Prix winner from F4, Charles Leung 15th. Enzo Ye was ahead of Yuki Sano and Owen Tangavelu. Kayoshi Umagaki was next a little bit further down. Teo Nail barely got a time in at all, did he? And we expect him to be quick. Nothing recorded either by Reza Seaworthen, Tasana Polin for Pivasak. And that's not because they're crashing, it's because they're just not getting across the line before the red flags are coming out, partly because they're at the back of the queue to get onto the circuit. So quite a lot of frustration for a number of drivers, but delight for Freddie Slater. He came here as one of the favourites, and having been quickest in qualifying yesterday, he tops the second free practice session here at the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. The Greater Bay Area GT Cup here at the Macau Grand Prix runs for GT4 cars, and although it's a regular feature of the event, something different this year. It is a championship race because it features as the final round of the SRO GT Cup, which was new for 2025. It has run at Chinese circuit this year, and it brings together a great grid, not only numerically, but also in terms of the variety of brands represented. And there you can see the Mercedes-AMG repaired from yesterday. Chen Chun-Hua put the car in the barriers towards the end of the session, which had a number of red flags. And out of an entry of 25, only 8 drivers got a lap time in yesterday. It wasn't all because of accidents. A few people did have problems and incidents of their own, but we had so many interruptions to it, it was very hard to piece together a proper rhythm. But Chen Chun-Hua is going to be a driver to watch. The championship already won with a round to go by Han Li Chao. There he is in the Toyota Gazoo Racing China GR Supra GT4 Evo 2. There's a silver class and an AM class, and your AM champion, who will come to a little bit further back on that dummy grid, is Moritz Berenberg with the Porsche Cayman. More variety though, evinced by Lotus. As you look at Daniel Liu's Lotus Emira, this is the qualifying session that we're getting ready for, and it is going to be 30 minutes. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside, and we always enjoy GT4. These cars a little bit slower, a little bit smaller, less aero than their GT3 big brothers, but they always give good racing around here.
A little bit more nimble. The GT3 cars are a treat. The noise, the size, everything about them on the gear circuit is just a little bit awesome. The GT4 cars, a little bit more nimble, a little bit more able to deal with the twisty and tight sections on the circuit. But the most important thing is these are local drivers. They're drivers from Chinese Taipei, from Macau, from China, and from Hong Kong as well, that all can compete, show their talent, show their sponsors on the world stage. And this is important to every single one of them. To be on the podium at Macau is something incredibly special for any of the drivers that are around the Greater Bay Area, of which Macau is part of the Greater Bay Area. And you see when we go down the cars in assembly area or pit lane, the waves to the camera and thumbs up, it just shows just how much this weekend means to all of them. And such a variety of cars as well. Just looking at the 55 car down there in pit lane, Kenny Chung. Not many of these cars yesterday were able to complete laps. We had quite a few stoppages yesterday during free practice, but now it's a bit different. It's all about qualifying, and now they really have to make it count.
Yeah, Kenny Chung was one of the drivers that triggered a red flag yesterday, not by crashing, but by stopping on the circuit. And this was another one, Lei Kit Meng, who's been a race winner here in the past, not in GT4, but in road sports, one-time British Formula 3 Championship racer. And Lei Kit Meng, whose team, RPM Racing, operates the car, that also ground to a halt on the track and caused an interruption as well. 10 different brands represented. Ginetta, Lotus, BMW, Mercedes, Toyota, McLaren, KTM, Audi, Porsche, and Aston Martin. So it is a very impressive lineup indeed. As you look there at number 99, Wong Wei Hong's Level Motorsports Mercedes. Wong Wei Hong, who is from Macau, and number 21 there is Wang Ho in his Toyota Supra.
5 Mercedes we've got in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, GT4 cars. It's good to see them out, and good to see so many manufacturers represented and so many models in GT4 racing. And we count down to getting the green light down in pit lane to release the cars onto the circuit. Hope they get more running today, because they really didn't get into any kind of a groove yesterday in free practice. Now they've got different conditions. It was overcast for the most part of yesterday. They were out on circuit early parts of yesterday afternoon, about 20 to 2 in the afternoon, when we had a bit of sunshine in the middle of the day, but by the time they got out on circuit, it was once again, it was a bit windy, it was a bit overcast, and now they've got proper nice warm temperatures here at Macau, pretty much the typical kind of climate that you'd expect for Grand Prix weekend.
before he had an accident yesterday, Chen Chun-Hua was the fastest. The top 8 line up in the order of their time set in free practice yesterday within this dummy grid. Why the top 8? Because only 8 got a time, and then the rest have drawn lots for their order. And track position does matter here, so there is actually a little bit more focus on free practice because it means you're going to be first out for qualifying. So free practice is a touch more important than perhaps it is at other venues. There's men getting away. One driver that is worth watching as ever around here, Daryl O'Young, who's won the GT3 race as well in seasons past, but these days a force to be reckoned with in GT4 with his own team, Craft Boundary Racing. So out they come. Fingers crossed, as Alan rightly says, that we can get through this with minimal interruption, get lots of running in. Last year's GT4 race, which again was weather affected, turned out to be an absolute stormer, didn't it? It was a virtual dead heat at the very end, although sadly a penalty for one car did change the result subsequently, but it was a really, really good race, and we'd like more of the same this year. Cars making that climb now up San Francisco Hill. The SRO GT Cup began at Shanghai. It kicked off supporting the Chinese Grand Prix, and was pretty bright spotlight, but got a good grid and good racing for wins going away of Chen Lian and Han Li Chao. At Ping Tan, it was Han Li Chao's Toyota that won both. Daniel Liu had a win on the streets of Beijing, and so did for the 4th time, and to win the championship, Han Li Chao. That was a month ago. That's Moritz Berenberg's Porsche Cayman. There you've got the Aston Martin going through as well in the hands of Yang Meng Chao. So it's a 30-minute session, and drivers looking for a bit of clear track space. So they are drama already for Ginetta, and it is Brian Lai's car that has come to a stop. Where is that? It looks like pit out. So Brian Lai has not even gone onto the circuit. Car stopped at Marshall's post 1.2. So pit out Marshall's post. So I don't think that's necessarily an issue. Should be able to be pushed back into the pits from there. But Brian Lai, who had a pretty torrid day yesterday, didn't get a lap time in, hasn't even gone onto the circuit yet.
That's a disappointing way to start qualifying, isn't it? And as they thread their way down now from the Melco hairpin, you can see that green flashing light. That's when they're out of the no overtaking zone, when the circuit runs downhill down towards Black Sands and Fisherman's, and when overtaking is allowed to get on the approach and through the corner at Melco hairpin. Throughout the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix weekend, no overtaking through Melco.
So there, Moritz Berenberg in the Cayman, heading up towards the timing line. He raced in the GTC, the club level German GT Cup last year. He's been racing in both China GT and SRO GT Cup this season, and accelerating his way up towards the line. Moritz Berenberg has been a regular front runner, not an outright race winner, but he has been 4 times the AM winner and twice second overall. Red flag. Session stopped. Is that for the Ginetta, or is there something else that has happened around the circuit? We'll find out in a moment. So, big frustration, another flying lap achieved, and the clock stops because this is a qualifying session. So, you know the score. Free practice, the clock ticks, you lose the time. Here, you are given the time, although, of course, it is affected by the fact that when the session goes live, you've got to do a start-up lap, an out lap, rather than go straight onto a flying lap. But drivers pushing on here because they'd like to get back to the pits with as much warmth in the tyres as they can.
Opportunity to talk a little bit about Daryl O'Young. His final weekend competing this weekend.
Oh, is it?
And, yeah, he was sort of with mixed emotions heading into Macau this weekend. The announcement of his final livery, and he wants to finish on the top step of the podium. So we saw him this morning as we were walking in, quite happy and quite smiley, didn't he? Waving to everybody coming in. He's a big hero.
Yeah, he is.
Around this part of the this part of the world. And if you remember when he won that race that you were talking about earlier on, the GT3 race, and what they had to do to that car to get it out after repairing, he's got quite a few stories over the years here at Macau, and yeah, it's what's the phrase? It's going to be emotional.
True enough. Yeah, he hit an oil slick, didn't he, in the qualifying race, plowed into the barrier, and the car was very badly damaged. It was repaired, and we're going back to the COVID period where transport, access, movement was all very difficult. Yet they still got the car repaired, and he went on to win the following day. Hanli Chow, then, the SRO GT Cup champion, bringing the Supra back towards the pit lane. Why is Darrell Young retiring?
I don't know.
Oh, he's just decided time's up. Yeah, okay. That is the Ginetta of Lau Kim Ho, another of the RPM Racing Team cars, going back to its pit box. Into the pit road come Toyota and Lotus, respectively. I think it was for the Ginetta. We saw that car being pushed back, so the session interrupted to remove that car, and the clock stopping with 26 3/4 minutes. Number 95 is Darrell Young in the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes. And Darrell didn't get a lap time in yesterday. He does know the circuit, so it's not like he's losing in terms of track knowledge, but he wants to be out there and he wants to be competitive, and as Alan Hyde said, he definitely wants to win this weekend.
Just to give you an idea of how big Darrell Young is in this region, a couple of years ago we were walking out of the circuit one evening, and for sale there were Darrell Young action figures with changeable helmets, race suits, trophies, all of that kind of thing, about the size of an action van. So not a small little model, but they were beautifully packaged in little presentation boxes and all that kind of thing. And they were selling.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. I couldn't shift the David Addison life size.
No, they never caught on, really. No. Can't imagine why. Now there, Miguel Ley, who is not only a driver who is from Macau, but he is a driver who works at one of the corners. He works at the Grand Lisboa Hotel down at Turn 3. Number 6 is Calvin Leung's BMW, which is always a competitive car, and Calvin Leung himself has been a mainstay of races here, whether it's been in road sports or more recently GT4 for a decade or so. Number 29, McLaren, is Ip Un Ho from the LW World Racing Team stable. Ip Un Ho, number 29, ready for the resumption of the session.
Desperately sort of looking through social media posts to find out why, after 38 years of racing, it's time to put it behind us. I've been so fortunate to have such a long and fun career in motorsport, starting at the age of 8 with the support of my family. I never imagined to be able to race cars for a living, and to sustain that for over 38 years really is a dream come true. So no particular reason, just the time is here to hang up the helmet.
38's an odd number, you know, you might think 40 years, but anyway, good luck Darrell Young. And let's hope that come the end of qualifying, he's in the mix for a race win, which would indeed be quite something. A number of the brands in this, of the 10, only with GT4 representation, one or two crossover into GT3, but it's almost an exclusive group for some. There
I've got another Darrell Young stat, by the way, from that statement that he put out on social media announcing that he was hanging up his helmet after Macau. What a way to go out, really. His 20th Macau Grand Prix weekend.
Maybe that's the number.
Yeah, that's the number.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Fair enough, with you. Wong Cheng To's McLaren. McLaren is a brand that does have GT3 and GT4 representation this weekend. That car put into the queue. The session's going to be resumed on short call. And I'm trying to work out if there's anything else that we're missing other than Brian Lai's Ginetta, because I would have thought that car was out of harm's way by now. So nothing else around the circuit. So it's just a case of once the Ginetta is back to the team and marshals are back on post, then we're going to be ready to go. Lei Kit Meng in typically enthusiastic form. Absolutely loves his racing, doesn't he?
He really does. You can see the joy is represented really in the colour scheme of the car. There's Dayglow yellow, there's Dayglow pink, there's purple. The car absolutely screams we're here at Macau. And Lei Kit-Meng, who was a winner last year in the road sports category here at Macau, top step of the podium. Absolute joy when he was there. That switches across to GT4 for this weekend. You cannot help to be enthused by the drivers that compete in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup and the road sports categories as well. Superstar.
There you can see Yang Kei-wen's Mercedes AMG, and we were told that the session would resume on short call round about 11:21, so that's the estimated time, and we are about 30 seconds away from that. So there's the board, indeed. Good, we're back on for the resumption of the session now.
Did you rehearse that? We're about 30 seconds away, air horn, board. Well done.
I'd like to say that it's just down to natural skill, but just occasionally luck is on my side.
It certainly is. And we've got of this session remaining, you know, when we get the cars back out on circuit. 26 minutes and 45 seconds remain on the clock. The teams holding the cars down in pit lane in the sunshine. We're off, and the race to get out to pit lane exit. This is a very full grid, two sides of A4 for the mates to head into the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 race this weekend, and that is a very strong entry.
It is indeed, as the Audi of Miguel Lei goes down the pit lane. I think the KTM was still being held, wasn't it? That car for UT Red. But everybody else now out on track. The Supras have all got themselves together. Toyota Triple as they go into Lisboa. Hopefully they'll come out the other side of it. Yes, they do. Plus Moritz
you were
Berenberg
thinking
in
the
the
same
Porsche.
as me. That was quite a wide entry, wasn't
yes, exactly.
it? As it went out of view. Good. That's good news. Phew.
Presumably Miguel Lei has said to all of his rivals in this, if you do run wide at Lisboa and you can't rejoin, there's a voucher to go to the bar. You know? Don't waste the opportunity. Come and enjoy the delights of the Grand Lisboa. Number 23 is under investigation for overtaking under a red flag, 23 being the McLaren of Wong Cheng To. And so we are back in business for this qualifying session. And
well, I think we're just in business.
Well, yeah, true, yes. We'll wait and see whether Brian Ginetta is able to get out, or whether that's done at all for the day.
25 minutes remain on the clock. Half an hour of qualifying this is for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup here in Macau. If you are just joining us coverage around the world, wherever you are, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome along to coverage. We are blessed with a huge amount of coverage, a live stream that goes across the 4 days here at Macau, which we kind of take for granted. It's really in the last 10 or 12 years that the streaming capabilities have got better and better and better, and now the ability to bring each and every race. See how tight it is coming down from the Macau hairpin. You are within an inch of the barrier on the exit of the corner. If you are close in the GT4 car, imagine what we've got in prospect at the end of our afternoon when you see the GT3 cars threading their way around the Macau hairpin. But just to finish off, it is great that we have viewers around the world for the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. I'm sure for many people we are a guilty pleasure in your ear while you're at work doing whatever you are doing, wherever you are in the world. You are more than welcome. It's super that we've got so many viewers around the world. This is the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 cars, and we're getting the first of the flying laps being started now, and this is good news because we have got further than we have got before.
So that is Kelvin Leung's BMW, which ought to be there or thereabouts, and he comes down to Lisboa now then, the yellow and purple M4, brakes hard for Lisboa, and he misses the corner, goes wide, just avoids the barrier, and gets a round of applause from the marshal for surviving that.
Rightly so.
Oh, that was a bit touch and go, and that's one of your more experienced drivers, so, you know, mistakes can still come. Fractionally late on the brakes. I thought he was going to go up the escape road rather than try to make the corner. Make it he did. That was the save of the day.
Using all the skill and experience to say, I've got this.
Yeah.
Stand by. And does it within a centimetre of the barrier down at Lisboa. Really good work, that.
But the car behind, the Toyota, which is Han Li Chao, the champion in the SRO GT Cup there, look in the black and red Toyota Supra, looking at as a corporate, he is the man on the mission. He's done the absolute best in sectors 1 and 2. The sticker on the back that says silver is to reflect the categorisation that he's in, because within the championship there is a silver class and an AM class. And Han Li Chao, the overall, and of course, therefore, the silver champ for 2025. First year of SRO GT Cup, but it's been a really successful season. But Han Li Chao now, look at the way he's gobbling up the distance between himself and Kelvin Leung up the road ahead, and that's going to be a BMW that might get in the way. Leung struggles at Moorish as well, and now Han Li Chao is being held up, isn't he, going up towards Donna Maria.
Wrong part of the circuit to come across the BMW through Donna Maria down towards the Melco hairpin, and this a little bit frustrating on the run towards Melco hairpin. No overtaking, of course, as they thread their way around and turn back on themselves. Now it's going to open up a little bit and the opportunity to get past, but the damage is done for this lap, I think.
Yeah, and especially if the BMW now picks up pace, because it means that Han is going to be stuck behind for another lap. Similar platforms, of course. The Supra owes quite a lot to a BMW chassis. So they come now down to the right-hander of our bend. This is the exit of the corner, and it's BMW staying ahead of Toyota. That BMW does not look an easy drive to me. It looks as though Kelvin Leung is having to really fight the car around the circuit in a way that Han Li Chao is not having to wrestle the Supra. This, in the meantime, is Darilo Young coming down towards Fisherman's, and he's got an absolute best sector time in 2 and 3 and 4, and this could put Darilo Young up at the top of the times, where at the moment you'll find Han Li Chao. The time to beat, 2:33.4.
Could be a hero lap this for Darilo Young, number 95, up towards the conclusion of a lap, and currently 7th, goes top, a 2:31.732 for Darilo Young. It might well be a hero weekend this weekend. 2:31.732 for Darilo Young. He will continue to grow the business with Craft Bamboo, just hanging up the helmet, the active competition as far as a driver is concerned for Darilo Young in his 20th Macau Grand Prix weekend. But that's a good way to do it, isn't it? Top of the times, 2:31.732.
And quicker by 1.7 seconds. And we know that Han Li Chao is not slow, but he was slowed up by that BMW getting in the way. So I think there's more to come from the Supra. It looks like Han has got past now. It is now Daniel Liu 3rd in the Lotus and Moritz Berenberg 4th in the Porsche. So nice mix up at the pointy end of the order here. That is Han Li Chao then accelerating downhill. The Toyota Supra makes a lovely noise, that car, and he's up towards Moorish now.
We said yesterday we don't often get identical sector times, but we've just got it again. Darilo Young with a 28.157 in sector 2, absolutely matched by Han Li Chao in the 33 car just behind, 28.157.
And then the Toyota backs off and almost comes to a halt. Now, is that a problem? Because it's one thing to try and back off and let the traffic go, but there was nobody ahead. He's actually let a car overtake him. So I think Han Li Chao may have got a transmission problem coming out of Moorish, and I'm hoping that the car can at least limp round to the pit lane. Is that him? Is he back up to speed? That is certainly a Supra. So Han Li Chao, on what was expected to be a very good lap, either bails or was hit by a problem that he's managed to, by perhaps turning it off and restarting the car, has got round.
Well, let's just hope it's trying to find a bit of clear track, because maybe it was a little bit disconcerting being so close to the BMW. Continues on his way, does Han Li Chao, and just puts in a personal best in sector 3. So let's see also what number 20 Lu Wenlong can do. company down there in third place, but has put in 2 overall bests in Sector 1 and Sector 3 as well. And this is good news. They can get into a kind of a rhythm now because we've been able to have a good few laps running around the gear circuit.
Hanli Chow's 4th sector, though, was over half a minute slower, very nearly 40 seconds slower than it should have been. So that does suggest that he's got a problem. And the car, we understand, is still crawling along. Yeah, Daniel Liu trying to get himself up through the traffic here to pass Fok Wei Ming. And the white flag there is to say there's a slow-moving vehicle up the road, and the slow-moving vehicle is there. Look, hidden behind the graphic, it's the Toyota Supra, hazard lights on. So, yeah, something has gone wrong in that car because it's in limp home mode. And Hanli Chow, 2nd fastest, but with a problem. That's Daniel Liu coming up towards the timing line of the Lotus Emira, and he was 3rd. He's about to break the beam and stays 3rd. Carrera Cup Asia champion back in 2021, Daniel Liu, and regular in GT World Challenge Asia over the last couple of seasons. So Darrell O'Young, Hanli Chow, and then Daniel Liu, the top 3.
2:31.732, the best lap of this qualifying session thus far. It is in the hands of Darrell O'Young in car number 95 in his 20th Macau Grand Prix weekend, 20th and final Macau Grand Prix weekend as a driver. A former race winner. Yeah, you're right, because it's kind of in your blood, isn't it? And the lure of the Macau Grand Prix has to be for a driver from this region, the Greater Bay Area region of the world, has to be a huge lure. Right, we've got the 83 car putting in the best overall Sector 2, and then the number 20 car of Daniel Liu taking that overall best Sector 2 away. So keeping an eye on the car currently in 3rd place, car number 20. 27.9 in Sector 2, so the number 20 car, and Lotus Emira, by the way, very striking looking car, and also in the yellow and gold livery of those cars this weekend, 2 exceptional cars of the field. Puts in also an overall best sector in Sector 3 as well, so 2 purples for Liu. And Berenberg puts in an overall best in Sector 4 as well. So now they can get into the swing of this. This is turning into a rather exciting session. Darrell O'Young puts in overall best in Sector 4. This could potentially be a good lap from Darrell O'Young. Just Sector 5 to go.
This is Moritz Berenberg coming up towards the end of the lap, and he is ahead of O'Young on the track, so we'll get the Porsche through. The Soul Cayman in the entry. And Moritz Berenberg goes up to 2nd then, as this is Daniel Liu with a bit of rear damage. Look, he's just grazed something and he's way wide at Fisherman's. And I think Darrell O'Young might be heading for the pit lane. There was a slow Mercedes ahead of Chenchun Qual's number 15 Mercedes AMG there. So Daniel Liu comes into the right of our bend and goes over the tyre line. Chenchun Qual goes through, and Darrell O'Young has come by, but slowly.
Didn't go into pit lane, and that's maybe just buying a bit more clear track space, possibly because the end of that lap, Sector 5, was much slower for Darrell O'Young, having just put in an overall best in Sector 4. The pace was there, so maybe just trying to get a bit of clear track to press on, because we are now in the second half of this qualifying session. 14.5 minutes remain on the clock, just over.
Yeah, Darrell O'Young has carried on, but his first sector was slow as well. So maybe it is all about traffic, but curious. Moritz Berenberg here, though, has got no worries about traffic. He's on his own pretty much as he comes there now through the Solitude S's and heads towards Moorish. Porsche barking as he goes down through the gears, makes the climb up Moorish Hill now, and has done an absolute best in the first sector of this lap. Berenberg new to Macau, so racing here for the first time. Switching to Asian competition this year. And as I say, the AM champ has gone very well. Not terribly experienced driver, only really been racing for a couple of seasons. So Moritz Berenberg down towards the hairpin. We've got 13 3/4 minutes of this session still to go.
got a few drivers from Macau, and the top runner in Macau. It was very often a sort of a battle for huge honour of being the top step of the podium. Is it going to be a Macau driver? Is it going to be a Chinese Hong Kong driver?
We've got a red flag, got a stoppage, and it's because there's a Ginetta blocking the road that has had a spin, and 77 it is, the car of Lau Kim Ho. And by the look of it, he's had a big old tank slapper, and Moritz Berenberg there has missed pit in. So he's going to have to crawl round under the red flag for one lap. So this should not take long to get the car out of the way, but there's no way you could leave the session live with the track blocked.
The whole process starts again. The clock stops, 13.5 minutes of the session remaining, and a bit of a kiss of the barrier there. And
a kiss?
Yeah.
A kiss? That was an affair. That was a full-on snog, that was. That was a whack into the wall.
A bit, wasn't it?
And a bit of damage down to the front of the Ginetta as well. You could see the way the fence and the barrier ricocheted, couldn't you, as the impact went through it.
It's an affair.
Right, red flag. That's our second, isn't it, of this session?
It is. So 13.5 minutes, just under, remain on this interrupted qualifying session. At least they got in a few consistent laps, one after another.
True.
So that's good news. Maybe 3 in total, I reckon.
I feel a bit sorry for Moritz Berenberg because he did an absolute best in the first sector, a personal best in the fourth, but couldn't get the time because of the red flag. And we're being told that at the end of the session, Wong Cheng To and his team manager have to go to the stewards. That's for the investigation over overtaking under the red flag. Now, normally when you are told to go with your team manager, it isn't said they can ask for your lunch order.
It's never going to be good, is it? No, I'm afraid.
Chen Chunhua, who was fastest yesterday, only 12th at the minute. Darryl Young there going down the pit lane. He is the fastest. He's not been in the SRO GT Cup this season, so it's nice that he comes and joins the ranks this weekend.
And once again, the opportunity for the crowd here on a Friday to see themselves on TV. Yeah, they never know quite what to do. Do you wave at the screen or try and find where the camera is? They're finding out now, and it's so good to see so many happy, smiley faces in the sunshine here in the grandstands. Absolutely loving the action. Whatever happens, they love the action here at Macau. It's the 99 car of Wong Wai Hong, the Level Motorsports entered Mercedes AMG GT4 car. Competed here in Macau in the GT4 category, qualified 21st last year. Unfortunately, not classified in the final result for Wong Wai Hong. And you don't know, you point at the screen, the camera, where is it? Must be somewhere over there. Hang on, disorientating. And then finally you find the camera and wave to the camera itself. Great joy down there in the grandstands. Always good to see. Absolutely love this. You know you're in Macau when you get scenes from the grandstand like that.
Yeah, it's very true.
Very happy event, this.
After KTM, you can tell that from the cage inside, number 38, which is the car of Lu Ren.
Only got wrapped late on Wednesday evening before we got to see event underway on Thursday. So it's a very last minute livery, just a few bits of orange on what is predominantly a white car, but I think the car design speaks for itself. You don't need a shouty livery on that car to get a bit of attention, do you? 55, Kenny Chung having a chat to the team down there in pit lane, and now the recovery vehicle in place for the recovery of the Ginetta, the G55 car. And with 77 bringing that session to a close, we've got 13 minutes and 23 seconds when we get the session back underway. that is that very impressive looking car, the number 20 car, Daniel Liu, the Lotus Emira, yellow and gold. You know, if they were coming up with a design for a livery in the UK ahead of the season, and somebody said, I want it bright yellow and we're going to have gold flashes on it, people would look up from their laptops and question that. It just works in this in this region.
Totally.
For racing, it just works.
Yeah, the liveries have always been very special in Asia. There is the Liu Kei-shun Team Pegasus Lotus Emira. The second car, sister car to Daniel Liu. Until it's getting sunny, people now try to shield themselves from the heat. There is Chen Chenhua, who was the driver quickest yesterday, the driver from Chinese Taipei. So he's ready to go, but we don't yet have a start time. I'm a bit surprised that Ginetta wasn't able to get going again. Maybe there was a bit more damage done in that whack at the front left corner than was evident.
So you've got this period of time now down in pit lane where you need to stay focused, keep thinking about what's in prospect, because there are potentially a lot of qualifying laps to go in this session. Marshall's going to work to get rid of debris. Ginetta being put on the back of the recovery vehicle, and the marshals that are so well drilled in the various things that you might need to do, dealing with a bit of fluid down there on the circuit as well, because it was quite a clump into the barrier. Darryl Young, car number 95, the Mercedes AMG, the Craft Bamboo racing car, with evidence of quite a bit of contact there for Darryl Young on the front left of the car.
One car that we haven't seen out today is the Kanchi Wei Ginetta that went off at Moorish yesterday, and I think we said at the time it didn't look good. It looked like the front had all folded in, and that is missing. So I think, sadly, number 67 of Kanchi Wei has had to withdraw for the weekend.
I think you may be right. Yeah, that was a rather damaged car, and interesting to see that superficial damage to Darryl Young's Mercedes AMG. You saw he's not deterred, waving and smiling at the camera, as is the driver of number 12, Fok Wai Meng, in the Team TRC Mercedes AMG. Number 89 car. Cao Tzu Lung in the Level Motorsports Toyota. Door closed on the Toyota, and the multi-coloured Son Veng Racing Team colours, the yellow and the purple, so synonymous with these races here at Macau. Kevin Leung in the number 6 BMW.
3 minutes and counting before we get things back underway. So the team's being told to be on short call, but at, all being well, 11:45 then. So as Tai Cheng Ta gets ready to go in his Mercedes AMG, the drivers preparing themselves for the remaining 13 minutes.
After this here at Macau, we're qualifying all the way today. We've got 2 sections of qualifying for the Macau gear race, which is the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. Then qualifying for the Macau Formula 4 race. Those cars were first out on circuit this morning for their free practice 2. FIA FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix cars will qualify at 2:30 local time. And then the GT3 cars, the Macau GT Cup, they qualify at 20 to 4. That is live streaming timetable for this afternoon. We'll bring you every single piece of action from the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
But be prepared for the timetable to slip a little bit, because if we're getting red flags in qualifying and we have to stop the clock, then there is a knock-on effect. I think we lost about an hour yesterday through stoppages towards the end of the day, and everything has to be done by 6 o'clock anyway, because then the road will open. So this session was due to have finished 4 minutes ago. We've still got 13 minutes remaining, and the next session after this will be for the touring cars, the first of the 2 elements of qualifying, but we'll get the GT4 cars back out on track in about half a minute's time. Board shown at the end of the pit lane, so we are back on schedule pretty much as far as GT4 cars are concerned, and the resumption of qualifying. Then they have their race on Sunday morning, but nothing tomorrow, so they get a day off.
Quite nice if it's sunny.
Yeah. Perfect conditions to repair a car in some cases.
Or go to grandstand seat and enjoy the action which is coming up tomorrow. Qualifying race day.
Very true. Right, there's the Kelvin Lung BMW and the Mercedes on the play of Wai Ming. Oh, great. So now he's caused a traffic jam. He's got into the queue and it won't go. Will it? No. Yes.
Yes.
Finally.
So number 12 gets on his way from Wai Ming in the Team TRC Mercedes AMG. And there's a sense of urgency about this resumption, isn't there?
There is a little bit, yeah. And what's interesting is that all 3 Toyotas have gone out. So there, with 33, Han Li Chao, who we saw limping into the pit lane earlier, they've cured whatever the issue is seemingly, and Han Li Chao is back on the money.
A bit of time down in pit lane was a bit of a gift to them, wasn't it? Working on the Han Li Chao car. So that's good news. The Toyotas all out together. And a fairly speedy outlap as well. Bear in mind, we need to be using this carefully to get heat back into the tyres. The ambient temperature is helping with that. The track temperature goes up with the sunshine beating down on the tarmac. It's an important part of the outlap for the pit lane after getting things back underway, to make sure you haven't got tyres that are not up to absolute operating temperature. So fine are the limits here on the tight and twisty section of the Macau gear circuit. You need everything to be absolutely as it needs to be.
So 11.5 minutes to go. This outlap about 2/3 of the way through, and the Toyota you're looking at is Chao Ti Quan. Moritz Berenberg trying to get through the traffic in the Porsche. You get the feeling that he's being held up a little bit here, but he can't do very much.
Trying to squeeze his way through, isn't he?
but now he's in that yellow flag zone, so it's all academic anyway, but he wants to try to clear, and then he can be in the front of the queue and in the clear track space from here on in where the road opens up. You can see behind Han Li Chao has slowed the pack right down, weaving around to get warmth into the tyres, lets the traffic go ahead, and then will pull the pin coming down to black sands now and accelerates away.
They don't normally go around Macau hairpin quite so slowly, but finding a bit of clear track for the resumption of this session, the first of the flying laps, is really quite an important feature. And those two continue to circulate together, don't they?
Yeah, I think Berenberg might have called this wrong. I think the initial plan was that he'd jump ahead of the Toyota and then it would be fine. So he didn't drop back, but he hasn't been able to jump. So whether or not he's going to try to get a toe down to Lisboa and make a really desperate move on the inside, we're about to find out, aren't we? It is possible to overtake. Berenberg then sitting on the back of the Supra of Chao Ti Quan, and as they come down to the braking zone, Moritz Berenberg in the draft, goes to the inside line, has a big think about it, and it doesn't work for him, so his lap now is totally compromised by the pace of the Toyota ahead. Chao Ti Quan just keeping him at bay.
It's quite nice. It feels more like a race, this,
yeah,
isn't it? On the run down towards Lisboa there. And the two of them continue to remain absolutely together. This is so much more tricky now. Now they're into the tight and twisty section of the Macau gear circuit. You really have to be incredibly brave to think about squeezing past on this section of the circuit. And I don't know, in qualifying, I think discretion is the better part of valor. What do you do? What do you do here? Do you back off? Do you back off and allow the Toyota to press on?
I would at this point.
Me too.
Because you're not going to get through, and the pace is too similar. So Moritz Berenberg, I think, would be advised to let the Toyota go. But for now, as they come through the Solitude S's down towards Moorish, he's still stuck behind, but it's not helping this particularly. Darrell Young, in the meantime, remains at the top of the times. This will be the end of a flying lap, of course. Han-Li Chow there in the Toyota Supra, currently 4th. So you've got Darrell Young, Daniel Liu, Moritz Berenberg, Han-Li Chow as the order. And Han here has got the clear real estate that Moritz Berenberg wants. And
more importantly, has put in a couple of personal best sectors on this lap. So the good news is that 33 car looks to have suffered very nicely, having a little bit of extra time down in pit lane, and seems to be up to speed. So Han-Li Chow, the 33 car, look at that, almost come to a stop coming around the Melco hairpin. Goodness me, the two Toyotas were at a stop, I think, briefly, coming down towards the green light, which flashes on the exit of the Melco hairpin. And as they thread their way around, so we've got 8 minutes left on the clock now.
And there, look, Kelvin Leung getting squeezed through on the inside. So Kelvin Leung, or Leung Yembeng, in the BMW M4, trying to pick his way through and then also backs off. 21 is under investigation, Wang Hao, for speeding in the pit lane. Right, Han-Li Chow now up towards the line. And as you say, backing off at the hairpin to try to give himself as much clear track space as he could. So have another look at this. You've got Moritz Berenberg going very, very deep into the corner to try to slingshot his way out. And also, therefore, managed to stack up the Toyota, one of which, of course, had got in his way earlier on.
And you can't go past.
No. Right, so we've now got 7 more minutes on the clock, and Han-Li Chow comes down to Lisboa on a mission.
Interesting that we are now on qualifying laps after the resumption of this qualifying session, and although we've got a plethora of personal bests, we don't have any overall bests, do we?
No, we do have a car at the escape road though. Wang Hao has just gone straight on at the end of the straight at Lisboa, and he's also under investigation for crossing the white line at pit exit. But right now, Wang Hao's got to try and sort himself out from the escape road at Lisboa. Just parked outside Miguel Lei's desk, I think, at the moment, outside the Grand Lisboa Hotel. But he's trying to get out of the escape road to rejoin the session, which has got 6.5 minutes still to go. As there is, I think, 33 Supra blasting on. Han-Li Chow comes then with a personal best Sector 1 and a slightly slower Sector 2 to his name at the minute.
6 minutes remaining of this qualifying session, and you know, dreams are made here at Macau. This would be the first part of a dream, wouldn't it, if Darrell Young remains at the top of the times to go into his 20th Macau Grand Prix, 20th and final race here at Macau, to go in on pole position. That will be quite a celebration in itself here at Macau. Well, he's put in a personal best in Sector 1, nothing particular in Sectors 2 and 3, but he remains by 1.2 seconds on provisional pole position with 5.5 minutes remaining, looking at the 33 car of Han-Li Chow from China in the Toyota. Up towards the line goes Han-Li Chow, across the line, breaks the timing beam, completes a lap and goes top, 2:31.722. So they were only personal improvements, only green sectors across the lap, but they all added up to knock Darrell Young off pole position. A 2:31.722 for Han-Li Chow.
good effort that, and bearing in mind that a few minutes ago that was a car in limp home mode, wasn't it, crawling to the pit lane?
It's going all right now.
It seems to be. Yes, it's on the recovered side. Moritz Berenberg there, still fourth in the order. Now, bear in mind, Han Lee Chow, Darrell O'Young at the top of the times have got much more Macau experience. Moritz Berenberg, fourth, newcomer to the circuit, going nicely, but Han Lee Chow starting to close as those cars climb up San Francisco Hill over the brow. There's the Lotus in the meantime, going towards Moorish. This is Daniel Liu. He's third in the times, but slower in sector 1 and 2 and 3 on this lap.
And Han Lee Chow not only put in the overall best lap on that last lap, also put in a purple in sector 1 straight after it. 25.9 in sector 1 for Han Lee Chow. Remains on provisional pole position alongside Darrell O'Young in the 95 Mercedes. And there's only 100th of a second between the two of them. 2:31.722, 2:31.732 for Darrell O'Young.
And Darrell O'Young has had a moment. Look, so the Mercedes trying to rejoin. Is that down at Lisboa? Is he gone up the escape road? No, it's later in the lap, possibly. No, it is at Lisboa. So he has now sorted himself out, gets going again. Shows how hard they're trying, doesn't it?
And that's the second moment that Darrell O'Young has had, because when we saw the car down in pit lane, we saw that damage to the left front of the Mercedes. So it's he's really pushing on. He really wants this to be a dream weekend, doesn't he? Does Darrell O'Young, really pushing the extremities.
So hard on the brakes, car quivers under braking and just couldn't get it slowed down in time. Commits to the escape road, does exactly the right thing. Doesn't try and fight the car into the corner and risk an accident. So just needs to get up the escape road, turn it around, rejoin, reset, carry on.
You could just about get away with it if you get one little unsettled wiggle on the run towards Lisboa. If you go for a second and a third, you've got to use the escape road because it's all going to go horribly wrong. Kelvin Leung is number 6, the Song Veng Racing Team BMW M4. And
he's about to make a dive to get past Berenberg, isn't he? 6th in the times, Kelvin Leung. Yeah, he's got past the Porsche. So coming up towards the line now, BMW goes by. Better lap time, stays 6th for the driver from Macau. I think he's the highest placed of the Macau drivers, isn't he?
Top Macau driver in 6th place by some considerable margin, because what of number 7, Lei Kit Meng, is down there in 14th place for Lei Kit Meng, not having the best of sessions yesterday in FP1. Stopped down at San Francisco and the red flag brought the conclusion of the session, but Lei Kit Meng, who won the Road Sports race last year, down there in 14th place and 2nd of the Macau drivers.
Brian Lai, incidentally, did not rejoin the session, so that Ginetta still got a problem.
Need to have a look at Daniel Liu on this lap, because he has just gone, oh, hang on, number 29 car has gone straight into the barrier down there, and that's Yip Un Ho.
That's a Moorish, and right it is Yip Un Ho, and it's beached in the barrier. Red flag is shown. There's a minute on the clock. That's the session over, because you wouldn't get to do an outlap in time, so that's your lot.
And it's a shame, because Daniel Liu had just put in overall best in sectors 2 and 3, a personal best in sector 1, but it all amounts to nothing, because the red flag comes out for the 3rd time during that half an hour of qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. It's Han Lee Chow that's at the top of the times. Session will not be resumed, with recovery required over there for the number 29 car of Yip Un Ho, and the McLaren needs to be recovered, and the session will not restart. So Han Lee Chow on provisional pole position at 2:31.393 from Darrell O'Young, starts on the front row of the grid.
So Han Lee Chow, Darrell O'Young, the top 2, and it's a shame that the session was interrupted such, but Yip Un Ho's McLaren in the barriers. It'll take a little bit of retrieval, and as we were explaining, there's no way that there's going to be time to get even an outlap completed before the checkered flag. So the order at the end of qualifying for the final round of the SRO GT Cup, the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. Han Li Chao quicker than Darilo Young, Daniel Liu third, Moritz Berenberg fourth, Cao Tzu Lung fifth, and Kelvin Leung sixth, ahead of Wang Hao. Then Tao Ti Kwam, Chen Chunhua ninth, and Lu Kai-shun comes home 10th in the order. Chuang Chi-shun next, ahead of Sai Chang Ta, then Yang Meng Chao and Lei Kit Meng. You've got Lam Kim Ho 15th, ahead of Wang Wei Hong, and no time recorded for Brian Lai. And we never saw number 67, the battered Ginetta of Kan Chi Wei, and I'm not sure we're going to see that tomorrow. But a great effort for Han Li Chao, fastest in GT4.
Welcome to the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour here from the streets of Gaia. It is Macau, the legendary circuit that takes no prisoners. All eyes, my friends, are on this gentleman here, Jan Erlache, who leads the standings with 34 points ahead of this gentleman over here, his teammate Ted Bjork. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do, because Macau is a very tricky place to qualify, and you need friends, and in this case it is these two gentlemen who are going to be acting as a support for each other to some extent, and they do what we call a tow situation in qualifying here. Can you talk us through that towing strategy and how it's going to work out for you guys?
It will depend a little bit how it goes after Q1. But regarding free practice, at the moment it looks like I will tow Ted run 1 in Q2 if we get there, and he will tow me on the run 2. But you know, strategy are meant to change and adapt, so we will see through the quali. Yesterday we saw that the Hyundais were very strong. We're hoping, I guess, from your position that it was all down to fresh tyres, but what are your thoughts in Lynk & Co camp? Well, it was not down to fresh tires. We were all kind of on the same tire strategy. They have a clear advantage on us down to straight, so first sector and last sector. So we will just try to maximize the potential of the car where we know it's strong, and we will try to fight for a top 3 spot. That's the main goal today, but the overall main goal is the championship. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, all right, powers on. Yeah, so the overall goal for him is the championship position. So ultimately, as long as he qualifies ahead of his teammate Ted, then that will be a good position for him to be in. But pretty much every session over this weekend so far has been red flagged. So it doesn't really matter what strategy you try and play, anything can change. Other news, so like I said, Hyundai were really quick yesterday. They have got the outright pace from what we can tell in free practice so far. Particularly Mikel Ascona, he smashed out 2 brilliant free practice sessions. In other news, Santi Urrutia takes I think in total about 24 placed grid penalty due to a change of engine, change of turbo. So he will start race 1, regardless of what happens in qualifying, he will start race 1 from the back. Important for him, though, will be opportunising, don't think that's a word, but making the most of this qualifying session, aiming for P10. Therefore, for the main race, or main race in Macau terms, on Sunday, he could potentially start race 2 in pole position. All right, so that's the lay of the land. Let's see what happens, eh? Gaia.
Here on the Gia circuit in Macau for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. The Gia race has been a fabled touring car race for decades. It has had some great entries, some great racing. It ran for many years as a non-championship race. More recently, it's been part of World Championships, whether it's been the World Touring Car Championship or World TCR, or now TCR World Tour. There's a slippery track over at turn 16, but the first part of qualifying is ready to go. Remember that we're looking for the top 12. They get half an hour for Q1, and the top 12 out of the 17 that we have here in Macau go through into the second element, 15 minutes. And Santiago Urrutia, 12-place grid drop for a turbo change, 12-place grid drop for an engine change. That means he starts somewhere near Hong Kong.
Yeah, you're right. It couldn't be worse, really, could it? No, it's a very difficult thing to go into a race weekend starting from the back, but at least you know what you've got ahead of you.
True. He's not going to be much use in terms of a point scorer, but he's not nominated for points for Lynk & Co this weekend, but he's also not going to be much use to his teammates in the race, but he might be there in qualifying to be used to tow all of them around as needs be, because come what may, he's going to be at the back, so there's very little point wasting a good set of tyres and putting too much in, because he's going to go to the back of the grid come what may. Right, Q1 is underway then. The car's out of the assembly area. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside. In 288 they're going down the assembly road is Sean Chang. there aren't that many local drivers, sadly. Quite a few appeared on the original entry, but for whatever reason, their participation didn't materialise. We do have Sean Chang. We also do have Andy Liang, who hit the wall at Melco yesterday, and we do have the very rapid Lo Se-ho, and he's going to be a man to watch, I suspect. Championship-wise, Jan Erlaché, 34-point lead over Ted Bjork, but there are 15 points at stake here if you get pole position. So the championship situation in either driver's favour will be affected by what we have in this qualifying hour.
Doesn't seem too worried about the championship points at this stage of the weekend. That will intensify as the weekend goes on, but Jan seems very cool and calm when Alex has a chat to him down there on the grid. He's been calm all weekend. It does remind me, you know, listening to him doing an interview of Ivan Muller, his uncle, and how cool and calm he always seemed, and the accent kind of helps that as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, his mum raced here in Formula 3. Catherine Muller was a very good single-seater and occasional sports car racer. And Jan Erlaché came into touring cars via Midjet, via the Sirocco R Cup, via French Super Tourism. He's raced in the European Le Mans Series, the Road to Le Mans. Like Uncle Ivan, he's been good in Trophy Andros ice racing. Yves Erlaché is his dad. And, World Touring Car champion back in 2021, Jan Erlaché. So a driver to watch. He has had 4 race wins this year to the 3 of Ted Bjork, and you're on board here with the GOAT Racing Honda of Esteban Guerrieri that yesterday seemed to be drawn magnetically up the escape road down at Lisboa. But this is the Melco hairpin where you can't overtake, not because it's too narrow, but by regulation you're not allowed to even think about it because it's so narrow. And Guerrieri skips out the other side of the hairpin and accelerates now down through Black Sands.
The back-facing camera, having a look at the driver's concentration, is something to be really quite interested in the touring cars. You really do see the ultimate concentration, barely blinking inside the car, and that is the nature of the gear circuit here at Macau. Every single centimetre of the circuit requires your 100% concentration, doesn't it? Lap after lap.
Right, so through go Erlaché and Bjork. Jan Erlaché is not going to be of any use to Ted Bjork and help him to go faster with the toe, is he? So neither driver really benefiting from any team plan at the moment as you go on board with Jan Erlaché down towards the fast right-hander of Mandarin, and he's a little bit sideways there and he has to fight the car out the other side. Sharp intake of breath from all concerned, but Jan Erlaché gets away with that, but it shows already he's on the limit.
That's a heck of a corner to get it wrong, because you haven't got too much room for manoeuvre, nor have you got too much room for manoeuvre on the exit of Lisboa. So close to the barriers in these touring cars, as now they thread their way up through the tight and twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau, through Maternity, the hospital over there on the left-hand side. Teddy Yip, the left-hander which comes. What do we see just there? Is there something we just saw over to the left-hand side? Not too sure about that, but Jan Erlaché continues on his way, on board with Ted Bjork, the top 2 in the championship.
And Bjork was slightly quicker in Sector 1, but Norbert Mikelish quicker than anybody, and Mikael Ashken quicker than anybody in Sector 2. The significance of that being it's the Hyundais fighting back. They had a really bad start to the season. The cars just did not seem to like the altitude in Mexico, and that's where it was a triple race weekend. Really was the undoing for the whole season. They've been fighting to catch up ever since, and it's been difficult given the strength of Link and Co. Erlaché versus Bjork then on track, but also for the championship. 34 points between them.
Yep, top 2 in the championship, battling it out this weekend here at Macau for the title of 2025 Kumo FIA TCR World Tour Champion. And as we get ourselves now towards the Melco hairpin, the run down the hill, the green light, that means they can overtake after the Melco hairpin, the run down towards the conclusion of the first of the flying laps of this half-an-hour Q1 of qualifying for the touring cars.
And you can see here how the laps are being pieced together for Ashken, Mikelish, Bjork and Erlaché, with the clock running, with the sectors piecing together. So Bjork quicker than Erlaché in Sector 1, slower in Sector 2. He was slower in Sector 3 and fractionally faster by Sector 4. Over the line comes Jan Erlaché, so the first proper flying lap is a 2:30, and Bjork goes through behind him and does a time 61,000 slower. Well, they're evenly matched, those Lincoln Co's, aren't they?
They certainly are, and top two in the championship. Yep, it's perhaps not surprising. Ashkener was superb yesterday on the gear circuit, and same again on the first flying lap, 2:28.634. So Mikkel Ashkener goes to the top of the times after one flying lap. Mikkelix is second, Norby Mikkelix with a time of 2:29.446, 2:28.634. Ashkener's first time, really impressive. That.
Yeah, he's had a really bad season, has Mikkel Ashkener by his high standards, or he was a winner at Inja, so he's had one victory, but it's been a tough year. And we have got a yellow flag in Sector 2. Guerrieri is off the road, and I think that's Lisboa. He's gone straight on, just like yesterday. Hondas have a different track map as far as Lisboa is concerned, but he's outrated himself and gone up the escape road. He was able to keep the engine running, get going. Session remains live. Hooray.
Much better turn around today. Well, he's a practice yesterday.
Yes, exactly. In fairness, it wasn't just Guerrieri who was up the escape road. Teammate Pepe Oriola, who's not raced here since 2018, he was up the escape road as well. And it was a GOAT Racing Honda that won the gear race last year, wasn't it? In the wet race that was much delayed, but Dusan Vukovic came through to win it.
Got some fast drivers in this field for the gear race for Macau in 2025, and they showed their class yesterday that they could get some continuous running in free practice yesterday. Two sessions we had, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and we did manage to get a good few continuous laps. That's one of the keys to this. You get the heat into the tyres, and then if you can do 1, 2, 3 quick laps, then you're into the swing of things, and that's what they need to do. Get a bit of momentum going in this, get a bit of rhythm in this first section of qualifying.
Santiago Urrutia is 9th plus 24, so with all the penalties, where he puts himself in the order is rather academic. As you look there at the Hyundai coming out of Fisherman's Bend, so Norbert Mikelish comes now. He won the championship here a year ago down towards our bend. Mikelish comes through, the gap 8/10 off Ashkener, as Urrutia just goes through 6th fastest now. Mikelish crosses the line and goes slightly quicker, but not enough to overhaul Mikkel Ashkener. So Ashkener, Mikelish, and now Nestor Girolami up to 3rd. Nestor Girolami in another of the Hyundai, so it's a Hyundai lockout at the top, then Alaché Bjork and Martin Hua. So you've got 3 Hyundais and then 4 Lincoln Co's, because Santiago Urrutia is 7th. And then something different, a Cupra is 8th, Aurelien Cont, Honda 9th, Esteban Guerrieri, and a Cupra 10th in the hands of Max Hart, who was very much a late call-up for the weekend.
And loves the car. Saw some of the comments yesterday. He says it's different, but absolutely loving being here at Macau on the gear circuit this weekend. And you know, the interesting thing is, if he started the week thinking this was just a weekend off at home, and then he gets the call, which he did, with just a couple of days before the event got underway, and can you have a look at flights? We need to get you out here, and pack a bag, and you're on your way before you know it. It's a bit of a whirlwind week, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then to find yourself, instead of being on a simulator, actually being here at Macau once again, somewhere where he has won races before and knows what he's doing around the gear circuit here at Macau. He could be really one to have a good result this weekend.
I reckon the gear race, given that it starts with the reverse grid of the top 10 out of qualifying, yes, definitely. And right now he's in that top 10, so he's going nicely. 11th is the quicker of our 2 Australian visitors from TCR Australia, Josh Buchan. Pepe Oriola is currently 13th, filing off the rust. Lo Seho's a bit disappointing, he's only 16th currently. You're riding with Norby Mikelish then as he comes out of Donna Maria. This very narrow section of the circuit, down to the Malco hairpin. It's a little bit wider on entry, but it is so tight the other side. It's partly the problem of getting 2 cars side by side. It's partly the problem of the lock to get around the hairpin even. So Guerrieri then into the pits. See the tyres allocated for number 186 Honda, the GOAT racing car. And still 20 minutes of this first section of qualifying remains. Ignacio Montenegro has gone back out after the stop.
Yep, a third of Q1 is now complete, half an hour in total, under 20 minutes left, 19 and a half minutes of qualifying remain, and Mikkel Ashkona top of the times. Norby Mikulits second position and into pit lane. And that's going to be the story of this lap, isn't it? So many of them coming down into pit lane. Jan Ellershey in fourth place, Ted Bjork in fifth place, and there are only, I think, maybe 4 or 5 cars that remain out on circuit in the top 17 cars.
Yeah, time for a new set of tyres. So there, Jan Ellershey's Lincoln Co. Ted Bjork, his championship rival, is now 5th and Ellershey 4th. So they're still very competitive, very evenly matched here. But Ted Bjork, who's been a race winner here in the past, Jan Ellershey has not been. Ted Bjork, the slower of the two. Mikkel Ashkona remaining the fastest. As drivers here have a look at the times. The iPad put over the steering wheel just while the cars have the tyres changed. New set of Kumhos go on. So there is Norby Mikulic ready to go back out for the BRC Hyundai N Squadra course. Minutes on the clock. This is Ignacio Montenegro in his Goat Racing Honda coming up towards the end of a lap. He's only just gone back out, so he's trying to get the tyres back up to temperature, get the pressures back up as well.
In the sunshine today here at Macau, it's a slightly easier job than we had with the slightly cooler temperatures, a bit more windy yesterday as well. The wind has dropped just opposite the commentary box as we look over the circuit and over part of the paddock here at Macau. There are a number of trees, and on the other side of that we've got a huge amount of water, and you can see that yesterday it was really quite blustery over there on the other side of the circuit. Today, pretty still, pretty warm, and for the first time for a little while, we've seen today umbrellas being used in the grandstands to shield from the sunshine rather than, well, first thing this morning, bit of rain. It was quite a bit of overnight rain last night. Late part of the evening it was getting a bit drizzly, and then quite a bit of rain fell. You wouldn't believe it now. First thing this morning here on the gear circuit, there were definite wet patches, and in certain areas there were puddles as well offline. So the circuit has dried out nicely now. It's still a little bit humid. It's always a little humid here at Macau, but 72% humidity before this session got underway, and we are coming up towards the halfway marker in this Q1 of qualifying to sift out and get the top 12 to go into quarter of an hour of qualifying for Q2.
And right now, that top 12 are Ashkona, Mikulic, Girolami, Ellershey, Bjork, Mar, Urrutia, Cont, Guerrieri, Hart, Josh Buchan, and then Lo Se Ho, who has improved into the top dozen. And that therefore pushes this man out of it, Ignacio Montenegro. Pepe Oriola is still not quite far off the rust, has he? The Goat Racing team manager, been out of the cockpit for a while, couple of years since he last raced anywhere. And what about 7 since he last raced here? And Oriola, who has rejoined the session, needing to find a big chunk of time still.
2 Australians we've got competing in this final rounds of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour, and that is Josh Buchan, who is currently in 11th place, as David just said, and Ryan McMillan, who is outside the top 12, so the cut-off point is down there in 15th place. But Josh Buchan in 11th place, that's good news. Looking forward to the conclusion of this first section of qualifying, coming up towards the start of the second quarter of an hour, the halfway point in this qualifying session. It's Mikkel Ashkona top of the times, Mikulic in second position, Mr. Girolami in third, and then these two at the top of the World Championship standings, Jan Ellershey just ahead of Ted Bjork.
So the Goat Racing engineers looking at all of their data. That is Lo Se Ho going through, and he's now been elbowed back down to 13th because Ignacio Montenegro has gone into the top 8 once more. So Lo Se-ho comes down towards Mandarin, and he's got the road to himself at the moment in the older Hyundai. Comes out of Mandarin, where 3 years ago he had a mighty accident, but Lo Se-ho down towards Lisboa, stands on the brakes and attacks the corner. Now accelerates out the other side of it, trying to find a little bit of time, and he is not doing so, sadly, on this lap. A little bit slower than he has been regular over the years, whether it's been in Asian touring cars, TCR Asia, China GT, TCR International, TCR China, TCR Asia. He certainly understands touring car racing, does Lo Se-ho, and currently 13th. The car that he's after really is Josh Buchan, and he's got to find about 2/10 to get ahead.
Didn't really look that committed, did it, as the car went through Lisboa. So see what happens in the second half of Q1 now, as we ride on board with the 168 car, and that is the car of championship leader Yann Alaché in the Lincoln Co.
Really had to fight the car into Lisboa. You could see how much energy was being put into the steering wheel as it found all the bumps and was hard to slow down, and it's still occupying a lot of attention as he goes through the S's, and we've got a damaged car there which he's up against the barriers coming out of turn 2. This, I fear, might stop the session. Ryan McMillan, as you can see, has hit the wall very hard and broken the suspension on the rear. Red flag, out it comes. So 13 minutes on the clock, but the session can't carry on with the car where it is, so the session is stopped, and that's going to need to be retrieved. That's a big frustration because everybody has just gone back out on a new set of tyres.
Cars onwards into pit lane. See what happened to Ryan McMillan.
Too fast. Simple as. Too much speed carried through the corner, couldn't hold on to it, rattles up against the wall, breaks the rear suspension, and gets the car stopped as quickly as he can, but you can't get Marshall's trackside to get it out of the way, so we have to stop the session in order to do it. But it was a big impact, that's for sure, and it's a left-hand drive car, so the best news of all of that is that Ryan McMillan is okay, because that would have been quite a whack through the car, quite an impact. So he was 15th, and therefore is certainly not going to get himself into that top 12 for Q2. Car being retrieved, and as soon as the track's clear, we can think about getting the session back underway. So the car's coming down the pit road. That is our 9th red flag of the day, if you top them all up from previous sessions. And there the engineers await their respective cars, and they'll be on the radio to the driver explaining what they need to be doing on this in-lap and asking if there's anything that then needs to be tweaked once they're in the pit lane. Yann Alaché makes his way back to the pit road. Marcin Hua's car has just been stopped on the scrutineering flat patch down in the pit lane approach. So everybody makes their way to the pits, and the recovery of a rather broken Hyundai can be underway out on the track, can't it?
Certainly can, and Esteban Guerrieri's car being pushed back in pit lane. So too Pepe Oriola's car down in pit lane, and back to this stricken car of Ryan McMillan. Quite a bit of debris flew off the car after that contact with the barrier before the car came to a stop. So the marshals doing the job of picking up various bits, putting them in a bucket and tipping them inside the car before it gets recovered back to pit lane. But there was quite a bit of debris in that run down towards where the car came to a stop.
Now let's head to Gabriele Rizzo from the Hyundai squad while we have this red flag. Alex Legui is down there with Gabriele.
Ciao, Gabby. Right, strategy seems to be paying off so far. What's the feedback that you're getting from the drivers out there?
Well, the track is hotter, so it shifts a bit the balance compared to yesterday. We are pretty good now, but it's still a long session, both Q1 and Q2. we have the advantage that yesterday we put a lot of new tires. Probably you noticed. And so that's has an effect on the beginning of the queue. Let's see how it will end. We keep focus.
All right, good. Grazie mille.
Interesting to hear that the weather has really changed the balance of the cars now that it's hotter than it was yesterday. So what they learned yesterday doesn't necessarily translate to today's plan. And the best lap of Ryan McMillan is being taken off him for causing the stoppage. So there's the car craned onto the back of the flatbed. We're not far from getting things back underway. I think we're looking at about 3.5 minutes.
We haven't really had this lovely, hot, sunny condition at Macau, which is the typical condition of racing at Macau, for a little while. Last year was a little bit challenging as far as rain was concerned. We're going to have another look at this and see what led up to the stoppage that we've got just too quick. You're absolutely right, David, just too quick going through the corner, and then it takes a long time to come to a stop after that. Bits rolling off the car, and they're the bits of car that the marshals were busy picking up, but that is quite damaged on both sides of the car, and it's now on the back of that recovery vehicle. And you're absolutely right, just asking too much of the car.
First time here, Ryan McMillan, having raced single-seaters back home last year. He was the Australia Formula Open Series champion, so making the switch to touring cars this year. TCR Australia has had a pretty difficult season, to say the least, with races being cancelled because of lack of entries, and then the entry not growing because there was fear of races being cancelled. It was that chicken and egg situation. But finally, races were run, and the other Australian representative is double TCR Australia champion Josh Buchan. And he has also been a winner outright this year in TCR World Tour. So Mikael Ashkiner there, who is the fastest, waiting to go back out, and it's going to be a minute and a half, give or take, when the green light goes on at the end of the pit lane. Ashkiner, as I've been saying over the course of the weekend thus far, having had a really tough season, but he's been a successful driver in the past, twice TCR Europe champion, WTCR champion in 2022 as well. That car, just to make the point about Ashkiner, carries an extra 20 kilos of success weight. We haven't really touched on weight, but again, you do well, you carry weight. Norbert Mikelish has 10 kilos, Aurelien Comte Cooper has 40, Ted Björk's Lincoln Co has 30, and so too does Jan Erlaché. So they've got the same weight as each other, Erlaché and Björk. So again, there's nothing really to give an advantage to either or.
Here we go, we're about to get things back underway to find out who the top 12 are to go into the second session of qualifying into Q2, and that's the rather sad sight of the HMO Customer Racing Hyundai Elantra N. Ryan McMillan being brought back on the flatbed recovery vehicle, back down to pit lane, and we're in the final countdown to get cars back out on circuit. 13 minutes just over of this session remaining, all the cars being held until the word is given and the green light shows down in pit lane to get this session back underway. So this first section of qualifying to find out the top 12 that will go through into quarter of an hour for Q2, and as soon as word is given, we need to get heat back into temperature into the tyres, and the green flag is waved, so the session back underway. And as you say, David, to hear down in pit lane how the warmer temperatures today make the big effect on the way the cars are handling. It also allows them to get heat back into the rubber a lot quicker on this outback from pit lane.
Does indeed, and you can see everybody back on track now, weaving around again to get tire temp and pressures back up, and 12.5 minutes are on the clock. And this is only Q1, don't forget. We take the top 12 and they get 15 minutes to determine the pointy end of the grid. 17 cars this weekend is one of the smaller gear race entries in recent years, but it is a very competitive one, and a lot of good drivers all up at the sharp end. So it's going to be a brace of races that are really, really good around here, and one will be Saturday, one will be Sunday.
And a brace of Hyundais make their way into Lisboa. I suppose you'd be happier surrounded by your teammates rather than anyone else going into Lisboa on the warm-up lap, just to get heat into the tyres is Mikael Ashkona, who is top of the times, 2:28.634. I fancy that time may be bettered in the second half of qualifying if they can get running without interruption. Now, one interruption so far in qualifying for Ryan McMillan's car. He finishes up at this stage in 16th position, having put in his personal best lap on the previous lap before coming to grief at that penultimate turn on the gear circuit. So, as they thread their way around the twisty section on the Macau gear circuit, get the tyres back up to temperature, what do you think's about to happen? Is there going to be any big surprise in this final 11 minutes of Q1, David?
I'm slightly intrigued to see what the track positioning is of the Lincoln Co's, because I would have thought it would be advisable to get Urrutia at the head of the queue. As we've explained, he's going to start 17th on the grid. He's going to start last on the grid, come what may. So get him to the head of the field of Lincoln Co's, let him tow Alache for a lap or two, let him tow Bjork for a lap or two. Now, it might be that the team is quite content to do that only in Q2, because at this point it's about not being slow rather than about being quick. Yeah. You need to be in that top 12, and with only 17 in the entry, it's pretty much achievable. So maybe they're not that concerned yet, and they will take that plan for Q2. So I'm not convinced we are going to see any major surprises. At the moment, the one who's on the bubble is Josh Buchan. So really it's going to be to see, I suppose, whether Lo Se-Ho could break into the top dozen, or indeed Pepe Oriola, who is 14th. And it'd be quite nice in his return to racing if Pepe could make it through to Q2.
It'd be interesting as well. Josh Buchan, as you rightly said, is a round winner this year in the TCR World Tour. Was out in Australia, in Korea, didn't compete in China, but is here in Macau and won in Korea. So let's see what's about to happen in the final 9.5 minutes of qualifying. They go on to their first qualifying laps. See just how tight they are to the barrier on the exits of Lisboa. It's inch perfect and planned to absolute perfection. We've got a yellow flag down there as well.
Yeah, and it's because Nestor Girolami has gone straight on in his Hyundai. So Girolami trying to get himself back in the right direction, as just before all of that, Mikael Ashkona did an absolute best in Sector 2. So Girolami trying to get going again. He's got the car in the right direction. But has he stalled it, or is he waiting for instruction from the marshal to get going? Either way, he, I think, is now on the move.
On his way. Yann Alache has just put an overall best in Sector 3, so a purple sector for Yann Alache. Currently down there in 4th for the championship leader, and a purple sector in Sector 3. That's one of the important sectors to go quickly in, to sprint together an overall best lap around the 6-kilometre circuit here for the gear circuit in Macau. So we'll keep an eye on Yann Alache. Personal best sectors 1 and 2 and 4 now, and an overall best in Sector 3. That may well see Yann Alache go up the order, coming down there in 4th place. Mikael Ashkona, top of the time so far, and has just put in overall best in Sector 2. But, the other sectors up to Sector 4, nothing in particular. And Yann Alache does go up 1 place, so personal best in all sectors apart from Sector 3, which was an overall best. So Yann Alache, the Frenchman, leading the championship up in the 3rd. And as you say, this is all about getting through into Q2.
Right, so that's Pepe Oriola who goes over the timing line. We just had Esteban Guerrieri improved to 8th, and Oriola 12th now, so he's got himself into Q2. Max Hart's up to 10th, and then finds himself down to 11th as others start to go a little bit quicker. Yeah, Josh Buchan up to 9th. So actually this is quite interesting, isn't it? Because now the lap times are coming thick and fast and more shuffles to the order, but it's still Ashkona at the very top, having gone faster again last time around. Ashkona did a 2:28.610 just to stretch the margin to 3/10 over Norbert Mikelish.
Yeah, so Ashkona still at the top of the times, but with an improved time, and that's a 2:28.610. Pepe Oriola comes through the circuit, threading his way through. It was a while. You mentioned yesterday when the last time that Pepe Oriola was here at the gear circuit. I mean, you never forget it, do you?
No.
I think it's more years than I thought it would have been. It's quite a few years since he was here.
2018.
2018
yeah.
is a lot longer than I thought it was.
He's not raced in the championship since 2023.
No.
But yes, 2018, it's been a long spell. And bit by bit, the rust is filing off, except that as others have gone faster, he's now been bumped out of the top 12. Lo Seho is up to 12, and Ignacio Montenegro has got into the top 10 as well. So the net result is that Oriola's tenure in the top dozen did not last for very long. And on this lap, Oriola has done a personal best sector 1, but I'm afraid sectors 2 and 3 are a little bit slower. So I'm not convinced he's going to be able to fight back, although we've got a couple of laps yet. He might be able to do it. 5.5 minutes. Aurelian Cont Cupra here, coming through Donna Maria.
It would be nice to see Lo Seho go through into Q2,
yeah,
though. He's there in 12th place at the moment. Max Hart is in 11th and was really happy and comfortable with the car yesterday, and is very good around the gear circuit here at Macau, having stood on the top step of the podium here, and to see him go through into Q2 would be good as well. But, yeah, so we're keeping our eyes focused really on the drop point now, with diminishing minutes left. 5 minutes just under of Q1 remain.
Aurelian Cont here in the Cupra, 13th, and he's heading for the pit lane. So Aurelian Cont having a tough session, and just to throw a little bit of salt into the wound, his new teammate, Max Hart, who is having his first outing in the car, is quicker than Cont, who's been a regular in the championship.
But Max Hart is good.
Oh, we know that.
And
yeah,
it takes
absolutely.
a unique driver to excel at the gear circuit here at Macau. We've had a few of them over the years, and it has been responsible for claiming world titles here. If you're good at Macau, it's been historically the final meeting of a world championship year. And Andy Prix, exceptional here at Macau, and I'm sure contributed hugely to claiming multiple titles in the World Championship, and so too Rob Huff as well, who has been so good around the streets of Macau, and is missed in this lineup this year. First time for a long time we've not had Rob Huff here competing at Macau, and it's a shame not to have him here.
It is. Nothing lasts forever, I'm afraid to say. He was going to miss a year at some point, so very busy in historics these days is Rob Huff, and also with his driver management company. But the next generation of touring car star.
And his coffee company.
Oh, his coffee company and everything else. Yes, I've got the coffee. Yes. Yeah, Andy Prix, as you touch on, was presented with an award by the BRDC a few years ago. The BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club, has Superstars and Rising Stars, young driver programs. And when he received his trophy, Andy said, "Does this make me a member now of the Fading Stars programme?" He took it all in good part. So, but still very competitive himself in historic racing as well. But yeah, two Brits that really stamped their mark on the World Touring Car Championship through success at the gear circuit. Right, Nestor Girolami, after his trip up the escape road, is back on track. Makes the run down the hill once again, and the session drawing to a close here. At least Q1 is, yeah.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to be precise remain on the clock as we look at Nestor Girolami and Mikkel Ashkona down in pit lane now, and that's the car which is top of the times. So just time to have a little look, have a little polish, and make sure that the car is looking its best and prepared for Q2. Car 112, Santiago Urrutia, just weaving the car on the run-in towards pit lane. And I think we've seen just about as much as we're going to see from this qualifying session for Q1. And Lo Seho, if it remains the way it stands at the moment, is going to make his way through into Q2. So too is Max Hart, 12th and 11th places respectively towards the end of Q1. Less than 2 minutes to go. Ted Bjork second in the championship. And in the foreground, Jan Lachey, championship leader. The car pulled back. And of course, this is all running up towards the race on Sunday, the hugely respected Macau gear race. 10 laps around the gear circuit on Sunday at 11 o'clock local time for the touring car race. They race tomorrow over 10 laps. That's early afternoon, 20 past 1 in the afternoon. But looking at Nestor Girolami bringing his car down into pit lane as well. Q1 is about to come to a conclusion, and Ashkana, Mikelic and Jan Lachey the top 3, with Santiago Urrutia top 4, Ted Bjork in 5th and Girolami in 6th position. Some of them are still pressing on the circuit. Only Lo Si Ho putting in a personal best in sector 2 on that lap. He's still down there in 12th place. And as they continue onwards towards the completion of Q1, half a minute to go. In the foreground you see the number 69 car of Andy Liang in his Eurasia Motorsport entered Hyundai Elantra, and Pepe Arreola just having a look down on the inside. Almost going wrong there for Andy Liang, squeezing the car round at Lisboa, and then on the run-up San Francisco Hill. Checkered flag is going to come out in 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag, and the end of Q1 for the Macau gear race. Kumo FIA TCR World Tour, final event of the year, the event of Macau. And I think, David, we've got our top 12.
I think you're right, and they are Mikael Ashkana, Norbert Mikelic, Jan Lachey. Santiago Urrutia will go through, even though he's got the grid drops. Ted Bjork, Nestor Girolami, Marshall Ha, Esteban Guerrieri, Josh Buchan, Ignacio Montenegro, Max Hart and Lo Si Ho. Q2 is going to start in just over 10 minutes time, so they've got a moment or two to get back to the pit lane, do anything they need to. And I oh hello, debris on the road there coming from Oriola's car, and scuff marks on the front left corner as well, and it's the mirror I think that's taking the pounding. The left-hand side of the car was where the impact was, so the mirror has rather exploded.
Can I just squeeze in my favourite Macau Rob Huff quote then? If you've still got wing mirrors, you're not trying hard enough.
This is true. This is true. Let's have a look at what happened then, as the Goat Racing team are keen to find out what the team manager did. Here you go, runs too wide, yeah, bounces off the barrier, and that's why all the debris flies. So he ran deep into the corner, coming through the approach to Moorish. Kind of bounce off it in a touring car in a way that you can't in a single-seater. So the driver's now taking the checkered flag and ready for the sort of 10-minute time between sessions. Aurélien Cont did go back out for one last run, so as he comes up towards the checkered flag, this might actually put him into the top 12, because he's got a couple of personal best sector times. He's got a dodge past Andy Liang's Hyundai, which he does. So Aurélien Cont then, to try to get into the top 12, comes across the timing line and improves the lap, but misses out by a 10th, just under a 10th. So Lo Si Ho survives to go into Q2. Engineers quickly on the radio to tell the drivers whether they're in or not and what they need to do on the in-lap. So Ashkana from Mikelic, the top 2, Lachey 3rd, and Urrutia 4th. But now he becomes the sacrificial lamb, I think, to do all the towing around. 5th, Ted Bjork, and 6th in the times, Nestor Girolami. You can see the margins there, pretty narrow, especially Mikelic to Lachey.
So a second covering the top 5 in Q1. Girolami, Marchinroy, Guerrieri, Buchan, Montenegro, Hart and Lo Si Ho are the top 12 at the end of Q1. Busy time now for the teams down in pit lane, making sure the cars are absolutely as they need to be. In fairness, Ashkiner has been down in pit lane for quite a while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked very, very impressive all weekend,
yeah.
Has Mikael Ashkiner. So certainly a man to watch. In terms of the gear race, that awarded to race 2 of the weekend. So you're sort of looking at this in TCR World Tour team terms, but also in terms of the history of the gear race. And recent victors, Dusan Borkovic not racing this weekend, Fred Vervish not here, the COVID years, Philippe de Souza, and he's not here, Zhang Jichuang not here. Esteban Guerrieri did win the gear race back in 18. Others tend to win race 1, which is on the natural qualifying order, but that's not given the gear race tag. The gear race is the Sunday race, which has the reverse grid. Aurelien Cont, they're making his way to the pit lane, and another one bumps out, Pepe Oriola. And this, in replay again, is Oriola understeering his way wide, glances off the barriers, which ricochet back and forth. The car with a little bit of damage as he hit with the left front corner. It sort of brought the car round, but the net result is that there's a bit of damage. It matters not in as much as he's not going to progress into Q2 anyway. Race 1 of the weekend for them comes tomorrow, the gear race on Sunday, the main Grand Prix day. So there, the cars back to the pit lane, and timing screens all cleared, ready for the second part, which is now about 6 minutes away.
Yep, and 15 minutes on the clock. The timing screens reset, and we have our top 12. And we have teams just making sure that the cars are absolutely ready for 15 minutes. You don't get too long once you're out on circuit with a 15-minute qualifying session. There's a bit of wiggle room, isn't there, with a 30-minute session. Not so much with 15 minutes. You haven't got too long if there is a hold-up, which there very easily could be. And you need to make the lap count straight away at the start of this session.
And again, as we've seen, you would ideally like to get a banker lap in anyway. The touring car drivers being pretty respectful of the circuit, just that one stoppage for Ryan McMillan earlier on. So drivers get set, new set of tyres going on to maximise the pace out of this. Aurelien Cont arrives having, I think, been heading to the paddock and then told, no, you need to go into the pit lane, being part Fairmay there. So drivers good to go. Ted Bjork, one to watch.
15 minutes on the clock. The thoughts of the top 2 in the championship, Jan Alaché and Ted Bjork, and confirmation of Q1 for touring cars this weekend. Ashkiner, Miklic, Alaché, Urrutia. We're going to get down to Alex down in pit lane.
Ciao, Pepe. Right, disappointing for poor Pepe, who would have loved to have had a better result for his return, but good for Esteban and Nacho.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for Pepe. He's struggling a little bit this weekend to find the pace in that special track. It's always a special weekend, and maybe he's missing some kilometers this year on the Honda. But as you said, Esteban is in and Nacho is in. We have the pace to be in the position that we want to be, to fight for the race too. So at the end, disappointed for Pepe, but really happy for Esteban and Nacho.
Presumably now your strategy is to try and hit for that top spot for race 2.
Yeah, we are going for that.
Well, so you're currently in the right position to do it, so...
Yeah, it's our bet. We see that we don't have the pace to fight with the top 3, so our decision is to go for the P10 and fight for the race.
Good. All right, power's on.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So the Goat Racing Honda's the type of car that won the gear race last year, set for Q2. Ignacio Montenegro then ready to blast back out in about 3 minutes' time. The clock is getting closer to the time, and the green flag is imminent.
think we had a slightly premature notification of green flag there.
Yeah, you're
on the
right.
timing
Yeah.
screen, and the 15 minutes was already counting down, wasn't it? It's reset now.
Yeah, Aurélien Cont there, a bit frustrated that he's not made it through. New to Macau, but Aurélien Cont has been a race winner in the World Tour this year, so a little bit of frustration that it was not to be. So a new set of Kumhos put onto the cars. The fans are all ready.
Expectant, waiting.
Yeah, exactly, finding themselves on the screen. There's always a great atmosphere in the grandstands, especially down at Lisboa as well, where you've got the cars starting in the distance, if you like, and then the build-up of the noise and the speed coming towards you. Right, let's have a quick word with Max Hart before we get into Q2.
Hello, buddy. The Irish whiskey is paying off. This is a good position to be in. Nicely done for your first return to TCR World Tour.
Yeah, so far so good. Really pleased to be in the Q2. I know from the Delta there's a little bit more out there. Maybe not quite as much as the front guys, but certainly top 10 pace.
Good. Well, that's really all you need to go for anyway. Get that P10, you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal.
Good. All right,
Thanks.
have a good one.
Yeah, and the reference to 10th is a relevant one in as much as it is pole for race 2, unless there's any grid drop penalties that come through incidents in race 1. So we are a minute and 10 seconds away from the session getting underway, and very shortly then things are going to get really important here at Macau, because now we can start to allocate the 15 or the 10 or the 8, the 6, the 4, the 2 points that go to the top 6 in the qualifying session. And Ted Bjork needs 15 of them, and he really needs Jan Erlaché to only garner 2.
This is when it all starts to get absolutely vital as far as championship points are concerned, and the focus that you require, not just for the gear circuit here at Macau, but your focus on collection of points over the course of a championship finals weekend, absolutely vital. Ted Bjork and the concentration ahead of being released from pit lane, which is going to come in less than half a minute, less than 30 seconds until we get 15 minutes underway. The car's being held. It's an important job that the teams have at the front of each of the cars, not to release the car too early. Don't scratch your nose, the driver may think that's the moment to go. So here we go, red lights on down in pit lane, and in 2, 1, they'll go green, and we get this Q2 underway. There we go, green light shown in pit lane, and 12 cars battling it out for pole position in tomorrow's Saturday race here at Macau.
Erlaché versus Bjork for the championship. Points up for grabs for the top 6 qualifiers here. And even if you're not a regular in the World Tour, you still score points. In other words, you can still take them away from those 2 drivers fighting for the championship. So think of, if you like, Josh Buchan or Max Hart or Lo Se-Ho that aren't doing every round within the championship. They can still take points away. There are the 4 Link & Co's that go out with Erlaché ahead of Bjork and Urrutia third in the queue. And this is Norbert Mikelish trying to get himself into the right track position as well. The car of Marcin Quar is the Lincoln Co there that slowed down and let the traffic go. But again, I'm interested as to why they've not put Urrutia out at the head of the queue, or put him, allowed him to work his way to the head of the queue, so he can there help to tow them around.
Brains far better than mine are working down in the pit lane. There must be a good reason, but yeah, I would have thought exactly what you were thinking. But, we shall wait and see how it pans out. Jan Erlaché on this outlap has gone overall best in Sector 1. That maybe just shows intent for this 15 minutes of qualifying. When there are points up for grabs, all of a sudden the bar is raised in Q2, and we're about to find out, unfolding in beautiful weather here at Macau. Sunny, lovely weather, and you talked about those grandstands down at Lisboa. They are huge, and great to see so many people looking forward to enjoying today's action. On this outlap, you know, Jan Erlaché is showing intent, isn't he? Purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, and this only the outlap.
So you're riding now with Ted Bjork. This is up to the Melco hairpin. And are we going to see drivers start to try and drop back in order to get clear track space, or get themselves onto the tail of the car for a tow? Lincoln Co's go through, then you get the Hyundai's next. This is El Haché. So he's the first man through each sector. He's doing purples, but this is in isolation. They're not being compared with Q1. So as he's the first man to get there, then he is setting a notional absolute best. But it's the next lap, which is a flying lap, where they become rather more relevant. Over the timing line goes El Haché. Behind him is Björk then. So Jan El Haché set sail on his first flying lap of Q2. Ted Björk behind him. And then it's going to be Santiago Urrutia who's going to start last on the grid with 24 places to drop. And there's only 17 in the race.
So you have to make it count, and also you can't afford to put a wheel wrong with only 15 minutes in Q2. You've got to keep it very, very neat and tidy. Absolute critical concentration down towards Lisboa. Ted Björk, 1-1-1, turns through the corner, so close to the wall on the exits of the corner up towards San Francisco Hill, and now onto the tight and twisty section of the Macau gear circuit. Jan El Haché first through, then Ted Björk, top two in the championship in that order. And maybe not surprising on this first flying lap in Q2. Mikkel Ashkener goes purple, so goes overall best in Sector 1. Jan El Haché goes overall best in Sector 2.
But let's see what Ashkener can do when he gets to that timing point. He's the next one along. He's riding with Björk as he threads his way on towards Moorish. Yeah, Ashkener goes quicker than El Haché, but by 1,000th of a second only in Sector 2. Ashkener 1,000th quicker.
And then Jan El Haché, not surprisingly, Sector 3 complete, goes purple. What will Ashkener do, who is down there in 5th position on track, so he'll be through Sector 2 in a couple of moments. Ashkener has gone purple, and that would go with the rub of the green so far that we've had this weekend.
But he's not got to Sector 3, and others that were behind him have done. So has Ashkener got a problem, or is the transponder packed up? It was a slow third sector of 40.9. He dropped about 10 seconds, which was either to let traffic go, or he had a little drama somewhere out of view.
10 seconds slower than you would expect him to be on Sector 3. Therefore, El Haché has gone purple in Sector 3 and 4 and is about to complete the first of the flying laps in Q2. Under 10 minutes of the session remain in Q2. That's the championship leader. Ultimate commitment on these qualifying laps from Jan El Haché. Goodness me, they come so close across the line. Purple in Sector 5, as you would expect. 2:28.947. The championship leader, Jan, top of the times.
And have a look at that left-hand side mirror now folded back. That's because he was right up against the barriers. So just brushed it. So El Haché 3/10 quicker than Ted Björk, and that's the answer, is it, to Ashkener? He has hit something. Look at the damage. So that's why he was slow in the sector. It's because Ashkener roughed up against the wall, and he's heading into the pit lane. So after a good weekend thus far, Mikkel Ashkener comes down the pit lane with a little bit of damage. Esteban Guerrieri comes in as well. So we didn't see the hit, but we've seen the outcome of it, and it's damage for Ashkener.
And we were saying in 15 minutes of qualifying, you can't really afford to have these kind of mistakes. That's going to be very, very costly, depending on how long the car is down in pit lane. The clock is counting down, and we have less than 9 minutes of Q2 remaining. Jan El Haché, top of the times with a 2:28.947, and it goes against the form over the course of yesterday and today, because Ashkener has been so impressive, and then pushing on that first flying lap in Sector 3, losing 10 seconds, and then we find the reason for that.
And I think there's going to be some suspension damage, which is what they want to check. The bodywork you can tape up, but they want to get the wheel off and have a look to see if maybe a toe link has been damaged. So Ashkener, the boot opens up, mechanic clambers in, and they're going to kick out the bodywork. Subtle it is not, but time is of the essence here. 8 minutes to go. That's it. Out they jump, give it a kick, give it a whack, and the mechanic underneath trying to sort out the suspension. And this has got to be done in record time. So the next lap, interestingly, doesn't have terribly much in terms of improvements from El Haché, nor Bjork, nor Mikulic, nor Nestor Girolami, as it was like a one-shot roll of the dice. But I suspect if they give the tyres a breather, they'll be able to have another go within these 7.5 minutes.
You said, didn't you, as soon as we get underway, we need to put that banker lap in, and Jan El Haché did exactly that. You saw his commitment on the outlap. He was quicker than anyone else in, I think, 3 of the 5 sectors, and then put in the quickest time of all. But I'm not sure any of us were rather expecting this, because Mikkel Ashkener has been so good so far and so quick over the course of yesterday and today. And now it's all about getting the car turned around down in pit lane, getting it back out on circuit. TCR cars have 5 wheel studs on each of the wheels, so that process isn't the work of a moment to get the cars turned around down in pit lane. Max Hart comes into pit lane as well. Under 7 minutes remain, so we're almost into the second half of Q2.
El Haché has pitted and has gone to the scrutineering patch. The ride height checked, and the car then allowed back to the team. So, as Ashkener rejoins the session, bodywork still flapping. That's Josh Buchan, who is up to 5th. So, good effort this by Josh Buchan, 5th fastest. He has, as we've been saying, won a race outright this year, but in the World Tour. But Josh Buchan, 5th quickest. Lo Seho is up to 6th. So, right now, we need a lap time for Guerrieri, Montenegro, and Ashkener. And that's Nestor Girolami into the pit lane, and he is currently 4th in the times. But El Haché looking as though another 15 points is going to go his way. It's potentially a bank raid of a qualifying session this for him.
So it's kind of out, one lap and in, and it's going to be the same for the second half of the session, I guess. Jan El Haché down in pit lane. Ted Bjork in pit lane is 2nd. Norbert Mikulic is in 3rd position. Girolami in 4th. Buchan and Lo Seho complete the top 6, and all of them are Josh Buchan down in pit lane at the moment in the top 5. Lo Seho still out on circuit, 196. That is the outlap for Mikkel Ashkener, and can't afford to have another little moment like that on sector 3. The margins are so tight, it's so easy to glance the side of the circuit, particularly on this twisty top part of the gear circuit. But Ashkener needs to keep this very neat and tidy.
He does, but he's on a mission. I mean, you can see how much energy there is in the car. Mikkel Ashkener knows that he's running out of time here. 4 3/4 minutes are on the clock. So he was fastest, remember, in Q1, and at the moment he has yet to do a lap time. So El Haché currently fastest. He was 3rd in Q1. Bjork 2nd. He was 5th in Q1, and Mikulic 2nd in Q1 is 3rd currently.
4 minutes and 28 seconds of this session remaining. A thrilling final qualifying session of the year for the TCR World Tour. This is the event of Macau, traditionally the final meeting of the year, and traditionally a champion will be crowned come Sunday afternoon, and this weekend is no exception to this.
Ignacio Montenegro has done an absolute best in Sector 2, as well as a personal best in Sector 1. This is Ashkener coming back down towards the end of the lap, and assuming that the car is well, he will stay out. And that suggests that Jan El Haché thinks he's done enough. Ashkener goes on to a flying lap now then. So the man that was fastest in Q1 is currently 12th. That bodywork's going to rip itself off in a minute when the airflow really gets to it. Ignacio Montenegro is the other one to keep an eye to in Q3. Wait for the bodywork to go. There it is. Rips off, bounces off the barrier. So Mikkel Ashkener's new lightweight Hyundai gets down to Mandarin.
And he presses on. This is a committed lap, isn't it, from Ashkener? And it needs to be. Jan El Haché cool, calm and collected out of the car, helmet off. His session is run. 3 minutes and 20 seconds just under of Q2 to complete for the Macau gear race. 2 races, one tomorrow and one on Sunday here at Macau, and this is absolutely thrilling. Needs to keep it away from the circuit furniture, does Mikkel Ashkener, and that's the 186 car of Guerrieri as well. And Jan El Haché down in pit lane watches on, as we all do.
So this is Esteban Guerrieri about to do his first flying lap of the session, and as he comes now over the timing line, this will put him into the order for the first time. He's broken the beam, and up to 5th goes Esteban Guerrieri. So Guerrieri 5th, 2.5 minutes to go. This is Montenegro who goes by, and he's up to 4th. Ignacio Montenegro, Max Hart behind. Hart was 10th, Hart stays 10th. And then we need to look at Mikael Ashkiner. Now, we were talking about Ashkiner needing to improve, and right now Ashkiner has been slower in Sector 1, slower in Sector 2. He has done a personal best in Sector 3, but it's not really being pieced together in the way that he needs, and he locks up going into Donna Maria. So the plan here to be quicker than before has rather crumbled like an old woman's hip. It is not happening for Mikael Ashkiner as he comes down to the Melco hairpin.
It's not pretty either, is it? The bodywork at very strange angles on that car, but Ashkiner presses on, personal best in Sector 4, up towards the final sector, less than 2 minutes left of Q2, and Ashkiner really pushing on. Look at the body language of the car. Wow, what a thrilling lap this is, and you can only imagine that the car isn't perhaps handling as he would like in every sense of the word. The bodywork still hanging off the right-hand rear quarter of the car. Up towards the line he comes. What's this lap going to be? Certainly it's going to be an improvement, but what's it going to be as far as position is concerned? Up to 7th is as good as it gets.
Yeah, as you say, it's better than nothing. It is an improvement. It does get him up the order. And right now, Max Hart finds himself on pole position for race 2. He's 11th in the times, but there's the Urrutia grid drop. I know it's a grid drop for race 1 only, isn't it? Forgive me. So Urrutia is going to be there for 10th in race 2. The grid drop's only for race 1. So Max Hart doesn't benefit in terms of qualifying order, does he? So Urrutia versus Hart for 10th, half a second between them. So Max has improved in Sector 3. And let's see what he can do. Nestor Girolami has just done an absolute best in Sector 2. And we're heading back now towards the right-hander of Fisherman's here. The Hyundai team looks on. So yeah, Santiago Urrutia with the 24 places to drop for race 1. But in terms of race 2, then if he's 10th, he stays 10th.
So checkered flag is going to come out in just about 10 seconds time here at a sunny Macau, and that will be the checkered flag on qualifying for the TCR World Tour final event, the event of Macau for the Macau gear race. Checkered flag is out. Who's going to improve on this final lap? It's the battle now for 10th.
Yeah, Max Hart took the flag. He went quicker, but not quick enough. He needed another 10th and a half to get ahead of Urrutia. So Santiago Urrutia is good for pole, it looks like, for race 2. And Jan Alache didn't even bother going back out for a second run, so confident was he. And that is perhaps the mark of the champion, isn't it? He knows exactly when the car is as it wants it to be, and the confidence that nobody else can go faster. So he takes another 15 points. 10 will go to Ted Björk's second fastest, so 34 points becomes 39 in the championship. Jan Alache hasn't won the title yet, but he's worked out where the trophy's going on the mantelpiece, hasn't he?
I think you're right. Yeah, prepare the space. We are one step closer to claiming this title, and Jan Alache with that confidence, and that means something as well. Only doing half of Q2 is a big confidence thing. Girolami goes top, 2:28.640, and that came with an overall best in Sector 2, personal best in Sectors 3 and 4, and in Sector 5, overall best again. Nestor Girolami, I'm not sure we predicted that, did we?
We didn't see that one coming at all, and
No.
now, of course, Jan Alache not out there, can't respond. So Girolami, right at the very end, goes fastest. Okay, that tweaks the championship situation a little bit, because it means that second is Alache, third is Björk. The difference is only 2 points now, not 5. So Alache still pulls away, but it's a 36 margin, not a 39 one.
It's never over until it's over, is it?
No. So Nestor Girolami, excellent effort to get pole position for race 1. Alache second, Björk third, Mikulic fourth, Montenegro fifth, Guerrieri sixth, Ashkiner seventh. Urrutia gets up to 8th in the times, Marshall 9th. So Josh Buchan is going to take 10th and therefore it is Josh Buchan who is going to be pole for race 2 ahead of Lo Se-Ho, who got ahead of Max Hart at the very end.
Not a bad way to start the Macau gear race, is it, for Josh Buchan, the Australian driver who has had a win in the championship this year. Lo Se-Ho and Max Hart's 11th and 12th. Absolutely thrilling Q2 that for the TCR cars, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau and the Macau gear race. We know the grids now for race tomorrow, the penultimate race of the championship, and we know the grid for the gear race on Sunday as well. Congratulations happen down in pit lane. It's not just about the driver, far from it. It's about all of the work that goes in from the teams. Very, very professional, at the top of their game. And Ted Bjork gets his helmet off, having completed Q2, finishes up in 3rd place for tomorrow's race.
Well, Nestor Girolami, fastest, he was 6th in Q1. Jan Erlaché 2nd, he was 3rd in Q1. Ted Bjork was 5th and he's up to 3rd. Norbert Mikulic 4th, well he goes backwards because he was 2nd fastest in Q1. Ignacio Montenegro up from 10th to 5th. Esteban Guerrieri up from 8th to 6th. Mikel Ashkener drops from fastest to 7th. Santiago Urrutia is going to be the back for race 1 anyway, so he's 8th in race 2. And Ma Xing-ha, 7th, drops to 9th. Josh Buchan, 9th, drops to 10th, but it's all right because that's pole for race 2. Lo Se-Ho, 12th, he was, 11th, he is. And Max Hart was 11th, and he falls to 12th. So quite a bit of shuffling from Q1 to Q2 as you look at the final order. 2 10 races on the gear circuit, unless we get a safety car, and they will be elongated to 12 laps.
That was fun, Matt.
I enjoyed that. Good qualifying session, that.
It really was, yeah.
It's always good when there's a big surprise at the end, and boy, did we get a big surprise at the end with that effort by Nestor Girolami.
There was a couple of surprises, you know, with Ashkener in Q1 and then Girolami in Q2. You just can't predict anything at Macau, and that qualifying session is rather proof of that.
So the Trophy Queens await the cars, and on track at Macau, the touring cars then have done their work. That is that Q2 is our first part of the day without a red flag. They are back out on track tomorrow at 20 past 1 local time for the first race of the weekend for the Macau gear race, the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour.
Just love this event. Stories unfold every year. Surprises come at Macau. It's the nature of the circuit. It's just what happens. It takes one tiny little error, as we saw for Mikel Ashkener, and all of a sudden the whole complexion of what you've seen so far can change in just a second. And I think quite a few people were thinking that Mikel would have been the quickest car in qualifying. One little moment and that all changes.
Yeah, and it was self-induced, wasn't it? He was looking so good in the sectors, made a mistake, damaged the car, and I think it is fair to say it was probably not 100% that they got it back out. Wasn't pretty, as you said at the time, but at least he was able to do laps. But he'll be kicking himself, I'm pretty sure, Mikel Ashkener, because he's given away what could have been, if not pole, a start on the front row maybe. And the car's got the pace, as Nestor Girolami has just proved.
Girolami, that's so impressive, isn't it? 2 overall best sectors for Nestor Girolami, 2 personal best sectors in Q2, and nothing particularly sparkling in sector 1. All of it added up to be the quickest time in Q2 and pole position.
So the very happy drivers making their way through the paddock. Championship media delegate Fabio Rovaili, you just saw there he is in the background, pen in hand. I need a quote, he says. And the TCR
lovely
head
man.
honcho Marcello Lotti there as well,
isn't he?
Yeah,
lovely guy.
Now we make your fantastic time, eh?
2:28 6:40.
So there's the pole position award, the pole position time written for Nestor Girolami, and a delighted man he is too. pole positions don't go his way terribly often. So great work. Nestor Girolami then is fastest. About time we heard, I think, from our pole position winner. Let's go back to Alex.
Bebu, the most critical pole position of the year, and you did it here in Macau. That lap was insane.
Absolutely. Nothing left on the table for sure, brushing the barriers many times. I knew that was all to play in the last attempt, and yeah, we did it. We put everything together. The car was always on the window. I just need to take this extra risk when it counts, when it matters, and this was the moment. So I want to congratulate all VRC team, Hyundai, Squadra Corsa, because they did a fantastic job. All three cars were with the opportunity to fight for pole. Was me, so I have no words to say thank you. And this pole, for sure, I will remember for a long time in Macau, because I think it was one of the most exciting pole together with Nordschleife.
Yeah, we're all going to remember it. Thank you, Bebu, and congratulations.
Nestor Girolami, a very happy man indeed. So qualifying for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour done for today. They'll be on track tomorrow for the first of the two 10-lap races. 1:20 local time, the race will be underway. There's a championship to be decided this weekend, and two great races are in store as well. The action continues at Macau tomorrow afternoon. Macau is the FIA F4 World Cup, and it is the qualifying session that we are about to have begin here. We've had a few stoppages in earlier sessions, so the timetable has slipped a little, but the drivers have made their way to the pre-grid, and we will be good to go very shortly. The World Cup, a new edition with the F4 cars having raced here in the past, but not in this guise, because there aren't multiple teams. It is one central operation for technical and operational support. It is Min Times, the company that looks after the Chinese F4 Championship, in association with the FFSA and Ligier. So the cars all run out of one team. Very, very few drivers have raced here before, and it takes you back to the original idea behind the Macau Grand Prix when Formula 3 became the category, with drivers coming from all over the globe onto a circuit for the ultimate shootout. We still have that for the Grand Prix, for Formula Regional, but for F4 it really has been fascinating to see drivers adapting this weekend. They've had a free practice session yesterday. They've had a free practice session this morning in which we had 2 red flags, and Sebastian Weldon was fastest in FP2. The more relevant, because the conditions are more similar to what we have now. It was the British driver Keen Nakamura Berta who was second, Emanuele Olivieri third, and Jules Roussel fourth. Now that is the British F4 champion Finn McLaughlin, and the car that he has been in hitherto has had all sorts of problems with him not getting as far as turn 2 yesterday in free practice, and he didn't get a lap in the session this morning because he was constantly in and out of the pit lane and the problems persisted. Now, we, being David Anderson and Anil Hyde, have been in our booth all day, not had a chance to go to the paddock, but there is a story floating around that it's a different chassis, because the one that he has been in has clearly got a problem. So the story is, we can't confirm nor deny yet, but we'll try to get to the bottom of that it's a different chassis, because clearly the problems are insurmountable, try as the team has tried. This driver, though, comes in with confidence up. Sebastian Weldon, whose late father Dan Weldon, of course, was a great racer, first in Europe and then in the States. He was fastest this morning by a pretty narrow margin, and goes into qualifying in confident mode. That's Simon Zhang, the Chinese champion. But I think, Alan, we've been looking forward to this session all weekend because, you know, they're keen young drivers, track knowledge at a premium, and it really is wide open, this.
And we've said it before, these cars, Formula 4 cars, were the cars for the Macau Grand Prix just a couple of years ago, and as soon as they came out and competed in the first session, we both agreed they just look great on the gear circuit. They look small, they look nimble, they're plenty quick enough, and you've got young drivers that are really showing their talents on the world stage for the first time, coming from domestic championships right the way around the world.
Sometimes here, you've been here far more times than I have, but FP1, there's one driver that stands out. I'm thinking Luke Browning, say, in the Grand Prix 2 years ago. Every time the cars hit the track, Luke Browning dominated. These cars have only been on circuit twice, the 2 free practice sessions, but no one driver has dominated. Lots of drivers have been up at the sharp end and trading the top time, but there isn't one driver that you say, yeah, he's going to win this. It really is wide open.
And they have come from every corner of the globe to compete here at Macau this weekend. I am fascinated. In your intro, you said many drivers that are competing here at Macau for the very first time. For Finn McLaughlin, it couldn't be ever more true. He hasn't really done a lap at Macau this year in 2 sessions so far, and I really hope, whatever the solution is, if it's a new chassis, if it's whatever it is, I really hope those problems are complete now for this young man, because he was incredibly impressive in the National Championship back in the UK this year. He was the champion, and now he needs to show us all what he can do.
Yeah, he's done about 2 slow laps with a car that clearly, or an engine that clearly did not want to play ball. So anything from here on in is a bit of a step into the unknown if it's done at a proper pace. But we know how good McLaughlin is, and you think, oh yeah, but he's got a new track to learn. Well, he had to learn all new tracks in the UK and one in Holland, because they raced at Zandvoort in F4. So it's been an impressive season for him. Right, out on track, this is Keen Nakamura Berta, the British driver, and he has been an impressive driver this weekend. He's always been there or thereabouts. Sometimes he's been at the top, slipped a little bit at the end, down to second in FP2, but Keen Nakamura Berta certainly is on that short list of potential winners as they go down towards Lisboa. Big grandstand on the left, and somewhere there's a gap in the arm curve that you fire the car into, and that's the Lisboa corner. Turn right and head up San Francisco Hill. And
you hope it all goes according to plan, and Nakamura Berta has been pretty impressive over a number of laps so far, yesterday and this morning. But that was all about free practice. Now it's qualifying. Now it becomes competitive. And now it really is your chance to stamp your name in the history books of Macau, which is no mean feat.
We had a couple of cars in strife earlier on in the day. Emily Cotti was one of the drivers in the barrier, and also we lost Wang Yuzhe. He was in the wall also for our second red flag. But right now, it's about keeping off the wall. It's about building up the warmth in the tyres. It's about building up the confidence. And then you need a banker lap, because you never know what others are going to do to upset your plan. So get a lap time in, because that might ultimately prove to be absolutely crucial to ensure where you are on the grid. Do it early, not late. It's
the right level of confidence as well. Overconfidence, and it will all go wrong in this 40-minute qualifying session. But I, for one, really happy to see the F4 cars on the timetable for this weekend. They were super on the first weekend of our double weekender a couple of years ago, celebrating the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Right. And for a good couple of years, they kept us entertained in the absence of formerly F3 cars and latterly Formula Regional cars that we have here.
If you think back 2 years ago, the winner of both F4 races at the 70th anniversary weekend was Arvid Lindblad, who's now been a race winner in F2 and drove at Silverstone on the Friday in one of the Red Bull Formula 1 cars. Breaking news, and it's good news, Finn McLaughlin is not pitting. Finn McLaughlin's done a lap. I think this is the first time he's driven over this part of the circuit in the 2 days that he's been here, because he's always been either in the pits or coming down the pit lane. So McLaughlin now finally is on a flying lap for the first time this weekend. He's warming up the tyres. If you watch the British Championship, you'll know how good Finn McLaughlin is. Okay, he starts on the back foot, but finally it looks as though he's got a chassis underneath him and an engine behind him that wants to join in.
You would never have thought, would you, going into this weekend, going into qualifying, we'd be saying, let's support the underdog. But that's what he is, because he has not done laps around the circuit. He's a champion in F4 in Great Britain this year, and now he's really up against it. This could be a real headline story if Finn McLaughlin, I'm not sure he's going to be the quickest of all the cars, but I certainly think that he could get the opportunity of grabbing a few headlines with a good qualifying.
I totally agree. We've been saying it in FP2 this morning. He's got the ability. You can see everybody largely still weaving around to generate warmth, so nobody as yet has really pulled the pin. We are getting obviously decent sector times, but there's nothing really to judge them against, so the sector times will drop as the session wears on. But almost every camera shot you get, you think, I can't still moving. It's the real terror of seeing somebody in the wall. Here, whoops, McLaughlin gets all sideways, so he's having a good push.
He really is. It's the first chance he's been able to pull the pin as far as this weekend is concerned. And the good news is that it looks like the car is going okay for Finn McLaughlin, and that is absolutely what he deserves this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. And he was the first driver onto a flying lap, so that means that Finn McLaughlin's name actually appears at the top of the timing screen for now. So take a photograph of it.
That.
Yeah, it might not happen again, but the way the weekend had been going for him, it's certainly a turnaround. Right, so this will be a flying lap. This is the first time that McLaughlin has done a flying lap around the circuit in 2 sessions.
This is really good news, isn't it, for Finn McLaughlin? And we will try and behind the scenes between the end of today, when we are locked away in the commentary box, and the start of tomorrow morning when we get back into the commentary box, to find out the reason what was happening with the car, because it must have been incredibly frustrating and a huge thing for his character to deal with all the frustrations. You can imagine the excitement. Finn McLaughlin goes top, 2:33.939.
Okay,
I'm going to make the most of that moment.
Right, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade.
No.
However, that time would have been the slowest in FP2. So
yes.
It's a start-up lap. But now we're going to get quicker and quicker and quicker. Already Sebastian Weldon has gone faster still. The times are going to tumble. But this now is a more representative lap, I think, from McLaughlin coming down towards the right of Lisboa then. So he turns into the corner, back onto the power, twitches off away from the wall, but doesn't graze the wall, which is good. And crucially in all of this, he's found clear real estate as well. There's nobody around to get in the way. OK, maybe that's bad in as much as on the first part of the circuit you don't get a tow, but I think right now he would just be very, very happy on his own, learning and gaining a bit of confidence and putting the pace in. So he's coming out of eternity, drops down the hill towards Teddy Yip and the Solitude S's. And Jules Roussel has done an absolute best in Sector 1. McLaughlin has done an absolute best in Sector 2, but he's pretty much the only driver to have got there. Now, Sebastian Weldon goes faster. Now, in Sector 1, McLaughlin did a 26.6, 3/10 down. In Sector 2, he was 4/10 down. So, yeah, we're not yet looking at pole position pace from McLaughlin, but that's no surprise given the travails he's had.
I'm just pleased that he's put in one flying lap, one out lap, one flying lap, and he's on another flying lap. And I'm sure he and his family and the team are very, very relieved about this as well, because, goodness me, talk about strength of character to get through two very disappointing. I couldn't quite believe my eyes this morning when the car sort of limped slowly around the out lap and back into pit lane again after all that time between the end of free practice 1 and the start of free practice 2, and still the problem was there. Just so disappointing.
Well, here he comes, and Finn McLaughlin, even if he only gets himself into the bottom end of the top 10, it'll be a major result after what he's had to go through so far, and he can build on that in the qualifying race. Squeal of tyres as he comes.
He's really pushing.
Yeah, squeal of tyres as he comes into Fisherman's. This is down to R Bend. Car looks like it was a loss, doesn't it, on its own, but he's about to set it up now, flick right through R Bend. The timing line beckons, so Finn McLaughlin comes up over the line, and as he goes through, that lap is going to put him back to the top of the times. It is a 2:27.935. That would have been good enough for 15th in FP2.
In FP2. We're going in the right direction. Can I just remind you, that's his third lap in real life around the gear circuit.
Emanuele Olivieri comes out of the left of Reservoir. This is the fastest driver thus far, a 2:25.719. 2:24 is where we're aiming in terms of a pole position. That riding with Olivieri then as he comes out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. Somewhere in the distance there is a corner. There's the grandstand, that's your clue, but you're looking for the right-hander and you've got to dive in that gap in the wall. This is it, out the other side.
And with the sunshine as well, that it really is, everything is against you, isn't it, going into that blind corner. And very, very impressive, this riding on board with Olivieri. Lovely to see. Now on the tight and twisty section in these nimble F4 cars. I love watching them going around this section. Absolutely inch perfect as they thread their way around. The tiniest of mistakes can be absolutely catastrophic to the car and to the whole weekend as well.
Can indeed, but so far so good. Emanuele Olivieri then drops down the hill. He is the driver that won the Middle East Championship at the start of the season. Heading downhill towards Moorish. Heavy braking zone. There's the left that turns you towards the right, back on the power, climb up the hill, but you have to brake really early for this corner because it's another sharp, tight, narrow right-hander, climb up towards Donna Maria, and this is still a really narrow section of the circuit.
It's narrow and it's a long left-hander as well at Donna Maria. Feels like it goes on forever, and then at the exit of that you go downhill, you head to the no overtaking zone at the Melco hairpin, you turn in, you are so close to the barrier on the exit, and then breathe a sigh of relief because now you can let the car open up, the circuit open, and so too does the speed.
Now that is Sebastian Weldon with 2 personal bests and an absolute. Olivieri behind on the road but ahead on the times has done 3 personal bests and an absolute, and Olivieri then a 2:25.719, currently the top time. Let's see what Weldon can squeeze out of all of this. Seb Weldon is second fastest. He's done a 2:26.020, and as he goes across the line that was slightly slower, but now Keen Nakamura Berta goes to the top of the times. briefly. He did a 2:25.5, Olivieri does a 2:25.4, and Jules Roussel a 2:25.3. So Jules Roussel up to the top of the times. He was the runner-up in the French Championship. The French champion, Alexandre Munoz, is 12th at the moment. And British champion Finn McLaughlin was 8th. He's now been bumped down to 9th. So the order is a shuffling all the time. First 10 minutes of the session done.
How many drivers did we just have at the top of the times? I think there was about half a dozen, wasn't there?
Yeah, and we just added another one. Rintaro Sato has gone quickest now, son of Takuma Sato. That's a 2:25.284. That's Munoz, the French champion, up into the top 10. Why do we focus on him? Well, 2 reasons. One, he's a champion, but also the other is that he had quite a big off in FP1 yesterday, so he's bouncing back from big damage that was all done on the left-hand side of the car.
Makes me feel incredibly old now. I remember interviewing his father, or I say interviewing, trying to interview his father on the podium after multiple British F3 races, and he didn't speak any English at all.
Takuma Sato.
Takuma Sato. And he would just thank me for the question and wave and smile at the crowd. It was feels like just a few years ago, but it wasn't. How many things have happened to Dad over the intervening years?
Yeah, 2 Indy 500 wins and yeah, quite a career he's had. Yeah.
And so
whereas you,
so yeah, all right, things are the same. Nothing has changed.
No, quite. So Rintaro Sato from Jules Roussel by 52 thousandths of a second, and at the moment we've got the leading 9 covered by less than a second. That's pretty good on a 6K circuit. And the 9th of them is Thomas Behrman. If this is your first look at F4 this weekend, Thomas Behrman is the younger brother of Grand Prix racer Ollie Behrman. And Finn McLaughlin 12th, but I think there's more to come because sectors 2 and 3 have been improvements on this lap. You're looking at Rintaro Sato in the same colours that Dad carried as well.
I was just about to say, yeah, the same colours as single seat at the start of his career. He was good though, wasn't he?
Yes.
British F4, superb.
Yellow flag at turn 16, so we've had a drama heading through Moorish. And
Seb Weldon top.
Yeah, I've got a horrible feeling that we might be going for a red here if the car in question can't get going. We'll wait and see. So this lap for Rintaro Sato is going to be an important one. Jules Roussel has gone fastest now ahead of Seb Weldon. And as the field comes by, Rintaro Sato is down to 5th. He breaks the beam and goes back up to 3rd. So Sato does improve. It's Roussel, Weldon, Sato, Olivieri, Nakamura, Berta, and the road is clear. Hooray at turn 16. So the session is still live. Alexandre Munoz, he is currently 12th for French champion, number 11, but he's done personal an absolute best in the first 3 sectors.
Waiting for sector 4 to come in for the car, currently down in 12th place. Car number 11, Alexandre Munoz, with an overall best in sector 3. And that's the only overall real improvement that we've got. And a look back at that clatter into the barrier. I didn't pick up the which car it was.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, but the car has carried on despite the broken front left corner. And it might be Munoz because he's not got to the end of sector 4. So having said that Munoz was on a mission, he had done personal and absolute bests, but it looked as though it might have been him that bounced off the wall, and he's not got to sector 4. So he's obviously therefore parked it somewhere.
I think you're right. And
oh, and another one in the wall there, clattering off the barrier in front of us as he ends up towards the corner. Didn't again spot a number, apologies, but we've got a yellow flag at turn 16. And was it 26 that we just saw bounce off the barrier there? So it was the left corner that took the whack. And Ryan Caretti, I think it was, that raised the barrier pretty significantly. Right, this is the yellow flag zone.
Can I just have a moment for a Macau driver, please? Because Jung Man Hai in car number 2 has just gone overall best in sector 1.
Right, this is Seb Weldon coming towards the end of the lap. Yeah, you're right. Marcus Chung is on a good lap here from 18th, and Sebastian Weldon on his own, coming up towards the right-hander of our bend now. Another driver going nicely is the Indian driver, Ariman, or Ari Bansal, the GB4 champion from the UK. Seb Weldon goes through, goes quicker, but stays second. Keen Nakamura Berta goes through, not going any quicker, and therefore staying 5th. Emanuele Olivieri goes through, not going any quicker. You get 3 sets of tyres for the weekend in this, red flag, and I think that was possibly inevitable given that we'd had a yellow somewhere and Carl stranded. So the session is stopped, and Finn McLaughlin has just bailed for the pit lane.
He's been in pit lane, yeah. I was about to mention that, and with an update on position, 11th for Finn McLaughlin at the time of the red flag.
That was the one I saw happening, and it was Rayan Caretti, and to get away with that is extraordinary, because by rights that should have ripped the left rear corner off the car. Right, red flag, because there's another one, which I think is Munoz, having gone off at 15, that stopped somewhere, and he needs retrieving.
I think you're right. One of the quick cars as well for number 11. Currently down there in 12th place, Finn McLaughlin in 11th position, and into pit lane already, I think before the red flag came out.
That's not bad. 11th is all right.
It's really good. It's really good. You can race from there, because this, of course, is the opportunity to set the grid for the qualification race tomorrow, tail end of tomorrow morning, 11:40 local time for an 8-lap race. And then they have the big race, the 10-lap race, on Grand Prix day, 9:15. So you can get a good position, make places up.
9:15?
Yes.
This lot are all teenagers. They're never out of bed before 9:15.
I'm not sure we are we?
Alexandra Munoz's car put behind the barrier. It will not take long to get this session back underway, that is for sure, because cars are still coming into the pit lane and the road is clear. So the race direction team can get things moving, hopefully pretty swiftly. It's on this part of the track where the incident took place, and I think Alexandra Munoz got about this far and thought, no, it ain't going anywhere. Now, the other downside for Munoz is that he will lose his best lap time because he's caused the red flag, so he's going to slide back down the proverbial greasy pole. Do you want some more bad news?
Not really, no.
Right, well, you're going to get it. Marcus Chung, the driver from Macau, had done an absolute best and then 2 personal bests, but of course could never finish the lap because out came the red flag. So sadly, what should have been an improvement for him, all rather unravelled.
There will be more opportunity for glory, don't you worry about that, because we've still got a huge chunk of this qualifying session left. We're at 24 minutes and 27 seconds in total. Chance for the teams to just check on a few things down in pit lane. A conversation with the team, a check of the front wing. It's the car of Simon Zhang, Hong Kong driver, just having the front of the car checked over, and meanwhile he's checking the live timing and checking the relative whereabouts of everyone else. And in the meantime, you know what, red flags do not deter the enthusiasm of the crowds here at Macau, do they? Far from it.
Gino Trapper, who was in the tyre barrier in free practice, is currently 16th. Emily Cotti, who crashed in free practice 2 this morning, 17th. The point being the cars have repaired him out there, and the same is true of Wang Zhuzhe, who went off the road. He is also in this session. 17 is Itsuki Sato. And Jules Roussel, currently the fastest by 0.2 of a second from Sebastian Weldon. Rintaro Sato is 3rd, Emanuele Olivieri is 4th, Keen Nakamura Berta is 5th, and Arai Bansal, coached by Danny Watts, who raced here 13 times in his career, is 6th. Simon Zhang is 7th, Rayan Caretti is 8th, Thiago Rodriguez, another Macanese driver, is 9th, and Tom Behrman is 10th. That is Sebastian Weldon's car being put back into the echelon formation within the pit lane, and the session is going to restart in about 20 seconds time. I said it wouldn't take long to get things back underway.
Good turnaround, that.
Yeah, absolutely. 24 minutes and change on the clock, and we are ready to go again.
So the crowd, by the looks of things, very high spirits, aren't they? As we look forward to, after the conclusion of this qualifying for F4 cars, we stay with single-seaters, and no small matter of qualifying for the FR World Cup. The FIA FR World Cup, of course, the cars for the Macau Grand Prix on the 72nd running in 2025. Right, green light down in pit lane, things back underway. 24 minutes remain of this qualifying session, and a fascinating multiple driver battle here. Even at this stage, no one has stood out, have they? Head and shoulders above anyone else.
we've got a really strong contingent of very, very good drivers, and that's why this is so fascinating. I know the FIA F4 World Cup was a dream from Emanuele Pirro, the president of the FIA Single-Seater Commission, and I would suggest so far it's been a very good idea because it is wide open. There is not one driver that's coming here and dominating, and it's still a little bit in terms of thinking of a winner, as you see understeering out wide down Lisboa, number 48 of Gino Trapper. And that's going to bring out a yellow flag, and it might be a red. Oh no, you can get it started, but that's a bit risky going backwards. Hopefully everyone's going to mind the yellow flag. In terms of picking a winner, it's a bit like entry list and pin at the moment. You put one against the other. Green flag is shown, the car gets away, and that's a big sigh of relief all round. But why do people do that on an outlap? I know there's commitment, I know they're all keen to get going again, but just a bit of calm. Number 5, being noted for speeding in the pit lane. That is
Finn McLaughlin. I think he should be applauded
for being able to speed
yes.
after the day he's had. I totally concur. Yeah.
I jest, by the way. It's not to be applauded to go quickly in the pit lane.
But the fact the car is capable of going quickly is the point, isn't it?
As Hyde finds reverse very quickly.
Yes, yes. Hyde off. Towards Moorish then come the survivors in the session. It's Alexandre Munoz that caused the red flag. His weekend is, I'm afraid, starting to unravel around him, isn't it? That's his second accident for Munoz in the 3 sessions that he has taken part in thus far.
Right, everybody on the outlap from pit lane on the resumption of this session. 22 minutes just over of this qualifying session for F4 World Cup. And it's Russell who is top of the time. So Russell in the number 7 car, car number 11 under investigation for causing the red flag. That's Alexandre Munoz and the French F4 champion. Crash in FP1 and just caused that red flag, so they'll be looking into that.
There's not a lot to investigate, basically.
Not really.
You caused it, that means you lose your best lap time, so he's going to start even further back on the grid.
Right, let's see what they do as they go on to the first of the flying laps, if you like, not the outlap from pit lane, on board with Keen Nakamura Berta. And it is such a treat to ride on board as you go around the gear circuit here at Macau. Fascinating to hear you yesterday as well, talking about some videos that you've uncovered from many years ago. The way that the whole landscape of Macau has built up over the years, and it's all recorded there, isn't it? It's all there for posterity.
Yeah, it was the Melco hairpin section that really surprised me with how isolated it looked back in, this was video from the late 70s, 78 I think. And now, you know, you've got the tower blocks and the buildings all around, but there was just nothing. It was like you were driving out into the wilderness and then turned around and came back again. Now, the whole place, the whole area of Macau, so much more developed. And Finn McLaughlin, we're told, is going to be looked at post-session for speeding in the pit lane.
Weekend just gets better and better, doesn't it? Goodness me.
But on track, Keen Nakamura Berta here is pushing on. Personal best in Sector 2, and we've still got 20 minutes to go. So, oh no, we haven't. Another red flag, because in the barrier is Ryan Carretti. He escaped one, and he's gone off here, and that, I think, is down at Lisboa.
It is, yeah.
So, second red flag, Ryan Carretti. And where was he in the times? He was 8th. He's going to lose his best lap, and therefore he's going to drop down the order.
And that's nestled in there as well, isn't it? It can't just find reverse. Well, he has found reverse, but it's not helping. The wheel's spinning around, and he'll need a bit of help from the marshals there to get the car out, and inevitably the front wing is going to be damaged as well on that car, so not good news. So that time, after that red flag, are you noting these down? We don't know anything more, do we? We didn't get the opportunity to do a flying lap, opportunity to see this nasty moment, the understeering straight on into the barrier at Lisboa, and it's never nice to see.
That was a big panic, I think, when Carretti realised he wasn't going to make the corner. He stood on the brakes, locked up. I know it's easy to say, but take your foot off the brake and go left, he'd have been up the escape road. But I think there was just a mega panic of, eek, what do I do?
all
And
in
he
the
chose the
moment
wrong
of
one.
milliseconds.
Yeah,
You have to
exactly.
take that decision, and unfortunately, wrong decision taken. So red flag for the second time during this session. And we did say how important it was to put in a lap early on in this qualifying session. We are halfway through. Okay, we're 18 seconds shy of being halfway through this qualifying session for the F4 cars. And those early laps that they put in this first part of qualifying are going to become more and more important. It is the work of a moment to clear a car from various pinch points around the circuit. The 26 car of Coretti already in the air, high above the right-hander at Lisboa. We've seen in other years here at Macau that becoming quite a car park for collected cars on the inside of that corner. The boom on those crane arms is quite extraordinary. It goes for a good distance around its station at the various corners around the circuit.
This is the man that's fourth in the times, Emanuele Olivieri, and he is only thousandths of a second adrift of Taro Sato. So Ryan Coretti noted for causing a red flag. Finn McLaughlin there explaining what it's like at speed, finally, because now he understands it. Now
He looks like he's smiling, though.
Yeah, I think he's probably a lot happier now.
Relieved, happy, all of those words.
And as we keep saying, from 11th he can build on that. I mean, there's no guarantee he's going to be 11th, but I would be surprised if he were lower than 11th.
As they come up to him and say, down in the pit lane, we've got some bad news, though. Were you speeding in the pit lane? So we've got to deal with that investigation after the end of qualifying. Well, I'm sure that will be the least of his worries today, because as far as the car going is concerned, he's currently in 11th place in only his first ever real-life laps around the Macau gear circuit. I say real life because these days the simulators are so impressive, and the opportunity of driving around the gear circuit virtually, I'm sure they've been practicing for this for many, many months heading up towards this event, if not for preparation, for fun, because it is such an amazing circuit for drivers.
But even doing a sim of this, building it to be so realistic is very, very difficult as well, because it's not a place you can come and spend time and go round and round and round, or stand in the road and take photographs and look at the bumps, you know, because it's just public roads all year round. Even though they're closed now, they're open again in the evening. It's not that they're closed for the entire 4 days. They open at 6 o'clock tonight.
6 o'clock tonight.
Now, on the timing screen, Finn McLaughlin is under investigation for causing a red flag, and I cannot recall him having done so, because he's not crashed, unless he stopped on the circuit and then got going and we didn't notice. But I'm puzzled.
I'm not sure that's. We've seen a couple of questionable entries on the timing screen over the course of yesterday and today, and I think that might be one of them. Car number 5 is under investigation because.
But it's had its fastest lap time deleted for causing a red flag.
It was speeding in pit lane, wasn't it, that he was under investigation for. I'm not sure it caused a red flag, although that's what we've been told on the timing screen. So maybe something that we don't know about, but we thought Lisboa was the reason for the red flag, and that was not car number 5. It was not Finn McLaughlin. So we'll wait and see. We've got a question mark over that, but and has he had his fastest time disallowed? Still there in 11th place for car number 5. So investigation required.
Puzzle.
All of that said, it's been quite a Macau for Finn McLaughlin, hasn't it?
It's one to remember.
Yeah.
Green light at the end of the pit lane then, so the session is back underway. And Jules Roussel goes back into fray with 20 minutes on the clock. Still half the session to go and 2/10 up on the rest of them. So Roussel, Weldon, Sato, Olivieri. That's the top 4. cars back on track. Bit of weaving to get some warmth back into the tyres, get the pressures back up as well. And hopefully, we're not going to have too many more dramas. Correction, car 26, fastest lap time deleted, causing a red flag. So Finn McLaughlin is okay, and Ryan Caretti, it's another blue car. I think that's the only link I can offer you. But panic over. But the investigation did have McLaughlin's number. Anyway, we move on. Ryan Caretti then falls back to 11th, and that's just promoted Finn McLaughlin one place, because Caretti's best lap taken off him means that Finn McLaughlin is now up into the top 10. So this lap, the out lap, is going to just bring the cars hopefully safely around, ready to start a flyer. And the clock ticks on down all the while here as these Formula 4 chassis, everybody to make the point again with the same car. They're all being run by the same team. They're all these Nigel M21 F4 chassis. They all have Alpine 1300 turbocharged 4-cylinder engines. They're all run by the Chinese Mintimes company. That's the organisation that looks after the Chinese F4 Championship. And right now, the times are about 4/10 down on what we had earlier on in the day in the second pre-practice session. Now, that was from 9:15 until 10 o'clock. So within the time where we are now, local time, it's just gone 2 o'clock. It's a lot warmer, and that perhaps is starting to affect things. We heard a touring car team earlier on in the day talking about how much warmer it is today and how the balance of their cars have completely changed. So it might just be affecting what people thought they had learnt this morning to what they need to translate it to now in qualifying. So Emanuele Olivieri goes downhill into the very bright sunshine. Quick weave left and right to help the tyre temp and pressure. Turns the car now through that right-hander of Fisherman's and down towards our bend. Still weaving, still trying to generate warmth in the rubber. And there you've got him ready now to start a flying lap as Keen Nakamura-Berta does so ahead of him on the road. Bit of a twitch then as Olivieri fights the car out of our bend, but he goes across the timing line, being chased in turn by, I think it was Kimi Chan's car, I noticed, and also just going through the driver from Macau, Marcus Chung, looking to try to improve on 18th. 19 cars we have, 20 were entered, but Ethan Nobel's had a off in an F4 race, I think it was at Interlagos last weekend, and wasn't quite feeling 100%, so withdrew from this weekend. There was talk of trying to put another driver in the car, but that didn't pay off, so 19 we have. But it's been a very competitive 19 strong field as Emanuele Olivieri goes out with Lisboa and has just done a personal best within the first sector. So Jules Roussel ahead of Sebastian Weldon at the top of the order. Weldon, who has been racing in the States, but also in the Middle East Championship and in Italy as well. So 5 wins Sebastian Weldon took. Emily Cotti, I think this is with a toe, has just done the absolute best first sector time. Emily crashed the car earlier on in the day, so that's been a pretty encouraging turnaround. And we'll see what she can do in the second sector as Olivieri powers up the hill, ready to drop down the other side and wriggle his way down towards Moorish. Roussel, Weldon, Rintaro Sato, then Olivieri, and an improving Keen Nakamura-Berta, because he's done an absolute best in sector 3. Emily Cotti lost time again, another 3/10 lost in sector 2. So it started well with the toe, I'm pretty sure, but it's unravelled a little bit. Now Olivieri's lap might unravel slightly. The onboard in the timing tower is Keen Nakamura-Berta, who's ahead of all of this on the road, and the reason I say it might unravel for Olivieri is because there's another car ahead. Look, coming down to Melco hairpin, that's Nakamura-Berta going out of the corner, and Olivieri now finding himself a little bit caught up in traffic. Nakamura-Berta should go fastest this time because he has now done 2 absolute best, and there's nobody to get in the way as the car finds a little bump coming down towards Fisherman's. Keen Nakamura-Berta, the British driver, fighting now Seb Weldon, who's done 2 absolute bests as well, but Nakamura-Berta is ahead on the road, so he will go top, but we'll see for how long he stays there. He comes across the line, and Keen Nakamura-Berta goes fastest of all, a 2:24.538 at exactly the moment he's noted for speeding in the pit lane as well. Jules Roussel tilt across the line. Olivieri third as he goes by. And we wait and we wait and we wait to see what Seb Weldon can do. Sebastian is in the last sector of the lap then. Through goes Marcus Chung, the Macanese driver gains a place. Itsuki Sato goes by, stays 12th, and Rintaro Sato goes through to be 5th. What happened to Sebastian Weldon? He's not yet done the last sector. Here he comes. Finn McLaughlin goes by, and Finn McLaughlin is up to 6th fastest then. So Finn McLaughlin gaining places on merit, not with penalties now for others. Across the line goes Sebastian Weldon, and it unravelled in sectors 4 and 5, so he ends up with a slightly slower lap and 4th in the times. Now, Finn McLaughlin is on a 2:25.223. He's 6/10ths away from the top, and he's 6th in the times. I reckon that's a pretty impressive fight back after everything that's been lobbed at him this weekend.
We said possibly he's not with no free practice laps behind him yesterday or today. Maybe he's not going to be the quickest car out there in qualifying, but he could well take a headline. And I would say that 6th place is a headline story. It's incredibly impressive. Only 10 laps completed in total, and if you bear in mind that everybody else has been able to have 2 40-minute sessions out on circuit, that's a lot more laps than Finn McLaughlin has been able to do.
And at least 2 of those 10 have been pit lane laps,
yes,
because he crosses the beam in the pits. So yeah, they've not all been flying laps. So quite right. This is Emanuele Olivieri, who did a personal best sector 1 but lost out a bit in 2 and 3. McLaughlin, 2 personal bests. So he's just building now. The confidence is coming for him. Gino Trapper still struggling a little bit, and down to the Melco hairpin. Emanuele Olivieri now through the tight right, drops down the hill. And you can see, because of the nature of the buildings, where there's dazzling sunshine and where there's the shade, and you plunge into the brightness and come out the other side, shadows on the ground down towards Fisherman, set the car up, turn right into the sunshine, the road opens out ahead of you, and this is the blast now down towards the R-bend at the end of the lap. This is Emanuele Olivieri. He is 3rd, as across the line has just gone Nakamura Berta, still at the top of the times. Nobody has dislodged him yet. Olivieri's going to have a go. He goes by, stays 3rd.
Nakamura Berta going on to a quick lap, I reckon, because that final sector was an overall best sector for Nakamura Berta. If we talk about purple sectors, let's talk about Seb Weldon as well, because on this lap he's put an overall best in sector 3, company down there in 4th place. Thomas Behrman goes 2nd, so personal best in sectors 2 all the way through to 5, and Thomas Behrman competing in this year in the British Championship. Seb Weldon, it did stitch together, didn't it? Yeah. Goes top, 2:24.148, overall best in sector 3, personal best in the first and last sector. That all adds up, a 2:24.148. Seb Weldon is top.
And also improving from Macau, Thiago Rodriguez, who drove in the Grand Prix last year and crashed and said, that's it, I'm retiring, I'm giving up. Well, he's come back, and he's 6th in the times, and he's improving again. Number 3, as you look at Dan Weldon's son, Sebastian, here, the late Dan Weldon. Sebastian comes down towards Lisboa, sets the car up for the right-hand. A bit of traffic up the road, which may be his undoing, but he has just done an improved first sector time, a personal best then for Sebastian. Keen Nakamura Berta, though, is also responding. 11 minutes are on the clock. And this twice interrupted session. And Keen Nakamura Berta, who is British, despite the Japanese flag, his father Japanese, and comes then now through the approach to the Melco hairpin. You forget how narrow that whole section is. You think about the hairpin being narrow, but that whole run out of Donna Maria is narrow. And very close to the wall there was Nakamura Berta, wasn't he? Down the hill he plunges, and he's done an absolute best sector 4. This is a good lap.
A really good lap as we ride on board with Keen Nakamura Berta, currently 2nd place to Sebastian Weldon in what we now have remaining 10 minutes and 40 seconds of qualifying. What can Nakamura Berta do in the final sector on the gear circuit here at Macau? We'll find out in just a couple of moments. Threads his way around so close to the wall on the exit of the corner, across the line, completes the sector. That wasn't a good final sector, was it?
No, he dropped there just about a 10th of a second, and that was his undoing, but he's certainly brave. Thomas Behrman is 4th, having, as you said, improved last time. Just going past the pits, it is Kyuho Lee, doesn't improve. This is the car of Marcus Chung going over the line and stays 17th, although it was a better lap time. Finn McLaughlin in the back background, comes up to the timing line, goes through, and McLaughlin improves, does he? Well, he briefly went 7th, and then he's been pushed back down to 8th by Rintaro Sato.
He's doing all right. He's keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, and pressing on. He's doing 2 free practice sessions and a qualifying session, all in 40 minutes, which is an incredible thing to do for the British champion this year. And he's currently down there in 8th, really equipping himself very nicely indeed.
Thomas Behrman has come into the pit lane, as you see little battle developing on track here. So Rodriguez, he's about to get collected, is he? Yes, there's contact, and into the barrier goes, I'm sure that is Thiago Rodriguez. And yellow flag at turn 3, and drivers being told to slow down, but this I fear. Let's see, the marshal goes to the aid, the crane hovers, and red flag. Session stopped. You could see that coming, couldn't you? As soon as those two cars started to get together down to Lisboa, and if I'm right in saying that's Thiago Rodriguez, it didn't look as though he was aware of a car around, and he's not the only one in the wall, because there's another spin that's happened around the lap. Now, who is that? Looking at the way the rear wing has been knocked askew. No, it's Gino Trapper having his 2nd accident of the day.
And it is Rodriguez. That's confirmation there. That car with deranged front wheel climbs out of the car. The marshals go to help down at Lisboa, and as they set about the job of getting the car lifted out of the way, that's the work of a moment. But Rodriguez now being told, no, you can't cross the circuit. You have to stay with us now. And yeah, he wants to press on and get off the track, doesn't he? And he's done that now. And it is the work of a moment to remove that car, which does look rather sorry for itself. Again, another situation during this qualifying session where you could almost imagine you were in a race situation, because as they barrel into Lisboa, 2 does not necessarily go awfully well. And that was a big bang, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gino Trapper having a big moment. This is the incident between Rodriguez and I think Jules Roussel on the inside. And Roussel tried to commit, and Rodriguez was adamant he wasn't going to give way, and kind of neither wanted to give way, and the net result is that Rodriguez is in the barriers. That is Gino Trapper, who is okay, but you're right, that was quite a big whack, and he inspects the damage, but there's a lot there.
Quite a bit of work is facing the team before 11:40 local time tomorrow morning, and quite a few F4 cars requiring repair work overnight.
So Sebastian Weldon is the fastest by 1/10 and a bit from Keen Nakamura Berta. Emanuele Olivieri is 3rd from Thomas Behrman. And Thiago Rodriguez was 5th, but he now, I fear, will fall down the order if they deem him to be the reason for that red flag rather than Gino Trapper and take his best lap off him. That will promote Rintaro Sato. Jules Roussel only 7th, given how well he went early on. Finn McLaughlin is 8th, Arai Bansal is 9th, and Simon Zhang is 10th. And that's Marcus Chung, who is still 17th in the times. So 9 minutes remain.
Opportunity for teams to check tyre pressures as we head into what we hope is going to be an unrestricted final 9 minutes of qualifying for the F4 cars. A fair bit of clearing up to do for the marshals down there. We've not yet got the car out the way either, so bit of work to be done down there, down in pit lane. The teams can check tyre pressures, do all those kind of things, because it is now very, very warm here at Macau. That will affect the tyre pressures, so maybe a little bit of adjustment can be done down there, and also check cars absolutely in peak performance. Team just checking Jules Roussel's car. And we talked about the school trips to Macau, and we said that they rather enjoy themselves. You don't have to take my word for it, you can see it. They were really noisy first thing this morning as they took their places in the grandstand, and they're still in fine voice. That's just lovely to see, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely superb.
They're the top 100 in cheering class. That's why they come.
Yes, they've done well. Really good. And thoroughly enjoy this event. Why would you not? There is so much to enjoy here at Macau. The build-up, all of the photographs, the media opportunities. We had so many of the drivers taking part in a local cuisine cookery lesson the other day.
That's right,
and
yes.
it was all part of the build-up to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. The reason I know that, I wasn't aware it was taking place. I barreled into the room, chatting at normal volume, and then turned around and realised that, oh, okay, something's going on in here. Whoops.
When you were given a bowl and a chef's hat, told to join in.
You wouldn't want me to do any cooking, that's for sure. Right, 9 minutes remain on the clock for this qualifying session. Look down there at Thomas Behrmann's car, who I have to say has rather come alive during this qualifying session. We haven't seen those sort of times from Thomas up to this point. Keen Nakamura Berta's car. That's the other side of the halo device that we see from the driver's eye view on that quite wonderful in-car shot that we're getting around the gear circuit. Yet to retrieve that car, so we're going to be a little while longer before we get this session back underway. Third red flag of this session for the Macau Formula 4 race, the FIA F4 World Cup here at Macau this year. Oliveri's car, the Italian F4 Championship and the Middle East F4 champion this year. Oliveri remains very much focused on the job in hand. Got another school as well represented here. They all dress very smartly for their day out, don't they? All in their school colours.
Which coincidentally are the colours of this year's Grand Prix, the blue and the yellow.
Yeah, they are.
Which is the uniform for many of the people involved in the event.
Car number 87 speeding in pit. They've had a few of those, haven't we?
Yeah.
In this session. That's Thomas Behrmann that's been noted for speeding in pit lane. Kimi Chan competing in the Chinese F4 Championship this year, finishing runner-up.
Was a race winner. So he's got pace, but struggling a little bit here. He's 13th, and he's not really sparkled. He's not really had a session where he's been up fighting for top spots. So the last car to be retrieved, Gino Trapper, that will be brought back. And once it's on its way, then a restart time can be offered.
How close do you feel to knowing who's going to be on pole position in 9 minutes' time?
I think it's between Weldon and Nakamura Berta at the moment. Olivieri I had high hopes for early on, but he's just not responded over the last couple of laps. But the spoiler in the pack, in a sense, is Behrmann, who has progressively got better and better and better across each session, and with now 9 minutes to go, is, as you were saying, fourth in the times, and I don't think he's done yet.
Anything can happen at Macau, and very often does. 3 red flag stoppages during this qualifying session for the Macau Formula 4 race. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to our coverage on day 2 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Beautiful sunshine looks down on the gear circuit, and we're looking at Itsuki Sato. Sat in the car. They all remain very much focused on the job in hand, many of them visualizing the circuit, and that's very much part of the driver's preparation for single-seater driving. Sebastian Weldon is at the front of the field at the moment. His time, a 2:24.148 around the gear circuit here at Macau. Nakamura Berta, Keen Nakamura Berta second, car number 51, 2:24.284. Emmanuel Oliveri is third. Thomas Behrmann really improving over the course of the 3 sessions so far today. He's come to peak performance in this qualifying session. The recovery of that car is proving to be more tricky than we at first would have thought. The car is only now just being pulled around, and it's incredible. The marshals, the course workers that work here at the Macau Grand Prix are incredibly experienced in the recovery of cars, and normal circumstances, they can get the most tricky recovery completed in just a few minutes' time and get the session back underway. But that one is being a little bit obstinate, isn't it?
I think part of the problem was it had come to rest in such a place that it was hard to get the ropes around it. So now the car has been swung away from the barrier. Now it can be lifted on an angle, but it was hard to get it away from the wall. And it's also quite badly deformed, isn't it? It's fairly twisted in terms of where the wing and the suspension all is now after that very solid whack. But Gino Trapper's car now just about ready to plonk down again.
Lots of work in prospect for that car, isn't there? So the car now making its way onto the back of the flatbed recovery vehicle.
It was 11th in the times. Now, the red flag was flown for Thiago Rodriguez, but whether Trapper is going to be deemed as a cause of a red flag as well, we'll wait and see. The liquid being mopped up. So, the car dropped down, back onto the flatbed, and we're not far now from getting things underway, but the speedy dry put down to soak up the liquid.
Quite a bit of liquid by the looks of things down at that corner, and you can only deal with that once you've got the car out the way, can't you, and see the real extent of how much fluid has gone down. But they're working hard. It's amazing stuff as well, isn't it, that they work into it with not only brushes but also trainers as well. So all hands to the pump down there to get things back underway.
Gino Trapper looks on, but he's rather more concerned about getting a lift back.
Can I have a lift, please?
The team, yeah. That's your Central European Zone champion then in the wars. The French champion has also had an accident in this session. So big names, big reputations are being affected somewhat here.
Look at that clear sky and beautiful sunshine here for day 2 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And now
we deserve that after last year, don't we?
Really do, yeah. This is much more traditional. This is the sort of weather we come to expect and love. And they come prepared as well, with umbrellas last year being used to keep the rain off, this year being used to shield from the sunshine. And there's plenty of it today. Absolutely beautiful day here at Macau. And a very happy crowd in the grandstands. So it's car number 7 that's being investigated for the red flag.
And that's interesting because that was Jules Roussel making the move against Rodriguez. It was Rodriguez in the wall, but they're both being looked at. And perhaps the stewards are coming down on the side of Roussel being the guilty party. And it was him, therefore, that caused the accident, that caused the stoppage. That, I suspect, might get argued by his side of the garage. However, we'll wait and see what pans out. 9 minutes are on the clock.
They've got plenty of time to argue. They don't race until 11:40 tomorrow morning. So we shall wait and see. There, in actual fact, there's quite a few arguments to have because there have been a lot of investigations during this qualifying session for speeding in pit lane, causing red flags, etc., etc. We've got through quite a lot in the, how long have we had of this? 31 minutes of qualifying. 9 minutes remain on the clock, and they've all got TVs down there. There's a big screen down in pit lane as well, so they can see that that car has been recovered, so they know imminently we're going to get this session back underway.
And there's also one of the old traditions of Macau, which is a English language pit lane public address system to warn the teams of the countdown for the start of any session, whether it's practice or qualifying or race.
George Munro, who makes traditionally the announcements down there in the paddock. Hello, George.
And has been doing so for a long time.
Many years, yeah. Very much a feature of the soundtrack of a Macau Grand Prix weekend.
Now we are still awaiting a restart time, after which the session for F4 is followed by the Macau Grand Prix second qualifying session, and then the new style qualifying for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. Let's have another look at one or two incidents that we've had. Jules Roussel, who's being looked at for causing a red flag, had done an absolute best first sector on this lap. So look, he gets a toe off Rodriguez. Look at the back of the shot. Roussel is the 4th car in the shot, now the 3rd, now the 2nd, and he wants to get past. He's got the toe, so he's got the speed. He gets up the inside, but he's just about alongside. Rodriguez moves across. Roussel, in fairness to him, gets up the curb. He tries to steer out of the contact, but he was trying to get through. He had the toe, he had the speed, and he will argue, I was quicker and I was overtaking. And he's going to be looked at after the session.
Lengthy discussion that, yeah, because you can see both sides of it, can't you? We shall wait and see what the stewards decide once qualifying is complete. And we've still got a big chunk of qualifying yet to go.
Yeah.
9 minutes.
When Roussel was fully alongside, that was when Rodriguez turned into the corner. At that point, he can't disappear. That will be his defence, I'm sure. Anyway, join us tomorrow for the first race, and we'll update the story. It will rumble on.
We'll update a few stories.
Yeah, the car park of damaged cars, which we can see out of our window, is growing all the time. Rayan Claretti's car has been joined by Thiago Rodriguez's car. And we patiently wait for action to kick back in here on the Gear Circuit.
Smart-looking car, aren't they? A Formula 4 car. I think they look absolutely fantastic. And with the liveries that are presented for the Macau Grand Prix, these unique liveries that are presented for this weekend, sunshine looking down on them, even though they're damaged, you can see the beauty of the shape of the racing car. I really like F4 cars.
And the British Championship particularly has had a really good season. Entries have really rocketed up, which perhaps is indicative of how single-seater racing generally is becoming stronger again, globally. So the fans continue to occupy themselves.
Noticed over the last couple of years with the British Championship, it feeling a lot more like the British F3 Championship of the 1980s and early 1990s, where talented drivers from around the world think that's the one I want to compete in. And this year, British F4 rather felt like that. We had a very international feeling on our timing screens in the UK, like we have here at Macau. We have the flags of the nations of the drivers down the left-hand side, and it was a huge mix from around the world for British F4 this year. Really good news.
And with a non-championship race at the British Grand Prix, with a Zandvoort race, there are circuits that appeal because they want to know about them for later in their careers, going to modern-day F1 venues. There's a Mexican wave sort of in the offing, I think, at Lisboa.
It's a big grandstand, that, isn't it? Absolutely huge, and everybody having a great afternoon. When you have these breaks in the activity, you can always amuse yourself in the grandstand, can't you? Super stuff.
And it's a great place to go and watch because you get the speed of the cars coming towards you, and you get the corner where there's always some drama.
And you can hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd as well when you see the videos back afterwards. So, yep, very happy. Sunshine helps, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah. Although even in the rain last year, I think people were still in buoyant mood. We are about 25 seconds or so away from this session being back live, because the countdown continues, and it will be 9 remaining minutes for the surviving cars. The entry has been whittled away a little bit during the course of this. We are now at least 3 fewer than we were earlier on. And so Sebastian Weldon, Keen Nakamura Berta, Emanuele Olivieri, Thomas Behrmann, not taking part, Thiago Rodriguez, and Rintaro Sato is the top 6. The green flag is shown. Go, 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 say the mechanics. And it's Olivieri who scampers out first.
And they need to be careful. The cars have been down in pit lane for a little while, so you need to do the normal and get things up to temperature on this opening lap, and then set about putting in a quick lap. I wonder how much we'll see during this final 9 minutes. Do you think the order is going to shuffle too much?
It'll certainly shuffle.
Yeah.
I just hope we get through it without further drama, because there are people that want to have the capability to and need to improve.
Because these sessions are so much better when you can get into a groove. You can do a quick lap, another quick lap, another quick lap, and get into the motion of the session, really. And with 8 minutes left on the clock now, they are on the out lap. So they're only going to have a handful of laps, even if we don't get another interruption.
So, Sebastian Weldon the fastest so far. We're already down to 8 minutes, look, as the cars power up the hill. And Kei Nakamura-Berta in the onboard there in the timing graphic is now making the run down towards the Solitude S's from Faraway Hill. Everybody else filed through. Finn McLaughlin this time has got a bit of traffic around him, but 8th in the times is quite a result given what he was staring at earlier on in the weekend. Gino Trapper, just out of interest, having had his accident, hence he's not taking part in the restart of the session, had done a personal best lap on the previous lap, so he was certainly pushing hard and just overstepped the mark ever so slightly, but with very serious consequences. As to Moorish Hill comes Emanuele Olivieri, being told about a slippery track surface at turn 13, which is where Trapper drops it. Donna Maria, the corner that brings you round towards the Melco hairpin of turn 19. And down the hill from the hairpin they plunge, heading towards the start area and then onto a flying lap.
And this is the completion of the outlap from pit lane. And we have had multiple stoppages during this qualifying session for the F4 race, the Macau Formula 4 race this year. It is the FIA F4 World Cup as well here at Macau, on board with Kei Nakamura-Berta, currently lying second, and on to the first of the flying laps after the resumption. They're not going to get many laps, are they? Because we are now 6 minutes just over of the session remaining, so we can't afford for another stoppage in this qualifying session. So please, 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 keep it neat, keep it tidy, and maybe we can get a couple of meaningful laps in this closing stages of qualifying.
So Kei Nakamura-Berta arrives at Lisboa, goes down through the gears, rides the curb a little on the inside, nicely through the corner, but not an improvement within that first sector, so no improvement in the time. Pushing on, climbs San Francisco Hill, past the hospital, past the apartments on the left-hand side as well. Flicks right, down through the gears, brake hard, flick left, avoid the concrete, avoid the barrier. And then a sharper corner at Maternity Bend. Down the hill he drops, heading towards Teddy Yip corner, which is coming up, which is there. And then there's the run to Faraway Hill, and then down towards Moorish. But very, very few people are doing much by way of an improvement. So it's the next lap thereafter where tyres should be back up to temperature. Kei Nakamura-Berta comes a little bit sideways there through the approach to Moorish. A little touch of oversteer, but he gets the car turned in nicely there. Up through turn 16. And up the climb towards Donna Maria, which tilts you slightly to the left, ever so slightly. Banks and a big snap of oversteer there, and he's right up against the barrier. Kei Nakamura-Berta, I think he would have grazed it, but it looks like he might have got away with that.
That would be described as a kiss of the barrier, and may have got away with that.
Yes. As kisses go.
Yes.
Yeah. Blimey. Well, it's certainly not affecting him, is it? He's continuing to press on, but hardly anybody is improving in sectors on this lap. It is the next one that's going to be all important. And Nakamura-Berta now, if the car did graze the wall, it might just be ever so slightly out of kilter. So let's see how it's going to handle down towards our bend. Again, it's a bit of a fight, isn't it, to get the car turned in. Up towards the timing line he goes. And that's a 2:26.6. That's about 2 seconds down on his earlier best.
Let's see what this lap is going to be, because they've had the out lap, they've had that one quick lap as well.
Oh no, another one in the wall is Rintaro Sato. And that's going to be a red flag, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So that was one flying lap for a handful of drivers. And
not even a meaningful flying lap, was it? As you were saying about Nakamura-Berta. So
it's our 4th stoppage of the session.
It is.
It's a big hit.
Quite a clomp, wasn't it?
Yeah, and a secondary impact, but that's too much speed carried through the corner. I think that's Thomas Behrman, isn't it, having to dodge through. Session won't be resumed. So that's your lot. Sebastian Weldon is the fastest, and Keen Nakamura Berta second, Rintaro Sato sixth, but he's just caused a red flag, so he's going to lose his best lap time by way of penalty. Good news is he's okay, but a lot of damage has been done to that car. Standing there dutifully on the wall above the car, which needs to be recovered, and I feel very sorry for him actually, standing up there and watching everybody else come through. Now it's okay to hop down and run across the circuit and get to a place of safety, but yep, car number 30 causing a red flag, Rintaro Sato, and that's a disappointing way to finish qualifying, isn't it? I didn't get the opportunity to put those meaningful laps in right at the end of qualifying. Very frustrating for everybody concerned. The first half of the session ran well, didn't it? But then as soon as you get one interruption, it seems to rattle drivers. Oh, need to push. Yeah. And, you know, Rintaro Sato had been going well, 6th fastest, but building up to a fast lap. Tell you what, the Mintimes team are going to be very, very busy, because there are at least 4 cars that need... a lot of work. 5 cars that need a lot of work. Yeah. Blimey. Can we bookend the story of Finn McLaughlin as well? The floor is yours. Because he didn't compete in FP1, he didn't compete in FP2, tried to compete in both of them, but the car just wasn't playing. So he came out for qualifying, and he came out with no real world laps around the Macau Gear circuit, and he's qualified in 8th. I think that's not bad. I still think he will rise to the qualifying race. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's been very, very impressive, that, from an early, gentle sighting lap to then build the confidence. He has truly been a flying Finn over the course of that session. Rintaro Sato is under investigation for causing a red flag. Well, there's not a lot to investigate. Wall, car, red flag. Red flag. Yeah. Yeah. Guilty. So he loses his best. That's the decider, isn't it, really, when the red flag comes out? Yeah. I'm not entirely sure the car had stopped before the red flag was thrown that time. There was no question about it. Yep. And the lap time is indeed deleted for causing a red flag. We're getting these messages on the timing screen, and that's why the session was stopped. That's what's left of Rintaro Sato's car, so the jacks will go under it to lever it away from the concrete, and then it can be scooped up, and F4 qualifying is done. And we look forward to the first of their races, which is going to be tomorrow, the F4 qualification race, 8 laps, and then the main race for the World Cup itself is going to be a 10-lap race on Sunday. Sebastian Weldon then takes pole position for the qualifying race from Keen Nakamura Berta and Emanuele Olivieri. Thomas Behrman 4th from Thiago Rodriguez and Jules Roussel, who's under investigation. Finn McLaughlin 7th, ahead of Rintaro Sato, who loses his best lap and drops to 8th from Arai Bansal and Simon Zhang. 11th, also with a damaged car, Gino Trapper from Lee Ki-hu and then Kimi Chan. Itsuki Sato 14th from Rayan Caretti, Emily Cotti, Marcus Chung with Alexandra Munoz crashing out to be 18th, and it is Wang Yuzhe 19th. Sebastian Weldon celebrates pole position for the qualifying race for the FIA Formula 4 World Cup. Qualifying 2 is just about ready to go here in Macau for the FIA FR World Cup. For the Macau Grand Prix, we had one qualifying session of 40 minutes duration yesterday. Qualifying 2 will be the same, and it starts in about 5 minutes' time, and you take your better of the two times to decide the grid positions. In this modern age, it's all a bit old-fashioned, really, taking time as your better out of two options, but it's still going to be very interesting indeed, and also to see how the times stack up with a bit more mileage, a bit more experience, a bit more confidence gained after yesterday. David Addison and Alan Hyde. A trackside, Freddie Slater is the man in form. He was quickest yesterday, he was quickest this morning as well. But as you anticipate at Macau, it is a quality entry, that is for sure, with a number of drivers who have won races, won championships across the course of 2025. Not all from Formula Regional. That's the chassis that they use, the Tachus T318. But some have been racing in FIA Formula 3 and have decided to come and race in these cars because the lure of Macau is such. Others have been racing in other categories and are stepping up to Formula Regional because the lure of Macau is such. We have had a few stoppages during the course of the weekend, not only in this category but others, but yet again we are looking forward hugely to what this second qualifying session has in store, because every year you come to Macau and surprises come thick and fast, and talented drivers will always shine through.
Freddie Slater this morning in free practice was at the top of the times, and that's the car that you look at, number 11 down in pit lane, he being a champion already this year, and Formula Regional Europe champion in 2025. 2 rounds of FIA F3 as well for Freddie Slater this year, with a second place being his best results over the course of that outing. So it's really what drivers do now when they are young drivers in the early part of their single-seater careers. They can try and race every single weekend. They can compete in different championships, and many of the drivers that you see down in pit lane competing this weekend in Formula Regional chassis have competed in multiple championships over the course of this year. And if you do get the opportunity as a Formula Regional driver to compete in FIA F3, well, it's a good idea. It gives you an idea of what you might be doing next year, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Well, we are pretty much good to go as the drivers go through the final few moments before the green flag is waved at the end of the pit lane. Number 18 there, ready to make his way down the pit lane, is Takuya Suzuki, the Japanese driver making his Macau debut. There, Mari Boya, who was rapid this morning. He's been racing in Formula 3 for the last couple of seasons. He did come and race here last year. He was 7th. He was 4th back in 2023 and 3rd in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year. That is Matteo Colnaghi carrying the Red Bull colours, having joined the junior programme this year. Colnaghi, one of the drivers for the PHM Racing team, the Euro Cup 3 champion. Matteo De Paolo, having recently, like in the last week, signed for McLaren, that driver development programme. And Enzo Ye is there as well. Sticker tyres, new set of boots for them. Pirelli rubber is on which they run. The PHM Racing car of Enzo Ye, Chinese karting champion, and has been racing in partly Formula Regional in Europe, but also the Euro Formula Open, from which we have the champion, Tim Equacho. That's Enzo Deligny, who's been another race winner in the European Series. He took 4 victories, and the French-Chinese driver good to go for R-Ace GP. Enzo Deligny's father, Arno, used to race in the Volkswagen Cup in China, going back quite a few years. So we're into the last minute before things get underway. And after a fairly bruising Formula 4 qualifying session with, what do we end up with in the end? 4 red flags and lots of battered cars. Fingers crossed that the more powerful Formula Regional cars are going to be guided safely through the gear circuit. 30-second board shown. Q2 is ready to start, and by way of a guide, we're looking for time 2-minute 15 bracket. Only Freddie Slater was in the 2:15s in Q1 yesterday.
So, an expectant crowd here at Macau awaits already, even on day 2 of the Macau Grand Prix this year. We've got full grandstands, we've got plenty of school trips to enjoy the action here at Macau trackside, and the green flag is waved to get 40 minutes of qualifying underway. We have tried over the last couple of days to pick out who might be the victorious driver on Sunday, and with a quality field like that, it is becoming increasingly difficult. One of them, clearly, Freddie Slater. He's been exceptional over a few significant laps so far this weekend. Yesterday, today in 2 free practice sessions and 1 qualifying session at the end of yesterday. Around about the same time as this, a little bit later, wasn't it, yesterday, about an hour later for their qualifying session. It's a bit earlier that we've got here today, and as David was saying, a few delays over the course of qualifying today. Quite a few red flags and quite a few stoppages, which is to be expected on a street circuit. The way things work, as soon as you have a car that stops out on the circuit, it needs to be recovered. Can't have marshals working around cars and cars still threading their way through. It needs to be a stoppage to the session, and therefore we've had quite a few of them so far today, and I fancy we probably haven't seen the last of them today.
Yeah, I fear you might be right, but if they can get into a rhythm, that all helps, because it starts to build the confidence, doesn't it? We don't need to worry about this lap particularly because it's an out lap. Even the first flying lap, I think, will be a start-up lap in a sense. They will get quicker and quicker before a push lap comes, really. Balancing, taking life out of the tyres. They get 4 sets for the weekend. Now, that's 2 free practice, 2 qualifying, and 2 races of differing lengths. So they need to manage what they run and when. But here, surely you would want to bang on a brand new set because you desperately need to be as high up the grid as you can be. Yeah,
for the qualification race tomorrow, which will form part of our live stream, which we've got around the world, and also a number of broadcasters taking the action here from Macau over the course of this weekend, which is super to see every year. And we've got a really good number of broadcasters from all corners of the world taking our broadcast over the course of this weekend, which is great news. The race for these cars tomorrow will be open 10 laps, 4:15 in the afternoon tomorrow. Final action on circuit tomorrow, and their Grand Prix on Sunday. 15 laps in total. Only 1 race goes longer than this, and that's the Macau GT Cup for GT3 cars. The FIA GT World Cup has a 16-lap race on Sunday. They're qualifying after this as well. We've got the GT3 cars coming up, but now it's all about single-seaters and the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
Enzo Deligny first across the line, first out. He drives for RHGP. RHGP won last year with Ugo Ugochukwu. The allocation of the order of the garages is in the order the teams finished last year's race. So you win one year, you're quite likely to do very well the next because you're at pit out, which is always an advantage. First on the road, ahead of any dramas that happen behind you, first onto a qualifying lap, first to record a time. It's a bit tougher if you're at the back of the queue. You can see from the way that everyone's weaving left and right still that we're not looking at proper push laps yet. They're still getting warmth and pressure into the tyres before they do start to attack the circuit. So, yeah, sector times will be an improvement over the out lap, but they're not representative yet. And hopefully, we can get through the first 10 minutes or so, really, before we get any dramas. What we want is for people to get into a rhythm and then start to be able to attack and post lap times. The first half of the F4 session went that way, then there was an interruption, and drivers seemed to lose their cool after that.
Saw how important it was to put an early qualifying lap in as well in this session. So sensible stuff, this, having 2 warming up laps to make sure that everything is absolutely up to temperature, and then the closing stages of the lap that they are now on. If you pull the pin, finish the lap really quickly, that puts you, sets you up nicely for a good opening part of your first quick lap. So this is sensible stuff, 2 laps of warming up.
It is, and Enzo Deligny is not without error this weekend. At this part of the circuit in FP2 this morning, he went straight on up the escape road, was able to reverse back down and rejoin without the session having to be stopped. But right now he's on his own and he's trying to use that clear track space to his advantage. Deligny, 4 times a winner in European Formula Regional this year, the ghastly titled Fracker, Formula Regional European Championship with Alpine. But Spa, Imola and Barcelona and Hockenheim were the circuits at which he won. You see there the problems of how narrow the Malco hairpin is, and if you just ran ever so slightly wide, all of a sudden you run out of turning circle. So the car's to a virtual halt, 35 kilometres an hour, first gear coming into that corner. And as Alan's been explaining over the weekend, there's a permanent yellow flag to stop people overtaking, because two cars side by side into the corner, yeah, you can see the width for that, but not the other side. I
remember a demonstration here on Sunday as we go on board with Matteo De Pallo. We're going to be on board with De Pallo for the whole of this lap, and it's been a treat so far, and now we're in qualifying. This is going to be one to savour.
It is indeed. So he now accelerates then down towards the very fast right, going through Mandarin, 246 kilometres an hour, sixth gear, goes now down towards Lisboa, hard on the brakes. You're going from 246 clicks down to 83 into the braking zone, down to second gear, back onto the power. You can see how much throttle's being applied as well in that graphic. Grab third gear, climb up San Francisco Hill, and then it starts to get narrow, then it starts to get twisty. Fourth gear, trading throttle, keep it in fourth. Hard on the brakes, down to third. Second gear, pick up the revs. Out of eternity, sharp right, up against the concrete, and then down the hill.
I don't know why I'm watching your television. I'm getting closer and closer to you. It's absolutely enthralling, this stuff. I've got a telly of my own to watch. Absolutely superb being on board in any of these single-seaters around this tight and twisty section, because you can see what we mean about the barriers. They kind of lure you in, they get closer and closer. It's sort of tunnel vision on this section of the circuit. And in the warm weather, it's very, very warm now. The tyres hot and sticky, gripping to the tarmac, into the right-hander here at Police, on towards the very quickly right-hander at Moorish, and then into the long left-hander at Donna Maria. Still a tight part of the circuit. Run downhill towards the Melco hairpin. This is the area that you have to get absolutely right to finish the lap nicely and to set yourself up for the start of the next lap as well.
Melco hairpin, 42 kilometres an hour, first gear, back on the power, down towards Fisherman's Bend. So you're looking at third gear and 125 kilometres an hour for this part of the circuit. Matteo De Pallo, who's been there or thereabouts across the weekend, looking to try to get himself to the top of the times, and then it's now down to R Bend. Again, 135 kilometres an hour, fourth gear. Enzo Dellini then goes across the timing line, and he does a 2 minutes 18 as his opening effort, 2:18.016. De Pallo goes second, and we'll see what Freddie Slater can do when he comes through behind. But the first flying lap offered up. Teo Nile, who did nothing this morning, never got a proper time in, he's gone quickest.
Murray Boyer goes second, Dellini's third, Charlie Bortz is in fourth place, and Freddie Slater goes top. So a 2:17.033. First time of asking. We're on board now with Freddie Slater directly after that fastest lap of this session. Freddie Slater is really delivering when he's asked to do so, isn't he? This is commitment. Get a really good idea from the cockpit of the car just how committed you have to be around the gear circuit here at Macau, and how smooth you need to be as well.
Very close to the wall on the outside of Lisboa, but Freddie Slater then 3/10 quicker than anybody else at the end of his first flying lap. Teo Nile, though, now is doing absolute bests in Sector 1, what he did until we had Suzuki go even faster. Nile in the Pinnacle Motorsport car has been racing in FIA F3 this year for Van Amersfoort.
Freddie Slater has just gone purple, so overall best in Sector 2, following that quickest lap of the session. 2:17.033 is what we're aiming for.
And Evan Gilter has just gone third quickest. He was the Middle East Formula Regional champion at the start of the year. That's the best we've seen out of Gilter all weekend. It's really the first time we've had to mention him, other than at the end of the session in a rundown of the times, because finally Gilter, with clear track space, has been able to show us what he's capable of, and he's going quicker again on his next lap.
Matteo De Pallo has just put in an overall best in the middle sector, and following being on board with him on the previous lap, because everybody else is improving, it's dropped down to 10th. So Matteo Di Paolo, car number 2, with an overall best in sector 3, personal best in sector 4, and let's see what he can do at the end of this lap. I fancy he's going to be an improvement on position. Yellow flag at turn 16 we're seeing down here on the timing screen. Yet to see exactly what's happened down there at turn 16.
But the yellow flag is still there, which does not bode well, as these drivers frantically now trying to get a lap time in. We've done the first 10 minutes of the session, as up to the top goes Teo Nile, then on a 2:17.006, and the green flag is shown at turn 16 as Freddie Slater comes pounding up toward the end of the lap. Now, it's been an odd lap for him, this, in as much as he crosses the line, there was only one improvement in the sector. It was an absolute best, but the other 4 sectors were slower than he'd been, so he stays second fastest. Deligny is 3rd, Boyer 4th, Gilter is 5th, Taito Kato next. It was number 10 that had a moment off the road briefly. Hio Yamakoshi maybe went up the escape road. Yamakoshi's had 2 accidents this weekend, one when he lost a wheel and one when he lost orientation and bounced off the barriers.
Teo Nile has just put in the overall best in sector 1 at the start of the follow-up lap to going quicker than anyone else in qualifying, 2:17.006, and Jose Garfias has just put in the overall best in the final sector with a 28.2, and he is in 10th position currently. It's Freddie Slater in 2nd place.
Evan Gilter is about to go across the line, and he improves to 3rd in the black car. Evan Gilter for ART Grand Prix gains a couple of spots then, so you've got Nile, Slater, Gilter and Teo Nile doing absolute best, sector 1, sector 2.
Very quick lap this is looking to be for Teo Nile, and overall best in sectors 1 and 2.
And a personal best in sector 3. So here he is, Teo Nile coming through Police and Moorish up towards Donna Maria. Mattia Colnagi's Red Bull livery car is now the fastest in sector 2. So these sector bests are being thrown through different drivers, aren't they?
Isn't it lovely when they can get in a groove?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just wonderful. Fast lap after fast lap, and really pushing the cars to their limits. Ultimate concentration around the twists and turns of the 6-kilometre gear circuit. Okay, so Teo Nile was going really well on the first part of the red flag, and I wonder if that's the reason why Teo Nile was just a little bit slower on sector 4.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's the answer to why. It looks as though Garfias has gone off the road. So Jose Garfias, we just talked about improving, and that's on the mountain section, isn't it? And are we going to be able to piece together how? Not just yet, we're not, but Garfias in the barrier, that's him done for qualifying. Now, don't forget, you take your best or better time out of the 2 sessions. Now, yesterday, Garfias was in Q1 12th, and he did a 2:17.104, and he will now lose his best time out of this session, which was a 2:18. There you go, loses the back of the car, smacks into the barrier. All self-induced, so he's got to rely on yesterday's time, which is another reason for why you want a banker.
You've got to do it, and you've got to do it early, because we were just saying, when they can get in a groove and do multiple quick laps, one after another, it's just the perfect situation. There is no guarantee that we're going to be able to do that again in the remaining 28 minutes, just under, of this session. So that first part of the session might have been very important.
Because now we go back to the point we touched on in F4, that when it's interrupted and drivers have to pit and then they lose their rhythm. They don't lose time here because the clock stops, but their rhythm is interrupted. They then go out, get a bit edgy and perhaps make another mistake, or feel they have to push harder than they really do, and then another stoppage comes, and then it just goes into this downward spiral.
Well, with the F4 cars, the other single-seaters that we've got here this weekend, we saw it just after the resumption, when you go out and you maybe push a little bit too hard too soon, and then all of a sudden you find that you've got another stoppage.
Yeah, on 2 occasions in F4 we had people having incidents on their outlaps, which really is not good news. Anyway, enough of them, because Teo Nile has been so far the fastest. The gap to Freddie Slater is a fairly modest one, of 27 thousandths of a second, as we have a look down the pit lane and spot first up the French-Vietnamese driver Owen Tangabaloo. drives for the Santalop team, a name familiar from GT racing and rallying and single-seater racing. Versatility to be under the Santalop umbrella. The team of Sebastian Bradai. Matthew Cornagi did the absolute best sector 2, but it was all a bit academic given that the lap then was hit by the red flag. The schools are in good voice. The session might have stopped. I think you could still hear them cheering over the cars anyway.
They're having a lovely time, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's become a feature increasingly over recent years, noticed on Thursday and Friday here at the Macau Grand Prix of official school trips. Here, all the children looking very smart in their school uniforms. It's a big thing in the area, the Macau Grand Prix. It's also the national games taking place, and Greater Bay Area regions are all very much part of that at the moment. So it's a huge sporting event in Macau over the course of this week for not only the Macau Grand Prix, but also the national games as well.
And thinking further ahead, in June is the International Beer Festival.
What, here?
In Macau.
You're coming back?
I'm hoping it's in this very box, actually, but I'm tempted. It goes on for a week, so there's certainly scope. So drivers then going through the process with the team of any adjustments, looking at data, just picking up on one or two other things. Yesterday, Oscar Wirtz had an accident this morning, in fact, with lots of damage, and he's had an engine change since then. And that was a car badly damaged this morning, and also having had an engine change, Kanato Lee, who had a crash this morning. Now this is an onboard Freddie Slater lap. He's second in the times, don't forget, but let's just ride with him on the run now down towards Mandarin. He's got the road pretty much to himself, so he's not affected by traffic up the road ahead. You can see the hotels and the casinos towering over him as he goes flat out through Mandarin, still on the loud pedal all the way down towards Lisboa. Moves across to avoid some of the bumps. He's then going to have to go back to the far left on the road to get the apex for the corner. You're trying to spot where the gap in the barrier is, and there it is. Pretty much when you're upon it, you've got to slow and turn from second gear, and he's on the power now as the road narrows and he climbs up through San Francisco. Full throttle up to fourth gear, and then accelerates towards Maternity, which is the next sharp right-hander here, so he drops it down to second gear. The road just dips slightly, and then there is a downhill run for a little while as he heads towards Teddy Yip corner, which you'll see in a moment, with the former house of Teddy Yip there towering over the circuit. Flick right, still a quick part of the racetrack this, absolutely no margin for error. It's narrow and it's fast. This is where you really do start to discover how brave they are. Hard on the brakes down to third gear, heading towards faraway S's and then down towards Police and Moorish. There's the left-hand kink, and then there's the right, which is a quick right, but then midway up the straight you've got to brake because it's a really slow second gear, almost first gear in some cars, 90-degree corner. Then the climb to Donna Maria, which is ever so slightly cambered on the left, so the car tilts a little bit. Freddie Slater there with what looked like just a touch of understeer, and this is the very narrow run to the Melco hairpin. First gear at about 35 kilometres an hour. Hurl the wheel as far round as it will go.
Yeah, only just
get around the corner.
Wow.
And then the speed builds all the way down to now about 125 kilometres an hour for Fisherman's Bend, which is this next fourth gear right-hander. And then that fast run down towards our bend. A lot of oversteer, another snap for Freddie Slater. He's got the car by the scruff of the neck, but it does not look like the easiest car to drive.
It also makes you realise when you're riding on board on a day like today how important a tinted visor is, because some of the you are doing such a speed that all of a sudden you go into the glare of the sunshine, and it's quite disorientating when you're looking on the camera. The RS taking a little while to sort of react to that, but as a driver, yep, you need that that sunshine tint, that's for sure.
So we await a restart time.
27 minutes and 50 seconds when we get the session back underway. It's the car of Teonard, top of the times at the moment, 2:17.006 for the number 6 car, remaining very much in the zone and having to deal with a bit of fluid down there as well on the circuit, so that might take a little while longer.
It was a very high-speed whack into the barrier, wasn't it? And the speedy right put down. you can see how far the car went with the rubber marks all the way across the road. So Jose Garfias, okay, but a bit bruised and battered, perhaps, after quite a bash into the barrier, having raced in the Euro Formula Open this year. He's done a bit of GB3 racing in the past, but committed largely to Euro Formula Open. He was fourth in that, 3 times a winner. So again, a driver with ability. And Mari Boyer, 5th in the times right now.
So the order, Taranal is top of the times at the moment. Freddie Slater is second. Evan Gilter is in third. Enzo Delaney is in fourth place. Mari Boyer completes the top 5 as we look at Evan Gilter, which you rightly said, David, maybe the first session that was really spoken about. Evan having a good session at the moment, being up there in third place.
And it's encouraging. And this is part of Macau, isn't it? Some people are on it straight away. Others take a session or so to really get themselves dialed in and then start to become much more of a threat. That is Taito Kaito, who was good yesterday in the first free practice session. But Taito Kato, the French-Japanese driver, Japanese by birth, racing under a French licence. Last year's French F4 champion, Mathieu de Palo, who has so far only got to 8th in the times.
It's a good racing colour to be racing this year, though, isn't it? How tired would you be running in the colours of McLaren?
Yes, indeed. That's a car with a new engine as well after its accident yesterday, Kanato Lee's car. And number 5, I think further down the pit lane, is Enzo Delaney, getting ready to storm out, get back on the track, 4th in the times.
As we say, just under 28 minutes remain in the session when we get things back underway, and we are a little way behind schedule here at Macau, not surprisingly. We had quite a few stoppages over the course of today. If we had been going according to the original timetable, we would now be completing our qualifying session for the Formula Regional cars and going into qualifying for GT3, but we have still 27 minutes and 50 seconds of the session remaining, which will get back underway in about 2 minutes' time.
And there is a driver switching from Formula 3 to come and do the Macau Grand Prix this year, to Sanapol into the Pubersac. Winner twice, in fact, in F3 this year. And his father, Butikor, you might recall racing in GT cars, the Thai Motorsport family. First time that Sanapol into the Pubersac has raced here, or turned into the Pubersac for short, but Sanapol is his full title. Mari Boyer good to go for the KCMG back squad, and we're looking at about now 10 seconds before things get underway. That is Reza Seaworthen, who also had an accident yesterday, here for the first time, driving the Formula Regional car for the first time, all really just to learn. The teams are being told to tell their drivers of a track surface that's a bit slippery between turns 9 and 10. And we're not far off getting that green light at the end of the pit lane. Impressive, though, the way that Teo Nile has been able to, if you like, bounce back from a troubled free practice session this morning. Certainly not phased it at all, has it? And there he is fighting for pole position now.
Yeah, back on the sort of form that we saw yesterday in day 1 of the Macau Grand Prix yesterday here at the gear circuit. Sunshine, 32nd board. We're about to get qualifying back on the way from the Macau Grand Prix.
Evan Gilter, we've been saying much better now, 16th in Q1 and currently 3rd.
Wow, impressive that. Work has been done, hasn't it? And also familiarisation has been done as well. The amount of laps that you put behind yourself at the gear circuit, the confidence breeds, doesn't it? We've said it quite a few times as the green flag is waved. You can do as many laps as you like on a simulator, but there is nothing quite the same as a real-world experience with sitting in a car and experiencing all the assault of the senses that the Macau gear circuit is.
And also, you need a good driver coach, because somebody that can invest in you and say, don't worry, or try this line, or be mindful of that bump, here more than anywhere perhaps, is absolutely crucial. There is, at the end of the pit lane, the practice start box, but I think pretty much everybody for now just wants to be on circuit. They were using that in free practice, but it's too important the qualifying session to be wasting time. You can see they're all on
quite a few
new
labels,
sticker tyres.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a sight for the eyes, that, with the white flicking through. And you can see how track position is important. Murray Boyer absolutely determined to come by, as in, I'm coming by, and gets himself up the order on track. So he doesn't want to get stuck in traffic at all.
It was a bit marginal, wasn't it, going up to San Francisco? So everyone got through, sensible stuff, and can't win anything on the outlap from pit lane, can you? Certainly lose a lot.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of drivers being looked at from the Formula 4 session for an accident, not on an outlap, but going into that corner. Right, Murray Boyer storms past Enzo Deligny. He said that puts Boyer at the head of the queue, nobody ahead of him. Do you get the feeling that Murray Boyer is going for one instant push lap here, as a desperate effort to roll the dice and get up the order for fear of more stoppages?
On a mission is a phrase that comes to mind, and Murray Boyer, if we can go on board here, this is going to be fairly spectacular, and I reckon pretty close to the edge as well, because this is a committed outlap from pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. To do all that overtaking that you've seen him do shows intent, doesn't it? So there is Niall, there is Deligny, the Palo, and the red and white Kramer Racing colours, carried by Freddie Slater a little bit further back in the queue, and he will also, no doubt, be trying to let the traffic go so that the road is clear ahead of him. 25 and 3/4 minutes are still to go this session.
So just under 26 minutes of qualifying, and this is the final qualifying session for single-seaters. They go into qualification races tomorrow, and then, of course, the big races on Sunday here. And this one, the biggest of them all, the Macau Grand Prix. It's one of the regional cars that are competing for that title for the second year here at Macau. Right, weave the car as much as you can as you close in on the completion of the lap. Murray Boyer has certainly got as much heat into the tyres as is absolutely possible.
So let's ride with Murray Boyer then and see whether or not this is going to be a lap with an improvement in it. He certainly was going so hard on the previous start-up lap to show that he wanted to get the warmth in the tyres, so he's absolutely on it, and we'll see shortly when he gets to the end of this run down to Lisboa whether or not we're going to have a better first sector. If we are, the lap can be built upon. Down towards Lisboa he comes. He's nearly at the end of Sector 1. He is at the end of Sector 1, and he is slower than he had been earlier on. So Boyer not quite able yet to think about improving the lap time.
Into San Francisco he goes. It's great to be on board, because this is, although not a personal best in the first sector, certainly commitment early on in the restart of this session. Slipping through the lefts and the rights, the wall on the left-hand side into the demands of the run down towards Teddy Ip after maternity, and then into the Solitude S's where the car goes from left to right and left to right, and then the run down towards the left-hander at Pyle, and then Faraway Hill comes next, which is coming up any moment now, ultimately finishing up in the right-hander of Police, and then very quickly the squirt onto Moorish Corner, the one that can so often catch you out. So this Murray Boyer on the first quick lap after the resumption of this qualifying session.
And it is starting to come, because he's done a personal best in Sector 2, but also Timek Kwarczuk, the Polish driver, has done an absolute best Sector 1. Now, some of that can be down to a toe if you've got a bit of traffic around you, but we are now starting to see some improvements in the sectors as Boyer goes down to first gear. There's a huge strain, of course, on the transmission from first gear, all that power going through it, coming out the other side. But Murray Boyer then accelerates towards the sunshine, towards Fisherman's Bend, and right now he is 5th in the times, desperate to improve. 2 personal best in the sectors.
Here we go. Let's see what the result is going to be at the end of this. 2 green, Sector 2 and Sector 4. That's a personal best. And now we're about to see what the final sector is for Murray Boyer, currently in 5th position, comes across the line now, breaks the timing screen, goes 2 places higher. So a personal best in the final sector for Murray Boyer, finishes up in 3rd place. But you know what we saw on the previous part of this qualifying? They go on to another quick lap, so 1 lap after another lap, and I fancy that's what Murray Boyer is about to do.
Well, let's see as well what happens to the rest of the lap for 1 or 2 others. Timek Kwarczuk's pace has not been built upon. after his absolute best in the first sector. Many are still trying to get warmth into the tyres, but others are pushing on, and you've seen that it is possible to improve, as Murray Boyer has gone up to third in the times, 2:17.142. So some were good at the start of the lap, but really there's only Boyer that has done anything significant. But let's wait and see what pans out on this lap.
Let's just see what happens. We've got 22 minutes yet to run in this qualifying session. On board with Matteo De Paolo.
He's 8th in the time, and he's just improved in the first sector, Alan.
So let's keep this on-board shot, because absolutely challenging, exciting, everything about the gear circuit here with a committed single-seater driver. Conditions absolutely perfect. Sunshine looks down on the gear circuit. Matteo De Paolo, you can see him working at the wheel of the car, keeping the car inch perfect, avoiding the barriers either side as the car goes from side to side.
So De Paolo a personal best. Murray Boyer had done 2 absolute bests. Colnaghi has now done an absolute best. They're shaking and shuffling them around between them, aren't they, as you ride with De Paolo. And he's 8th. The early braking for Moorish turns through the corner. I'm trying to get track position and clear track space. So important. Look, De Paolo's barely seen another car on this lap. But Murray Boyer here could be on for the fastest time of the session. Comes now up towards Fisherman's through the right-hander. Remember, the best yesterday, 2:15.708. That is the benchmark, that is the target, 2:15.7. And we are only in the 2:17s at the moment. So Boyer has got some time to find, and he bails after all of that effort with personal best and absolute best. Into the pits he comes.
Sometimes they say, you know, tyres don't work best when it's really warm, and in the sunshine it is pretty warm out there today. It was a little cooler yesterday. There was a wind. It was keeping the tarmac cooler. I wonder if yesterday's times are going to be the quicker times at the end of this. 20 minutes we've got to go. De Paolo comes into pit lane as well, and I just wonder if we're going to see yesterday's times being the better of the 2 days.
I think in most cases you are. I mean, Gilles is one that bucks the trend, but Matteo Colnaghi now goes quickest, a 2:16.783. So Matteo Colnaghi way back before that lap was started. Vaults up through the top 14, and Colnaghi, who was 6th yesterday, did a 2:16.685. He's still a 10th down on yesterday. So yeah, the evidence would suggest that in the warmer conditions it is going to be fractionally slower today, even though the order is still shuffling.
2:16.7, and we were into the 2:15s yesterday. Much hotter today than yesterday. And Colnaghi, a very good lap that in these conditions. Teo Nall is 2nd quickest. Came into pit lane at the end of that lap. And Freddie Slater is still out on track and has just put in his personal best in Sector 1. So Freddie Slater, car number 11, one to watch out on track as we look at the 23 car of Teto Kato, the ART Grand Prix car.
Gilles has just gone 2nd on the 2:17.004. Now this is Freddie Slater, who finds himself 4th in this session, but still with the fastest qualifying time set yesterday. 3rd gear, 4th gear. Heads down towards Faraway Hill, and then on to... another red flag, yeah. On towards Moorish, but a 2nd stoppage, and it is another broken car. Is that Colnaghi, having just gone fastest? It looks like a Red Bull livery car, that. Maybe not. Maybe a Van Amersfoort livery. But whatever it is, it's well broken.
Yep, certainly requires a red flag, and we get it, the 2nd one of this qualifying session. And Freddie Slater had, by the way, on the lap that we were joining him on, just put in the overall best in the 2nd sector. A question mark over whether it is the number 29 car, which has had the problem out on circuit, causing the red flag.
So that would be the Euro Formula Open champion, Timek Kwarczuk, and it is confirmed as 29. So Timek Kwarczuk, the Polish driver for Van Amersfoort, is off the road. So yeah, it was a Van Amersfoort livery, and the Euro Formula Open champion, former GB3 racer, has clattered the barrier very hard indeed. So another broken car, and Another long night of work for mechanics for Fritz van Amersfoort's team. Down the pit road comes Freddie Slater then. And we'll have a look at what happened to Krawczyk. He's already hit the wall, hasn't he? So he's broken, the suspension is completely broken, and he can't avoid another hit. The car, crab-like, takes him across the road, but he obviously whacked the barrier before he came into shot, and couldn't steer away, so there was a secondary impact.
Must be a horrible feeling that you can't turn the car. You've got ultimately ultimate control over a race car around the gear circuit when everything is going according to plan, but all of a sudden you become a complete passenger, and that second hit inevitable. As indeed the second red flag becomes inevitable as well. 18 minutes and 37 seconds when we get this back underway. You know the drill. Line up down in pit lane, get the car checked over, stay in the zone, and I wonder how quick a recovery this can be. I think there might be a bit of sweeping up to do as well.
Yeah, possibly. You also need a recovery vehicle there rather than a crane, don't you? But yeah, it won't be that bad, I don't think. Krawczyk 14th, but he will lose his best time, of course, through being the cause of our 15th red flag of the day and our second of this session. Meanwhile,
some very happy children on a day out from the local schools. This has become a bit of a feature of the afternoon, hasn't it? See themselves on the big screens, and there are many of them. Have you noticed this year as well, here in Macau, that many of the hotels have got not just big screens outside them, huge screens, almost the size of the front of the building.
Yes, yes.
It's a place, it's a part of the world that every year something changes. Nothing stands still. A huge amount of building work every year here in Macau, and every year the landscape changes again.
Yeah, it is a great place, and as we were saying yesterday, it's got this sort of Jekyll and Hyde character, hasn't it? Because there's Macau in the sunshine in the daytime, and there's lots of greenery and lovely old architecture as well as the modern architecture. And then at night, with all the lights of the hotels and the casinos, it takes on a completely different personality.
It's absolutely magical at that time. Probably anyone that is listening around the world, watching around the world, if you are a motorsport fan, you have to come here once.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that once you come here once, you want to come back again. It is unique. There is nothing quite like this.
And the same is true for drivers, because many of them, if they moved on or out of categories that race here, they manage to find a drive to come back, because it's just a circuit like no other. And I know that's a bit of a cliche, but it is true. In this modern age, to have a street circuit this fast, certainly the first sector of it, first third of it, is quite extraordinary.
Antonio Felix da Costa he won the Macau Grand Prix and then went on to become a works BMW driver, competing in DTM and doing a great job, becoming a race winner and competing for a championship title, and then got the opportunity to come back and compete in a Formula 3 car at Macau and win again. He did that, so boxed very well and truly ticked. Alexander Sims was another driver who had become a works BMW driver, was competing at Le Mans, competing all over the world, but he still wanted to come back for another bite, another opportunity to maybe win at the Macau Grand Prix. Significant, I think the last year that Alexander Sims came here, his wife was also expecting a baby that weekend and delivered a son over the course of that weekend. Yeah.
Extraordinary, isn't it? The stories that Macau has, and continues to proffer as well. Now we're down to 18.5 minutes effectively, and the car of Timek Krawczyk is the one that is currently being retrieved. Not only the grandstands busy, but you factor in the fact that it's only Friday and they're busy. 2 more days of the Macau Grand Prix still to come. And we are at 3:30 local time. We've got another hour and a half or so of GT qualifying, and all of the activity has to be done by 6 for the roads to open. Yesterday, at the end of the day, when we had road sports on track, it was starting to go a little bit dark, but I think today on
no
a brighter day
that.
we'll be all right.
No danger of that today. It was overcast all yesterday afternoon, wasn't it? And
just thinking though, GT3 cars with headlights on would be quite something. That's Timek Kwarczyk's somewhat broken car onto the flatbed.
I'm going to check on the weather forecast now to see if we've got any clouding coming so we can give you headlights. No, afraid not. Sunny and lovely.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Right, Kwarczyk's car being retrieved, and there Freddie Stater getting ready to venture back out.
Sunny tomorrow, a high of 26 degrees. Sunny on Sunday, a high of 27 degrees. So very different weather over the course of this weekend to what we had 12 months ago.
And Sunday for these drivers, this is when they will all be presented to the Macau Chief Executive, and he shakes the hand, and he is accompanied to the VIP area overlooking the start line. And it's, again, it's all part of the magic of the event. It's something that these drivers just do not experience anywhere else.
They will do in 48 hours' time, and it will be something that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Wherever their motorsport journey, their career takes them, this will be something they will remember, because how can you forget it? It is totally unique, and it's part of motorsport heritage, really. 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. That's a lot of years for this event, and every year something else changes. You look at the photographs from year to year and you think, hang on, that building wasn't there, was it, last year?
And how it's evolved as well, from road sports for local drivers through a period of mixed Formula Atlantic single-seaters, but it was a category that didn't generate big numbers. And then in 1983, with a huge amount of effort from the late Barry Bland, Formula 3 became the category, and that's really what kick-started all the attention around the event. The gear race, Barry worked hard to attract European teams across, and that grew. And then a GT race was added in, and that grew. And the Grand Prix itself went for, what, 3 decades, nearly 4 decades for Formula 3 cars. It then, because of COVID, ran for Formula 4. We went back to Formula 3. But last year, the introduction of Formula Regional to bring people with the same type of car from all over the globe has worked really well, because the F3 aspect of the Grand Prix, and the cars were coming so fast on the circuit anyway, but it was just like a non-championship FIA F3 championship race. There wasn't that shootout feel that they used to be.
Fascinated by Nakamura's helmet. Not sure what that design is. We've seen it a few times on the screen today, but I think the vegetables with smiley faces. I think I saw a carrot.
You know you're saying this out loud.
Look closer next time.
Right.
I'm not making this up. Do I need to have a sit down?
I was just reflecting on how often in a FIA motor race commentary do you hear the phrase, I think I saw a carrot.
With a smiley face.
With a smiley face. That was Alan Hyde. Please give James. Right, we are not too far away from getting the session back underway. And it is Mattia Colnaghi who is the fastest. We are 2¼ minutes away. And that is the reason for the most recent stoppage. What's left of Timek Kwarczyk's car, but it's off the road. And very shortly, therefore, things will resume here on the gear circuit at Macau. Alan's now Googling carrots with smiley faces. Enzo Deligny currently is only 7th in the times, but in a sense, the better news is that these times largely are slower than yesterday anyway. So once you refer back to a quicker Thursday qualifying time, might not be quite so bad.
So far there hasn't really been an indication that we're getting down to the kind of times that we had yesterday. However, they've only been into the groove, if you like, putting a number of laps together one after another. We've only had that once during this qualifying session, so let's wait and see. We've still got 18 minutes. That's a fairly good amount of time for the remainder of this qualifying session.
Crash helmet in question, Jin Nakamura's, has been guided to be 11th fastest as the 1 minute board is shown in the pit lane. 1 minute board.
It was a carrot. not a phrase I've used a lot.
Just turn him off now. I mean, after this carrot rubbish, I do apologise, everybody. He's not been well.
We've just looked him up on Instagram. We've got it now.
Yeah.
Here we go. 18 minutes and 37 seconds of this session. Remains 2 interruptions with red flags for qualifying for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. I feel self-conscious now.
Bit late for that. 30-second board shown and qualifying ready to resume for the Macau Grand Prix. It's Q2, and don't forget you take your better time out of the 2 sessions. And yesterday looking for the majority, not all, but the majority of drivers to have been the quicker. So 5 seconds to go. And then the board was shown at the end of the pit lane. The light will go green and everybody will scamper out of the pit lane. Now, Enzo Dellini first down the pit lane, chased by Matteo Caparo, and then Jin Nakamura and his Smiley Carrots.
I'm glad you've got on board on this. I feel a whole lot better now.
One of the best bands ever to play in Macau. Nakamura and the Smiley Carrots, you should have been there. Right, everybody on the run down the pit road. Of course, we've lost now 2 cars out of the session, and Rennie Rossid and Kramer with a bit of head scratching thinks, please let us go to the end and let's not have any more dramas. But he's been experienced enough of the good and the bad of Macau to know exactly what happens. And the Prema cars, as is tradition here as well, running under the Theodore banner. Teddy Yip's legacy continues.
It does. It's a name so synonymous with the Macau Grand Prix, isn't it? It's Theodore Racing. And, talking to someone who used to come here, well, last night I was having a chat to someone who first came here in the early 1970s of racing along with Theodore Racing, and saw a couple of photographs as well. So huge memories for racing here at Macau, and the fact the name continues from year after year is quite right and proper, I reckon. You were talking about Gary Bland as well, back in the days, taking F3 to the Macau Grand Prix title. It was a labour of love, wasn't it? It was quite a passionate job, and such an amazing job it was done over the years.
And Barry had such a contact book as well, that if a team wanted to come but said, you know, we're a bit short on budget, he'd have so many contacts out here, he could suddenly magic a sponsorship deal.
It would happen.
Get them out here.
It would all come together.
Brilliant. Yeah, he was a massive part of the success of this.
Much missed.
Much missed indeed. Yeah, he was a great man. So, as the session is back underway, the cars run up towards Moorish or Police, and usual pattern and out that, then they'll start to push a little bit harder, and we hope that nobody pushes too hard as they're trying to get tyres up to temperature.
16.5 minutes of this qualifying session remains, and it's significant as well because it will form the grid alongside the qualifying session we had yesterday, which at the moment looks as if it might be the quicker session of the 2, but it will form the grid for the qualification race tomorrow, which is the final track action of tomorrow. 4:15 local time, 10 laps around the gear circuit here at Macau, and then on Sunday 3:30 the 15 laps of the gear circuit for the Macau Grand Prix, the FIA FR World Cup here at Macau. Now, we have seen on a number of occasions 2 laps from out of pit lane for the resumption to get things back underway, and they are still weaving now on the second of those out laps from pit lane. So it's not 1 but 2 laps. Certainly the local road sports were going for it at the end of their outlap, weren't they? And now we see the Formula Regional cars taking 2 laps to get everything absolutely up to optimum temperature.
Sometimes you can build a tyre up to temperature too fast, go too hard too soon, can't you? So if you build it up gently, you get a bit more longevity from it rather than trying to bring it up to temperature in a big hurry. It's all a bit crowded down at Lisboa, but the pack streams through safely enough. The one that was really on his toes in that most recent segment was Murray Boyle, wasn't it? Getting himself to the head of the queue. Enzo Dellini there, 7th in the times now. Another couple that have been going quite well this afternoon, Noah Stromstead and James Engotzi, who we've not really touched on very much. James Engotzi, the American driver for Santalok, who was a winner at Portimao in the Euro Cup 3 Championship, in which he's been racing. That's Dellini getting right up against the Armcos and comes down towards Police and makes the climb up the hill. Slater's done an absolute best in Sector 2. The odd thing about this is that many of the drivers that seem to go out first do take a bit longer to start to improve sector times or get things up to temperature, whereas those from the mid-pattern onwards, and Slater is a prime example, he comes out sort of in the middle of the traffic, is absolutely on it straight away, and here he is. You can see yet again all the energy being put into the car, and he's done an absolute best sector 2, and Enzo Deligny has now done an absolute best sector 4.
I've been enjoying these on-board laps with Freddie Slater, and when the red flag came out, he was on a really good lap. I think he'd done the same. He put overall best in sector 2 on the previous lap, hadn't he?
But he's just got a face full of traffic coming out of the Macau hairpin, so that may not really help Freddie Slater. We've seen him be brave already today by getting past cars going down towards Fisherman's. Now Deligny should be on for an improvement here as he breaks the beam, and he goes fastest. Indeed he is. So that's a 2:16.611 for Enzo Deligny. Matteo De Palo has improved, but he's 9/10 slower than Deligny, and this is Slater then, who was slower in 1 and absolute best sector 2, slower in 3, slower in 4. He comes up towards the timing line. Freddie Slater 5th in the times. He breaks the beam and he stays 5th.
But it's going to be about this next lap. If he stays committed on this one, this might be one to watch, because he showed the flashes of speed in sector 2. 25.1 was an overall best in sector 2 on that previous lap. Got involved in traffic. Now it's clear for Freddie Slater, and that's the view that he's got. When you blast into the sunshine on the run down towards Lisboa, you can see the hotel in the distance, a uniquely shaped building, and he goes personal best in sector 1. But they all do.
Yeah.
Evan Giltaire does, Teo Nile does, Mari Boyer does, and Tato Kato does as well.
But they are 0.2 of a second and above slower than the absolute best in sector 1, so they're improving their own times, but they're not necessarily competitive against the outright best. Now Slater has done an absolute best in sector 2, and he's just taken that away from this man, Mari Boyer. So you've got Deligny the quickest. Now Deligny's best today is the best of anybody, and he's 6/10 slower than his own best of yesterday, to put it in context.
Freddie Slater overall best then in sector 2, and that's 3 consecutive laps that he's been able to go quicker than anybody else in sector 2. Last time the red flag came out, he wasn't able to continue. Now he can continue and see what he does. It's good. His overall best in sector 3, which is now a yellow flag sector.
It is indeed at turn 7 then, so that suggests drama on the mountain section. Still 11 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, and another red flag is shown then, so there's been yet another accident, and very, very few laps have been completed, so we're back to where we were last year with stoppage after stoppage, no rhythm being done. And there's a car, look there, just at the very bottom, hidden behind the graphic. That's an Evans GP livery,
I think it is,
I think.
Yeah.
So that would make it
Charlie Wirtz, Oscar Wirtz, or Yamakoshi.
Yamakoshi. Yeah, we'll confirm as soon as we can. So, yet again, we have a red, and this is the reason for the stoppage. Big lock-up, big understeer, hard into the wall, nose cone spat off, damaged car, and the red flag for the 3rd time of asking in this session. And yet again, wall car flag penalty, because you lose your best lap time. There'll be the investigation line on the timing screen very shortly, but there really is nothing to do. You cause a red flag, you lose your best lap time. So car plus wall equals red flag equals lose best lap. Maybe I'm being slightly unfair to the Evans GP team in suggesting it's one of their cars. We're still awaiting confirmation, but everybody back into the pit lane. It was an Evans GP car, and it was Charlie Wirtz this time. Oscar had his accident this morning, now it's Charlie Wirtz. So things really are going to bounce Wirtz for Evans GP. That's one each, and Yamakoshi had 2 accidents yesterday, so they've all had a strike.
Fair, you have to treat all the children equally. So Freddie Slater, you know, when we had the last red flag during the session, he'd just gone overall best in sector 2. This time he went overall best in sectors 2 and 3. It would just be nice to get a couple of laps, one after another, when we can see this play out. And like you've said quite a few times, the both of us have said over the last couple of days, just getting the rhythm. We've had it at the start of this session, but not since. It's been challenging, this.
Yeah, once you get to the point of and Interruption, then the drivers do seem to get rattled, don't they? It was a common theme last year. I know the weather was against them, but still in the dry conditions now, people making lots of errors. Surely it's better to have a 90% lap than an absolutely gung-ho one that ends up in the wall. Anyway, 11 and 3/4 minutes effectively are what we have. Car 8 under investigation, causing a red flag. Well, yep, investigating the barriers. And Charlie Wirtz then is going to lose his best lap time. That is Teo Nile for the times this afternoon. Jin Nakamura, number 3, was the driver that was attracting Alan's attention with his crash helmet a little bit earlier on. He is currently 12th in the times. As you see other cars there from the Toyota Gazoo Racing driver development stable being pushed back into line. So that's the look down to pit out, where the cars in due course will be. And right now, we've got to get this broken car of Charlie Wirtz out of the way. There are going to be an awful lot of empty bars tonight because mechanics are going to be here rebuilding cars.
It's going to be busy, isn't it? Yeah,
not great for the economy.
Yeah, you're quite right.
Now, this is Jin Nakamura, and you have a look at Jin Nakamura's crash helmet, then Alan will wax lyrical.
If only I could find the cat. It is there, yeah, so just to the left-hand side of your chin. There you go. Small carrot with ears and a face.
And the other characters, he says, stupidly.
Let me see the emojis. There's a teddy bear, a rabbit, a carrot, and all sorts. Very proud of that.
You can imagine.
Put all the emojis that are involved in that helmet on Instagram.
Really?
Yes.
Said that like a cad. Thanks, Alan. We're going to be back underway in less than a minute. And it is...
You're
Enzo
very grateful about that, aren't you?
Telling you who is the fastest. You're not wrong. And he's quicker, he says, ploughing on regardless by 0.172 of a second from Mathieu Colnaghi and Evan Gilter.
I'll send you the link. Is that all right?
Yes. Yes. Can't wait. 30 seconds before... Of this, before we get things back underway. Carrots and all.
Right.
Jin Nakamura is 12th.
I'm going to put my race face on now. I think they are too.
Yes. But they're careful faces as well, please. Keep off the walls. Yeah. That's the big letdown of the day, really. Green flag is shown. We're back in business then. We've got 11 and 3/4 minutes as the cars roll down pit lane. And please, can we get through this without another stoppage? Please. We're up to 16 red flags across the day, and we don't want any more.
What were we yesterday? 15 in total.
15 in total.
We've got 2 more sessions to come here today after the conclusion of this. So.
And we've had fewer sessions today.
Yes.
Just so.
Oh well, here we go. 11 minutes and 20 seconds of this session remains. And GT3 qualifying is coming up over 2 sections of qualifying, and historically, you know, we haven't had many interruptions from the GT3 cars last year and this year so far. I think we're in to a thrilling finale for the day with the conclusion of this qualifying for the FIA FR World Cup and the FIA GT World Cup.
Drivers still, in a lot of cases, though, having to rely on their time from yesterday as the track is live once again. So the incident reports get longer and longer as the day goes on, but perhaps it's inevitable that we get these dramas because we're getting through free practice into qualifying where things become ever more important than the commitment level goes up to. Running in tandem, team to team, as they are released in garage order. Mathieu Colnaghi in the background. So Enzo Deligny put himself up to the top of the times just before that most recent red flag. And there's now 10 minutes on the clock. This outlap, you'll see the car still, when they get onto the faster waterside part of the circuit, weaving around to generate the warmth and the pressures in the tyres once again and think about pushing on that subsequent lap.
So far we've seen them take 2 laps to push for a push lap. let's see, with only 10 minutes left of this session, if they push a little bit quicker on the second lap out. Thankfully they won't. I think they're going to kick to the plan, if you like. It's not plan A, it's not plan B, it's not plan C, but it's somewhere down the order of getting things absolutely up to temperature to try and push on to get close to yesterday's time, which was into the 2:15s. Today we've tickled the mid-2:16s. 2:16.611 is the quickest time so far today for Enzo Dellini. They go on to the first of their flying laps now and see what will emerge over the next 9 minutes of the session. Local time just going to 10 minutes to 4 in the afternoon, and they're still warming things up, aren't they? Yeah, so not pushing on lap number 2 on track.
Just starting to think as well, as we get closer to 4 o'clock, whether we might have peaked with the temperatures, and they might be just starting to drop a little bit now, which
Cooling
in turn,
a little bit,
might help that time once we're in a position to think about them. This is Kolnagi, who is second in the times, and let's see what he can do, because he's been one of the big improvers in this session. Matteo Kolnagi, who is relatively new to this type of car. It's been more powerful than the Euro Cup 3 that he's been racing this year. So he's on his way down to Lisboa now.
And just to make the point, Freddie Slater has gone personal best in sector 1 on this second lap out from pit lane. So that's worth pointing out. And Matteo De Paolo gone.
That was Kolnagi having a big slide under braking, but he saved that really well. Sorry.
And Mary Boyer, absolutely, you don't have to apologise. Big action happening. You're looking at the pictures. I'm looking at the timing screen. Mary Boyer has gone overall best in sector 2 as well.
Right, okay. Well, Kolnagi has got this thing by the scruff of the neck, and you can almost hear the Carl whimpering, such as the abuse is being given right now. Matteo Kolnagi does a personal best in sector 2, drops down the hill then now towards Faraway Hill, and Kolnagi towards the end of sector 3 shortly. So yeah, Boyer with an absolute best in sector 2, and down in sectors 1 and 3, the other side of it. Right, almost to police is Kolnagi. Flicks left, flicks right, left again, back into view. And an absolute best in sector 3. So Matteo Kolnagi, who was only 0.172 of a second anyway behind Enzo Dellini, is trying to combat that. Now, the time that he lost in the first sector was about 6/10, so he's got quite a lot to try to rebuild as Mary Boyer is coming now down towards Fisherman's. He's got Teo Nile behind him, so these are the two teammates from the Pinnacle Motorsports stable. And up towards the timing line they will come. So what are we looking at now? Something in the low 2:16s is where they need to be aiming. Yesterday a 2:15.7 was the best, but right now a good low 16 would be good. And Niall does a 15.9, so 2:15.9. We're almost on yesterday's pace. This is Slater coming over the line. His lap was looking good, and he's up now over the line, but doesn't improve the time. 7 others, in fact, put him back. Kolnagi was the one that went through to go 4th. Rashid Al-Ghahari, another of the Prema drivers, 3rd quickest, getting ahead of Slater. So in this session, Freddie now is only 7th, but he's still quicker than anybody from yesterday.
Just about everybody improving on each of the sectors now, and I think you're right. I think it has cooled a little bit, and the sunshine getting lower in the sky. Stromstead ended up putting an overall best as well in sector 3. That moved him up the order. The net result, 2 personal best sectors, 1 overall best sector, up to 9th for Noah Stromstead. And Mary Boyer goes overall best in sector 2.
Yeah, Stromstead looking good, up to 9th in this session. Slater's down to 8th, isn't he now, because you've got Taito Kato, who has got himself up into 2nd, and that's another driver, Kato, into the 16s. But Teo Nile, a 2:15.977, does now suggest that people are being able to get towards the pace of yesterday. And a big moment for Murray Boyer there, approaching the police. Had to really fight the car, but he's got away with that. Boyer with a lot of experience of this circuit. Ever so close to the edge here. Touch of understeer going up through Moorish. To Donna Maria they come. Powers out the other side. So this is the car in the session that's only 7th, despite the fact Boyer has looked quick all the way through.
Look at Dellini. He's gone overall best in sector 3, overall best in sector 4. coming up towards the conclusion of the lap. And this is going to be a good lap. He's currently down there in third place in car number 5. Delaney not without problems today, but Freddie Slater has now eclipsed him in the fourth sector, has gone overall best, but Delaney is going to improve and goes top, 2:15.959. 2:15.959 for car number 5, Enzo Delaney, and we're going to keep an eye on Freddie Slater as well. He's down there now in 9th place, has gone overall best in sector 4. Teo Nile goes top, 2:15.609. Delaney in second, Mary Boyer in third, and Freddie Slater goes second.
And the margins is just 0.2 of a second then between Nile and Slater. Freddie doing a 2:15 as this is Matthew Kolnagi, who has been elbowed back down to 8th in the times as he comes up towards the timing line now. Kolnagi good in the sectors and breaks the beam to go back up to 4th on a 2:16.036.
Overall best in the final sector for Kolnagi on that lap. So the order, you can be forgiven for not knowing that Teo Nile is back at the top of the times. Freddie Slater is in second place. Delaney is in third place. Kolnagi 4th, and Boyer in 5th. Evan Scholter rounds out the top 6, and overall best for Mary Boyer on this lap. Please can we keep going all the way to the checkered flag, because this is really exciting.
And we're getting closer all the time, aren't we, to proper times to rival what we had yesterday. 2:15.708. We're now quicker than that. So Teo Nile is going to be on provisional pole position. Freddie Slater yesterday did a 2:15.708, a 2:15.8 today. So Nile's time in this better than Slater did yesterday. So Nile is now on overall pole position, barring anything else that happens before the very end.
2:15.6 for Teo Nile, and we have under 3 minutes of this session remaining. Kolnagi has gone overall best in sector 2 now, personal best in sector 1, overall best in sector 2. Kolnagi, car number 19, coming in 4th place.
Just thinking for a moment there, the Pinnacle cars had backed out completely coming down towards the Melco hairpin, and there's a lot of traffic in which sits, I think, possibly Freddie Slater. The clock has 2.5 minutes still to run. Mattia Kolnagi, as you say, is still the one pushing. Interestingly, there aren't quite so many sector improvements as there were. So does that mean that the tyre is now just starting to go past its peak? So it is Nile in this session alone, Nile, Slater, Delaney, but in the overall classification, it is Nile from Slater. Teo quickest today, Slater quickest yesterday. So Teo Nile goes through. That lap was a slow one, a 2:23, maybe just to give the tyres a bit of a breather, and then he can push again. Stay out there, just in case you need to respond. Up towards the line here comes the Evans GP entry of the Japanese driver Hiro Yamakoshi, who was in the wall somewhat yesterday, but Yamakoshi now 14th. Enzo Yeh has just improved to go 12th. James Igotzi 11th. Evan Gilter goes back up to 3rd. And Taito Kato to 4th. This is Murray Boyer, who is 7th for all of the energy that he's put in. He's only 7th in this session.
But it's not finished yet. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds of this session remaining, and running on board with Murray Boyer, who has been very quick over the course of yesterday, today, and continues that trend. Goes overall best in sector 2. Good one to be riding on board with, because he has just put in the overall best in that second sector. Personal best coming in right the way down the order. Matteo De Paolo, who we've run a few laps with over the course of the last 2 days, is only down there in 9th place. And that may be quite surprising. This is a class field, isn't it? There are so many that are incredibly impressive, and a moment there for Murray Boyer.
Yeah, I thought he was going to understeer off. It looked as though he braked ever so slightly too late, but Murray Boyer does survive that and has still on this lap been able to do an absolute and a personal best. Checkered flag is imminent because we're about half a minute away from it, as Murray Boyer now accelerates on towards the Melco hairpin. Goes down, 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 down through the gears to first. Gives it as much lock as he can muster. Comes out of the corner, and then the speed builds the other side. he's going to take the flag, because that is ready to be waved on the start line.
Sector 4, not a personal best for Mari Boyer. Let's see what's going to be the final sector, because don't forget, he went overall best. Checker flag is out. He went overall best in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 3, about to complete this lap, the final lap of qualifying for the FIA FR World Cup and the Macau Grand Prix here in 2025 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. He's about to come up to conclude the lap and finish qualifying, heading into the qualification race tomorrow here at Macau. I'm not sure the places are going to alter now. The checker flag has come out. Teo Nile is top of the tree.
If the teams are savvy, they'll be telling the drivers that they're not going to improve, and therefore that they need to just perhaps look after a little bit of life in the tyre. So coming into the pit lane, there'll be some of the cars required for scrutineering. That is then Mari Boyer, who makes his way down the pit road, and teammate Teo Nile then the fastest, and a really good job. Mari Boyer will be a bit frustrated by perhaps the gap between him and his teammate, but you certainly can't fault him for the energy put in there. So Mari Boyer drives down the pit road. Teo Nile then the fastest, the driver who was 8th in FIA Formula 3 this year. Mari Boyer, yeah, disappointed. Didn't quite hook up, did it? Some sectors good, but not full laps weren't.
Right, surprising, isn't it? Because he has shown such good pace, but this is a class field this year. This entry for the Macau Grand Prix is superb. It could have been one of a dozen drivers that ended up quickest after qualifying. Qualifying is one thing, racing is another, and we've got 2 races to look forward to around the gear circuit. But for now, make the most of the first triumph on the Macau Grand Prix weekend for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And Teo Nile, enjoy this moment with the team. Very much a team effort here. And huge congratulations taking place down there in pit lane.
And we saw last year the importance of starting at the front. I know it sounds obvious, but more so here perhaps than anywhere. Teo Nile then has really put himself in the power seats. But Freddie Slater, starting with him at the front of the grid, it's going to be fascinating, is it not, to see how he is able to take the battle to Teo Nile on that run down towards Lisboa tomorrow. So, again, an interrupted but a really interesting session, and Teo Nile is provisional pole sitter for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
So, confirmation of the order after qualifying 2. Teo Nile is quickest, Freddie Slater is second, Evan Joltaire having a good qualifying in 3rd place, and right the way down the order we can see how things have panned out, including double Macau Grand Prix winner Charles Leung in car number 31, finishing up in 19th place in his first outing in the FR cars here at Macau, having mastered the Macau Grand Prix in Formula 4 machinery back in 2020-2021 as well. So that's the order, 27 cars competing for qualifying for the grid for the qualification race tomorrow, which we'll have for you here at Macau tomorrow on the live stream and around the world at 4:15 tomorrow. This was qualifying.
So the combined results then, taking the better time, Teo Nile ahead of Freddie Slater, Evan Gilter for 3rd, ahead of Taito Kato, Enzo Deligny and Mari Boyer 6th. Mattia Colnaghi 7th for Rashid Al-Gheri, Matteo De Palo, and then Noah Stromsted will round out the top 10 for the qualifying race tomorrow. James Egozzi starts 11th ahead of Tsanopol and Pubicak and then Enzo Ye. Jin Nakamura 14th from Jose Garfias, who crashed out today. Hiro Yamakoshi 16th from Charlie Wirtz, who crashed out today, from Timek Kwarchuk, who crashed out today. And then Oscar Wirtz is going to be at the very back of the order. But Teo Nile will start the qualifying race from pole position tomorrow here in Macau. Qualifying is ready to go here in Macau for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. And for the first time, it is a two-part qualifying process because we are going to have 30 minutes and then we take the top 10 drivers and they will do 2 timed laps in the Super Pole shootout to determine the front of the grid. So the first part, if you like, is about not being slow. The second bit is very much about being quick. David Anderson and Alan Hyde are trackside. The cars are going to be released in the order that they finished the second free practice session, and that means Alessio Picariello in the Porsche and Raffaele Marciello in the BMW will go ahead of Sheldon van der Linde, and then Ian Schuguven, Laurin Heinrich's Porsche, the Ferrari there of Ye Yifei ahead of Christopher Haas or Antonio Fuoco, then Joel Eriksson. The number 37 Ferrari was Andy Deng just going through shot. And there at the rear is the Benjamin Goethe-driven McLaren. After him will be Luca Engschler and Edo Mortaro's Lamborghinis. And then Lawrence Vanthor, slowest, you might think, in FP2 if he's the last out. Well, sort of. He never got into FP2 because the car was virtually destroyed in FP1. He was the fastest, and then coming through Mandarin, his bogey corner, the car ended up with a spin, went into the barrier backwards, did big damage to the rear and the front. There is Vanthor in the background. The car's had a new engine as well, so it's had to be completely rebuilt in a little over 24 hours. Lawrence Vanthor has been a winner here in the FIA GT Cup, and he's now pretty much attacked Mandarin corner in just about every conceivable style. Forwards, backwards, upside down, sideways, you name it.
But he is always incredibly quick.
Yeah.
Never write him off. And he showed the pace yesterday. And the car rebuilt. What a job by the team. And as you would expect, showroom condition. Yeah. A concourse car.
The Tempo by Absolute Racing team operates the blue Porsches. One for Alessio Picariello, the Belgian driver who won GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup this year and has done the bulk of his racing of late in Asia. The other for Lawrence Vanthor. Tempo, in case you were wondering, is a make of tissue, like Kleenex.
Yes.
So, well, thank you. They needed some yesterday to help mopping up the damage after the Vanthor accident. However, although the entry is a little smaller to 16 cars this year, it really is a quality one. And trying to work out who is not going to break into the top 10 is going to be difficult because, in theory, all 16 are capable of being up at the front. Sheer numbers means you can't be. We'll wait and see who ends up dropping out. 30 minutes then for Q1. And you'll see Lamborghini, you'll see good, strong Audi representation. And this is the Malco hairpin through which the cars turn. Laurin Heinrich ahead of the pack in the gold Porsche. Ian Guven's car out of the Schumacher CLRT stable is either silver or platinum, depending on how you feel about that.
The world's best GT drivers all convene here for the FIA GT World Cup. What a treat this is. Beautiful cars, mouth-watering cars, cars that we dream of, competing around a driver's circuit, a bravery circuit, and we're about to see qualifying over 2 sections. So we see a unique qualifying session, the like of which we've not seen here for the Macau GT World Cup. It's going to be fun to see how this pans out, but Laurent Vantour's team, to get that car turned around and to be presented as, you know, I don't think we ever questioned that it would be.
No.
Absolutely beautifully presented Porsche 911 GT3 car. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, still don't bet against him being at the front.
Absolutely.
One manufacturer that we don't have this year, for long reasons, Mercedes-AMG, and that means we don't have, and it seemed odd without him, Mauro Engel, who has been a regular winner at Macau, won the event last year, and I know Mauro would love to be on the grid. No doubt he's watching from back home.
But we'd love to have him here.
Well, yeah, but he is kind of here, if only in plastic, because if you go and buy a model of his winning car of last year, there's a Mauro Engel tiny little figurine that comes with it, and I gather a roaring trade has been done.
I think we're sold out of that. Was that right? They didn't have that one, but they certainly did have a model of the car from last year, slightly bigger model as well.
Yeah.
And I remember the joy that he had. He was still in his overalls some 2 hours after the race last year, and absolutely soaking up the win.
Yeah.
So however many times you win here at Macau, everyone is special.
It is indeed. And this could be a driver to do it this year, because Alessio Picariello has, in a sense, flown under the radar a little bit in recent years, but he's a very, very good driver indeed. He's been a double champion in the European Le Mans Series in the GT class. He's been a winner in the Audi R8 Cup, the Asian-based championship. Very, very versatile, can leap from team to team, championship to championship, and this year, as I say, has won the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. Didn't win a race, but it was a consistent enough season to take the title from under the nose of Mauro Engel, Matteo Cairoli and Lucas Auer. So Picariello will be the first one through onto a quick lap. The one thing that we were worried about yesterday was the pace of the Lamborghini, because neither Luca Engschler, back after his big crash last year, nor Edo Mortara really were all that rapid. Mortara, you tend to think of as Mr. Macau. Well, he's won 10 races here, but the last win was back in 2017.
It's a long time ago, isn't it? And many occasions he's come here into this very commentary box to give opinion about maybe the Macau Grand Prix or any form of motorsport here at Macau. He always had a really good opinion and a really good insight into what it takes to focus around the gear circuit here at Macau. Interestingly, on this opening lap and the early part of this session, Eduardo Mortara has put in an overall best sector in Sector 2, something he didn't do at any time yesterday.
This is Vantour trying to get everything up to temperature, and then he can pull the pin in the Tempo Absolute Porsche, comes up towards the timing line, and Vantour goes by last year's FIA World Endurance Champion, but a winner of just about every 24-hour race going. He's won his class at Le Mans, he's won at Zolder, the Nürburgring, Spa, he's won the Bathurst 12 Hours twice. He's been a German Formula 3 champion, he's won Intercontinental GT Challenge, he's won Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance and overall, you name it. Laurens Vantour has won it, and he's on the run now down towards Lisboa as Sheldon van der Linde's BMW just went out of shot. That's the car that's quickest in Sector 1. Picariello is quickest in Sector 2. And Christopher Haase at the moment, with the Audi number 45, has done the best lap time. Really good to have Christopher Haase back, and it's great to still see involvement from Audi, because we're not finding that in Europe, of course, now with the efforts. Whoops, van der Linde getting himself crossed up and in the wall with the efforts going to Formula 1, and the road almost blocked as Ian Guven comes across the stricken BMW. Van der Linde ought to be able to hook himself out of there, but that was his error. Understand, just didn't quite get the car slowed down enough for Moorish. Yellow flag at turn 16. There is a reverse gear in there. If he can hook it back away, he'll be able to rejoin. So let's have another look. He comes up the hill and just misses his braking point, can't get the car slowed down, understeers to the barrier, and Sheldon van der Linde, who had been on a good lap, third fastest, but bringing out a yellow flag. And Alessio Picariello comes through now in the Porsche to try to improve from fourth, And he goes fastest.
With 4 out of a possible 5 overall best sectors for Alessio Pecorello, and 2:17.480. By the way, I think we should give a mention to number 11, to Gervin, who was able to avoid the BMW just in front of him. That was really good avoidance, because at that point, I don't think the arrow board to keep left and away from the BMW had been able to have time to get out. But we need to recover the BMW, and for that reason, we have a red flag.
We do indeed. Yeah, you're right. The board hadn't come out. Gervin was first across the scene and was just able to dodge through. So it looks like it's got itself slightly stuck. I thought it was able to reverse out of that, but Sheldon van der Linde will lose the best lap time for causing the stoppage, and van der Linde's BMW then stuck in the tyres. He'll want to try to get back with the car under its own steam rather than be put onto a flatbed and take no further part of the session. But he is the cause of the stoppage, and the best lap time of Sheldon van der Linde's WRT BMW is accordingly cancelled, we're told.
22 minutes, just over, when we get this session resumed. I'm not sure it's going to take too long to get the BMW recovered, you know, and we can get this session back underway. By the way, Raffaele Marciello had just put in the overall best sector. We're looking at Eduardo Mortara, and it's significant as well when you see Eduardo Mortara and the absolute concentration on his face around the gear circuit. Barely blinks. It's quite incredible, the intensity of a lap around the gear circuit at Macau, and known so clear as when we have those shots of Eduardo Mortara working in his office inside the cockpit of whatever car he is in.
It was 3 years ago, wasn't it? One of the COVID years, where he was on the front row of the grid for the GT race and went too early. He went the pace car, as it was for the rolling start, left the grid, and Mortara went with it without waiting for the green flag, and was penalised accordingly. And he was fuming, wasn't he? And
we were surprised. I think everyone was surprised
that he made that error. Yeah, but he saw the car, the official car, go, the leading car, if you like, and went with it rather than waiting for the green flag, and for that he was given the penalty.
So into pit lane they come. That is Eduardo Mortara. 10 wins at Macau. He was superb in single-seaters for the Macau Grand Prix. He has been superb in GT cars as well.
Yeah, double winner here in single-seaters, and winner in GT cars. He's won qualifying races, main races, both some years, and he's also won the odd support race like the Audi R8 race. In fact, 2013, you could argue, was probably his best year, because he won in 2 different categories. He won the GT race and the Audi race.
That's right, yeah.
That's Benji Goethe in the McLaren, run out of the Optimum Motorsport stable. And that's Adley Fong's Cinema Roll Audi.
Isn't that a great livery?
Do tell us more
about Cinema Roll, who is a character from the... You don't want to know, do you? No, you don't want to know.
We've had the red flag specially so you can tell me this.
Well, I can get my Karomi folder from last year and tell you that Cinema Roll is a white dog who lives at Cafe Cinnamon, and is a male, white and chubby dog with long ears that enable him to fly.
Oh.
He has blue eyes, pink cheeks, and a tail that resembles a cinnamon roll. What do you think his main hobbies are?
Oh, I don't know. Boring people senseless.
Eating.
Ah, that'll be it.
Okay. Yep.
Right. Are you done, or have I got time to go and punch myself in the face?
I'm not going to give you all the details.
Oh, thank God,
because I don't think you're genuinely interested.
Now, let's have a look at Porsches, because Alessio Pecorello, who is the fastest driver in the session, and he has arrived in the pit lane, and he is without cartoon characters, flying dogs or cinema rolls or anything.
Just on another point about cinema roll and that livery on Adley Fong's car, the attention that it gets locally is immense. They are queuing up from 6 o'clock in the morning just to get the little model or the T-shirts or anything. It is something unique to this region of the world. And we got you a T-shirt, in case you're asking.
eBay. Thanks. Right, there. more and more drivers returning to the pit lane. Where have we got Van der Linde then? He's now 10th, isn't he? So with the time taken off him, he drops to 10th. And that's a bit marginal because, as others have yet to do a lap time, I reckon he's not going to get into Q2. So Sheldon Van der Linde is now looking at being near the back of the grid. There's a car there with a flying dog on it. Did you notice? The session is going to resume in about 4 or 5 minutes' time, yeah?
Plenty more time to chat.
Can't see many Cinema Roll T-shirts in that crowd shot.
Because the queue is so long, but this is mine.
It's works well on radio, this.
Yeah,
yes.
it does, yeah.
Alan's got his T-shirt, everybody.
Yeah.
He's very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adley Fong's not overly happy because he's not got a lap time in yet.
He was, for a little while yesterday, top of the times, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In free practice.
Very experienced driver these days, Adley Fong. He used to race in the UK, you might recall, in British Formula 3. That's going back, can you believe, 15 years.
Is it
when
really?
He raced his first race in British Formula 3.
Goodness.
He was the Audi R8 LMS Cup champion in 2013. While Eduardo Mortara was winning the race here, Adley won the championship here. He's raced at Le Mans in the Oak Racing LMP2 entry, and he's been a regular in different colours. What Alan failed to tell you was that Cinema Roll is joined by Chiffon, Espresso and Mocha, amongst others, the other characters. Oh, he's gone through his file again.
No, I would have told you, but you sort of stopped me short. I had another paragraph.
Oh, well, save yourself, because, you know, we're not done yet. Sheldon Van der Linde's BMW.
Did you do your own homework on Cinema Roll?
Somebody sent me information. I felt it rude to turn it away. The BMW was on the back of the flatbed, and we're not too far away then from getting the circuit clear. Whether or not he's allowed back out remains to be checked. So at the moment, the cars that are outside the top 10, Yeife, well, he ought to be in. Laurin Heinrich, he ought to be in. Raffaele Marciello, he ought to be in.
Definitely.
Andy Deng, capable of being in. Adley Fong, capable of being in. And Antonio Fuoco should be in.
Yeah.
So who's on the bubble? Well, Van der Linde, there he is. Sheldon, the South African driver, I think he's gone. Lawrence Fantor is marginal. Mortara, Goethe, Engschler, 8th, 7th and 6th, they might be in jeopardy. This is going to be really, really interesting. We've barely had a lap out of everybody. We've got a lap out of 9 drivers. In fact, yeah, Van der Linde has been put to 10th, but the best lap taken off him, well, it was his only lap. So he's going to end up without a lap time, potentially.
I don't think it was that bad for the BMW, but requiring a flatbed recovery. I think we thought maybe just reverse gear and on his way.
So as the drivers get ready to resume the session, then we will have the cars ready to go very shortly. And when they do, Alessio Picariello will be the driver to beat. So it's Porsche, Porsche, Audi, Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini, McLaren, Lamborghini, Porsche, and those are the 9 with a time right now. Meanwhile, if you spot yourself on the screen, this is the reaction down in the grandstand at Lisboa. Session is going to be resumed in just under a minute's time, as the engineers are on the radio. It's down for the Audi squads, as you can see. The car of Adley Fong coming from the Uno Racing team, and it's FAW Audi Sport Asia Team Phantom for Christopher Haase and Joel Eriksson, who's raced here in the past in the Formula 3 Grand Prix. He was runner-up, in fact, in 2018. 32nd board shown, and so 22 minutes of Q1 and then 2 laps each for 10 drivers for Q2 remains.
Looking forward to getting this back underway. 22 minutes and 19 seconds in prospect, and a great mixture of manufacturers and cars, as always, for the FIA GT World Cup for the Macau Grand Prix. And let's see what happens. Green flag is shown, session back underway, and this is not the final session of the day, of course. They will go into this shootout for pole position. 2 races over the course of the weekend. Qualification race tomorrow, and the big race for the GT World Cup on Sunday. Here we go.
Right, that's silver or platinum?
A platinum.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Why, do you know better?
No.
That sounds like Adder's on a trick question.
No.
Right, okay.
I was saying yesterday it was silver. You often thought of platinum, and I was just trying to work out how you differentiated.
Because he is a platinum driver, and Heinrich is a gold driver.
Fair enough. Go with that as a theory. Like that. That's good. So, Ayhan Guven, this year's DTM champion in platinum coloured one. And the Turkish driver, sponsored by Red Bull, came out of Porsche 1 Mate Racing, won the Super Cup, won Carrera Cup around the globe as well, and also winner of the very first FIA GT Nations Cup, kind of spawned the Motorsport Games that will be hopefully back next year.
But whether it's platinum or silver or and gold, they look absolutely spectacular. Just gorgeous.
Yeah, Cont the CL of the CLRT, a very good racer himself, GT champion, but without any fanfare, just stepped away. Started his own team, didn't say I'm retiring, just started appearing in the pit lane, and you were conscious that he's not raced for a while. But there was no fanfare to it, but he's built a really big team running lots of different cars. In GT4 last year, for example, he was running at least 2 different manufacturers within the same race, which is pretty unusual, and that's on top of 1 Mate Porsche programs and GT Porsche programs, so it's become a very busy operation in a really short space of time.
I was part of his junior racing career many years ago when he was competing in Formula BMW, and part of his media training all those years ago alongside Anne Bradshaw, and he was one of the nicest guys we could deal with. He's a lovely bloke.
It's the first time that his team has been here. It's the first time that Ayhan Guven has been here. Laurin Heinrich was here last year, and Raffaele Marciello yet to do a lap time, incidentally. Didn't bother going out with everybody else, just let it breathe, and he's gone out on his own, so he's not going to get caught up in any traffic. Marciello knows how to play this day at Macau. He's been a winner for Mercedes. Of course, last year he switched to BMW, and fittingly, his last win in a Mercedes AMG was here.
And he was exceptional in single-seaters around Macau as well.
Yep.
He's got a rich history here at Macau, and another really nice guy, isn't he? A really good guy to deal with, and incredibly quick.
Oh, so laid back. He's the most un-Italian Italian. A few years ago, he won a GT World Challenge Europe sprint race with Timo Bogoslavski at Valencia, and the question was put to him, how many wins is that this year? And Lalo's answer was, don't know. It just doesn't count. Just gets in, drives very quickly, goes home.
Does the job.
Might get a trophy, but yeah, we were bouncing up and down with the fact that it was his, whatever, 4th, 5th win of the year. And yeah, in Raffaele, in his land, doesn't matter. Don't care. Just, you know, I want to win, but the numbers don't matter. Absolute best sector 2, Christopher Hauser in the Audi. Not this one, this is Joel Eriksson's car that we're looking at. Very distinctive Audi engine note that these R8s have made. It's been a very loyal servant to the GT3 category as the R8. It's now on the second generation Evo 2, but even so, it's been a hugely successful project for Audi Sport, and it's great that there's still involvement in Audi Sport, at least as far as the Asian market is concerned, where the cars sell very well.
Overall best in Sector 1 for Raffaele Marciello. Came out later than anybody else in the number 53 car. And that's the intention. Sector 1, overall best. Christopher Hauser with, as you say, David, overall best in Sector 2, but Raffaele Marciello, one to watch here.
Yeah, and with clear track space, then pole I would offer you ought to be his. The Cariello's Porsche, Dorian Boccolacci's Porsche going down towards Melco. So just under 18 minutes of this part of qualifying to go, and then you take the top 10, they go out in reverse order, 2 laps, and you count your better time. See how close they get to the wall coming off Fisherman's Bend. That was Cariello, I think, in the background, wasn't it? That's Christopher Hauser. And this has been a good lap for Christopher, has it not? 4th, and he might go top here, let's see. 2nd he goes behind Cariello.
Eduardo Mortara has just been overall best on Sector 4. We said that Raffaele Marciello went overall best in Sector 1. Sectors 2 and 3, personal best for Raffaele Marciello. But Eduardo Mortara, this might be his best time so far, goes 6th. So Eduardo Mortara with a 2:18.032. And that was pace that we didn't get an insight to yesterday, Macau.
We did say yesterday you could imagine the Lamborghini team making representation about its BOP. Well, I'm feeling pretty convinced that did happen because the cars look a lot racier today than yesterday as we go on board with Raffaele Marciello, who is heading towards the end of the lap. This is our bend, and he's heading up towards the timing line. The time he's got to try to beat is now Yeyefei's 2:17.3, and Lello goes through and goes up now to 4th fastest on a time at 2:17.660. So you've got Ferrari from Porsche, Ferrari from BMW, Audi from Lamborghini, then Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini, Ferrari. Yeyefei, winner at Le Mans this year with Robert Kubica and James Hansen, is fastest by 1/10 of a second.
Impressive that, isn't it? 2:17.306, that's the time we're aiming for now, with Picariello going overall best in Sector 2. Raffaele Marciello once again. I had this theory yesterday that year after year the BMW is really, really good in the first sector, and Raffaele Marciello rather proving that for a second consecutive day. It was either he or Sheldon van der Linde yesterday that were going overall best in Sector 1. It previously always used to be Augusto Farfus qualifying or racing. It was always that first sector, and Marciello goes overall best in Sector 1 once again. Picariello overall best in Sector 2. Fuoco overall best in Sector 3. And I love this, we're getting these overall best sectors for 3 different manufacturers.
It's true, shows how the BOP works, doesn't it, in GT racing, as there, 9:11, is Alessio Picariello, whose lap might have just tailed off a little bit because he did 2 really good sectors at the start, but 3 and 4 have not been so flash. Joel Ericsson's Audi has just gone to the top of the times, 2:17.074. At the moment, the ones outside of the top 10 are Fantor, Goethe, Fong, Guven, Heinrich and van der Linde. Van der Linde is going to be at the back because of the accident, we know that. He won't be able to take any further part, as now Picariello goes across the line and stays 3rd fastest. Here is Antonio Fuoco, who led last year after some demon overtaking moves. Laurin Heinrich's just done an absolute best in the 4th sector. Adley Fong and Cinnamoroll are on their way down now towards our bend. Dorian Boccolacci is in the pits, Luca Engschler is in the pits. Fong will carry on, Fuoco carries on. Both of them go through toe-to-toe, and Fuoco goes 2nd. Adley Fong still 13. This is Laurin Heinrich, who did an absolute best Sector 4. Andy Deng has just gone by 11, he doesn't improve. Heinrich goes by, goes top in the Porsche. Laurin Heinrich then quicker by 4/10 of a second from Joel Eriksson.
2:16.602 now, the quickest time out on the circuit, and first time that we've seen Laurin Heinrich at the top of the times over the course of this weekend.
On board with Raffaele Marciello, who has just improved, Alan.
He's gone 2nd, has Raffaele Marciello, 2:17.028. Only one car in the 2:16s, and that is Heinrich in car 22. Top of the times, Raffaele Marciello on the previous lap went overall best in Sector 1. Hasn't done that this time, hasn't even gone green or personal best in Sector 1. So Raffaele Marciello maybe backed off a little bit at the start of this lap, getting himself ready. We've still got 13.5 minutes left of Q1 for the FIA GT World Cup, Macau GT Cup. I still think there's plenty more to come from Lawrence Van Thrill in that rebuilt car.
And I think Goethe still has a lot to offer as well. So you've got 2 cars to keep an eye on, and Joel Ericsson's Audi to be 3rd is an outstanding effort, given that it's one of the older cars in the entry, and they're not really being developed anymore in the face of the opposition. Laurin Heinrich still pressing on in the gold Porsche because he's doing absolute best. This, though, is Fantor as he comes now down towards Fisherman. So right now, this rebuilt car is outside the top 10. Lawrence Fantor needs to get in, of course, and we've got number 19, Luca Engschler, being investigated for overpower. So the technical team will want to just check all the telemetry to make sure the car is not offering more than the regulation power. Over the timing line has gone Fantor. He has improved. He's up to 8th fastest, and quite a number of them now heading down the pit lane.
So fascinating stuff as ever whenever the GT3 cars are out on circuit. They're so big on the tight and twisty sections of the circuit here at Macau. You almost wonder how they thread their way around, and they do so with amazing pace and expert drivers at the very top of their game. World-class drivers here at Macau. Lauren Heinrich, top of the times, 2:16.602, yet to complete this lap. He's gone purple in two sectors, and that last lap was a 2:16.795, backed off just a little bit on the final two sectors.
Interesting, isn't it, that the Porsches 1 and 2 are split by 28 thousandths of a second, but they're run by different teams. This year the cars have torque sensors on them. Porsche was one of the manufacturers that was quite keen on introducing that regulation, and it seems to have paid dividends. You've got BMW 3rd, Audi 4, Ferrari 5, 6, Audi 7, Porsche 8, Lamborghini 9, Porsche 10. This is Ian Chiguven, 13th, needs to break into the top 10, breaks the beam, goes up to 9th, he's in. That forces out Dorian Boccolacci. One Porsche in and one Porsche out.
Yeah, it was looking like a good lap being threaded together. Nothing to spectacularly go quicker than anybody else in any of the sectors, but certainly quicker, personal best on every single sector for Guven on that lap. 9th place and through. 11 minutes remain, anything can happen here. Lawrence Van Tour overall a personal best rather in sector 1, and Guven has carried on personal best in sector 1 as well.
Anthony Fong, meanwhile, is charging along, heading up now towards Donna Maria, and he's improving in the sectors. Alan, I feel you should talk him to the end.
Be a great day, wouldn't it, for all supporters of Anthony Fong, and he has many of them here this weekend at Macau. Some of them don't even have tickets to get into the Macau Grand Prix, but they certainly get their option of buying the merchandise outside the circuit, and they feel the support. Okay, he went personal best in sectors 2 and 3. Not so in sectors 1 and 4, but is it going to be on this lap an improvement in position? We'll find out any minute now. Threads his way up towards the completion of the lap. His best lap, a 2:19.308, which is good enough at the moment for 15th, and then into pit lane.
Anthony Fong, though, 15th fastest, heads for the pits, and possibly another set of boots to go onto that car, another set of Pirellis. This is Eduardo Mortara, who is now 12th, so the Lamborghini is sort of back where it was yesterday. Luca Engel is the one on the bubble now, 10th, his teammate. Mortara's car from the Absolute Corsa team as he comes down towards Faraway Hill, but more and more of them now making the run into the pit lane, a new set of Pirelli slicks to go on. But Mortara just does not seem to be sparkling this weekend, and his teammate Luca Engel has lost laps 3 and 4 for this overpower. The balance of performance stipulates that the maximum power the cars can have. It can be traced, and if you overpower, then lose those laps, and they'll have to address that on the pit stop.
And that's all done presumably through electronics,
yeah. Telemetry, yeah. Yeah, so it's certainly moved on with GT racing. The cars have evolved, the technology has evolved, and what people can see and how has evolved as well. Over the line goes then Dorian Boccolacci, and didn't get himself into the top 10 on that lap. He's got time to have another go, and he stayed out rather than coming into the pit lane. So Dorian Boccolacci then is 11th. So the ones that miss out, Boccolacci, Mortara, Deng, Goethe, Fong and Van der Linde.
And we've got 8.5 minutes of this session remaining. We are on board with, he is known as Mr. Macau. Such a figure here at Macau every year, and you touched on it yesterday, David, in the Grand Prix Museum here at Macau. Has a very, very spookily lifelike waxwork. The waxworks are provided for the Macau Grand Prix Museum by Madame Tussauds, and they are just amazing models. Very, very strange if you're in the museum and you happen to see the model and you happen to see the real life driver or rider as well. They are so lifelike, you do a bit of a double take, and I think even the drivers and riders do a double take themselves.
Yeah, there's one of Michael Rutter, isn't there, as well? There's one of Rob Huff.
The Rutter one is probably the best, I think.
Yeah. And he sadly is not here this year, the Fable motorbike racer, after an injury on the TT.
Yeah.
Right, we've got, as you ride on board with Elo Mortara, you've got into the pit lane Raffaele Marciello, and you've got Aenshin Guven, who's been a bit of a slow burn all weekend, starts easily and then builds up, which in a way is how perhaps you should approach Macau. He has now done 2 personal and 2 absolute bests in this Platinum Porsche, coming then now onto that fast section of the circuit down towards R Bend. And a 2:17.3 is the best lap that he's done. He's 7/10 away from the top, and as Aenshin Guven, the Turkish driver, comes up towards the timing line, he goes by, and he goes quickest of all, and that is a 2:16.442. He's a 10th quicker than his teammate Laurin Heinrich. It's now Porsche 1, 2, 3.
And Platinum Porsche works because of the alliteration as well, so it's definitely a Platinum Porsche. On top of the times, 2:16.442 for Guven, Platinum driver he is, and car number 11, top of the times from Heinrich in second place in the golden car. Car number 22, about a 10th of a second behind in second place. Go on.
That was Dorian Boccolacci going over the line and going 8th, so he's into that top 10, and that forces out this man, Luca Engschler, unless Luca can respond, because he's gone better in sectors 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and he's about to finish 5, and he goes back into the top 10. So now it is Lawrence Fantor that gets booted out. Engschler goes 8th, Boccolacci 9th, Christopher Haas is on the bubble 10th, and Fantor is out. Mortara is out. Yes, Mortara is out. Deng, Goethe, Fong, van der Linde, they're the other ones that go.
A couple of surprising names just outside the top 10, aren't they? 2 of them significantly, both former winners here, Lawrence Fantor and Eduardo Mortara, both outside the top 10. However, we have still 5.5 minutes just over yet to run in this qualifying session, the first section of qualifying for the FIA GT World Cup. Diminishing light now for the first time here. It's noticeable. We've had a really lovely sunny day here at Macau, local time 20 to 5 now in the evening. The circuit opens up to normal traffic at 6 o'clock, and that's when it's dark here at Macau. And just now, it just starts to, I think you might get your wish with headlights coming on for Q2.
Just towards the end, maybe, yeah. The Audis have had a really strong session. Joel Eriksson, who's not raced a GT car here before, as we were saying, he's been runner-up in the Grand Prix, but he's not been a GT racer here. He's going great guns to be 5th fastest. That's been an impressive effort by Joel Eriksson. 5
minutes yet to run on this Q1 section of qualifying for the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau. And wherever you are in the world, you are very welcome to seeing the world's greatest GT drivers competing. And rarely, this is a rare occasion that they don't have to get out of the car and hand it over to someone else. It's mine, all mine for this weekend when you get into your race car. And these are the most beautiful race cars. Here we go. All of a sudden, we go into another gear because Antonio Farocco in the Ferrari has gone overall best in Sector 3, 28.1 in Sector 3 for the number 50 car, currently down there in 7th place. And yeah, Yiffy in car number 83 has gone overall best, and therefore 5th place. It went overall best in Sector 5. This session is not over yet, is it?
Far from it, and Dorian Boccolacci 10th, Lawrence Fantor 11th. There's about a 10th of a second between them, so Fantor is the next one to keep an eye on, but the sector times are not yet looking all that flash as Antonio Fuoco here comes up to take the run out of our band over the timing line. He's 7th at the moment. He crosses the line to go fastest. 2:16.3, 69 thousandths quicker than Joel Eriksson. So it's Ferrari, Audi, yes, really, Porsche, Ferrari, the top 6.
2:16.342 that time for Antonio Farocco. We had a Ferrari lead the FIA GT World Cup, albeit briefly last year, but it led, and it's...
Mortara's up to 8th, so he's just gone in, and that forces out Boccolacci. So Boccolacci is out, Fantor is out, Deng, Goethe, Fong, van der Linde. The one I'm still surprised about, though, is that Fantor hasn't got in, but this lap that he's on, we'll pick him up in a moment when we got Benji Goethe over the line. This lap for Fantor is looking stronger. Goethe improves, but does not get in. First time that Benji has raced here, first time Optimum have run a GT3 720 McLaren here, so there's a lot of learning and it's all building. So, you know, you can see progress is being made, but it's a single car as well to bring back the data. Now, this Porsche of Lawrence Fantor is, as I say, on a quick lap. Sector 1 an improvement, Sector 2 an improvement, Sector 3 an improvement.
Let's see what he can do in the remaining 2 sectors in the Porsche. That car rebuilt a lot of rebuilding overnight to get it looking quite as beautiful as it does. Is it handling quite as well as it did yesterday when Laurens Vanthoor topped the times and then didn't end up taking the end of the session because of the accident that he had in the Porsche? Well, he's improving on every sector so far. Up towards the final sector he goes, just outside the top 10 at the moment. He's there in 12th place, coming up towards the completion of a lap in car 992.
We've also just had Joel Ericsson's Audi go fastest by 71 thousandths of a second. So Vanthoor is 12. Can he get himself into the top 10 as he comes across the line? The answer is that yes, he can. So Laurens Vanthoor is 8th at the expense then of Luca Engschler. We just had another improver go by, and that was Christopher Hauser, I think, who's got himself in as well. Mortara into the top 10. This is Dorian Boccolacci down to 12th then. Raced here 10 years ago in the Grand Prix, never raced a GT car here, and that lap started well but didn't finish the flash. We've only got a minute and a half left.
We have, and Farocco goes top, 2:16.11, 2:16.111, and what are we going to have for Adley Fong? Up towards the line, personal improvements in every sector, and goes 12th. Oh, so close, but brave effort that. Ends up in 12th position, does Adley Fong, and Joel Eriksson has just gone overall best in Sector 2. This is not over yet, is it? Antonio Farocco has gone top of the times. He and Eriksson over the last couple of laps have traded the quickest lap of the circuit, and at the moment Joel Eriksson in second place has gone overall best in Sector 2, personal best in Sectors 1 and 3.
So flying Fuoco then, fastest by just over a tenth and a half. Marciello's done an absolute best in Sector 1. Benji Goethe, oh so close then to getting through because he's up to 11th and needs to find just under 0.2 of a second to get himself into the top 10. Now these drivers coming out of Melco Hairpin are going to have to work hard to make sure they squeeze another lap out of the session. Remember that after Q1 we have a short break of 20 minutes and then the cars go out for their 2 laps for Q2. So headlights ablaze to warn the traffic ahead of progress. Down they come. There it is, number 46, Joel Eriksson, second fastest. This has been an outstanding effort by the Audi team and Audi driver. He's up towards the timing line. Checkered flag is out, and Joel Eriksson goes quickest at the very end on a 2:15.927. That is outstanding for one of the oldest cars driven by somebody who is new to GT racing here. Christopher Hauser has just gone through and gone 7th, so he's back in, and that forces Vanthoor to the bubble. So Eriksson, Fuoco, Picariello, Guven, Ye, Marciello, Hauser, Heinrich, Mortara, Van 10, and you're riding with Marciello. So the BMW is 6th. Remember, it's not necessarily about the fastest time. It is about getting through into that top 10 as Dorian Boccolacci, who's down in 14th, comes over the line, and he improves to go 9th. So Vanthoor's out, and Vanthoor's taken the flag.
Goodness me, it was right on the edge, wasn't it, for Laurens Vanthoor? And now goes down as far as 12th. Raffaele Marciello in 7th place. It's all changed right at the end of this session, but that is significant. Laurens Vanthoor is out of the top 10.
And that all comes back to the accident of yesterday. Marciello over the line to go 3rd and into the 2:16. So we lose Luca Engschler, Laurens Vanthoor, Benji Goethe, Adley Fong, Andy Deng, and Sheldon van der Linde kind of lost himself, if you like, by the self-induced incident that put him into the barrier. So Joel Eriksson it is then who is the fastest from Antonio Fuoco. So you've got Eriksson, Audi, Fuoco, Ferrari, and then BMW 3rd for Raffaele Marciello. Alessio Picariello is 4th in his Porsche. Ayanchen Guven's Porsche is 5th, and Ye Yifei's Ferrari 6th. 7th for Larin Heinrich's Porsche. 8th fastest Christopher Hauser's Audi. 9th Eduardo Mortara Lamborghini, and 10th right at the very end Dorian Boccolacci in the 23 Porsche. Joel Eriksson's been an absolute hero in that, for my money. Runner-up at the Grand Prix to Dan Ticktum, and then moving to the DTM for a spell and Formula E. And good to have him back here. But Joel Eriksson, in, as I say, one of the older cars. It's one that's not really being developed anymore, the Audi R8, but in the right hands it is still very capable indeed. Bravo, Joel Eriksson. So the teams will be given a new set of tyres for Q2, and purely for Q2 as well. But Joel Eriksson fastest then by just under 0.2 of a second. A really impressive effort, that. Raffaele Marciello for third fastest. And the target then becomes that 2:15.927 of Joel Eriksson. But the time that you do in Q1 is only to get you into Q2. If you're in the top 10, if you're outside the top 10, it is what you rely on for your grid position. But if you make it through, and Alessio Picariello did, and Laurens Vanthoor didn't, then you wipe the Q1 time and you rely purely on what you do in this 2-lap Super Pole shootout. Cars being waved down the pit lane, 1 or 2 for the scrutineering area, which include Laurens Vanthoor. In the background you see Alessio Picariello, Belgian driver, coming down the pit lane.
It's not just a great sound that these cars make when they come into pit lane, it's also the shaking of the building. We're over the other side of the circuit, and it's just an incredible sound and feeling. It's an assault of the senses. We see Alessio Picariello being pulled back in pit lane, coming in 4th place, and as the rest of them head into the pit lane, a few of them get picked off for technical checks and go through those technical checks. Shame for Laurens Vanthoor. The team have worked really hard to get that car turned around, but you kind of wonder, maybe it's not quite the car that it was for him yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of new bits on it and a new engine as well. So, you know, the team come up with a car that is, you know, with lots of time spent on it, good for Macau, and they've had to rebuild one, or build a replacement, if you like, in about 24 hours. So inevitably, it won't quite be as it was. So the cinema roll Audi will take no further part, but at least, Alan, you can drool over it for now.
And so can the people here at Macau, because it's been a very popular. There are so many school trips here. Can you imagine the cheer that car was getting going down towards the grandstand for the school kids for today? It brings a lot of people a lot of happiness, I think.
Well,
me included.
I was going to say, you could do with giving some good news for Laurens Vanthoor, because he's had a pretty bleak couple of days.
Yeah.
And a driver that's won here in the past, about to clamber out of the car in a rather resigned fashion, I think. Clearly, there's something else that they need to do on that car. Yeah, you can see off his demeanour, he's not happy.
Yeah, disappointed not to get into Q2. However, the good news is the car is in one piece. It could have been so much worse, couldn't it? You really don't want to, after the team have worked so hard, to have another little moment and make more work to be done. If they're going to work on the car, then they can work on the car to make it quicker. So, confirmation that Joel Eriksson, car number 46, is quickest in Q1. Antonio Ferrocco in the Ferrari, quickest in, second quickest in the Ferrari, number 50. Raffaele Marciello, the BMW. So, 3 manufacturers in the top 3, and then it's made 4 by the fact that we have Alessio Picariello in 4th place in car 911.
And those that we lose: Luca Engschler, Laurens Vanthoor, Benji Goethe, Adley Fong, Andy Deng, and Sheldon van der Linde, who put himself in the barriers. Q1 is done. The top 10 will go into Q2. 8 of those ready for Q2, a new set of tyres, and then the drivers will be released out onto the circuit. The 10 cars that get 2 laps each for the Super Pole shootout, and that will round out day 2 here of this 72nd Macau Grand Prix weekend. The FIA GT World Cup, one of the rare opportunities for GT drivers to drive the car solo. They don't have to think about a teammate. They don't really have to think about looking after equipment as well, because this is very much a sprint race format.
Goes against the grain of being a racing driver, doesn't it? They are brought up to believe that they are the most important thing. They are, admittedly, they say it, they are the most selfish people. And then when they have to share a car, when they take a move into I've spoken to a few drivers over the course of the years, and I've said, so how's the move into GTs? Well, I don't like it. I have to share my car.
Exactly, yeah. Some get their hat on with it effectively and invest in their AM, like a Johnny Adam type character, for example.
Yes, yeah.
But others, as you say, are rather selfish on that score. Right, we are awaiting Q2 to get underway, and while we do, Raffaele Marciello, third fastest in Q1, and he improved on his last lap, would be perhaps the perfect person to show us around the circuit, bearing in mind he's been a winner of this event in the past. On board with Raffaele Marciello, you're aboard the Rover Racing BMW. Flat all the way from the exit of our bend down to Lisboa, then it's down, 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 down through the gears. Second gear back on the power, now the climb up San Francisco Hill, and a great noise from the BMW. Through the Teddy Yip corner and heading down Far Away Hill towards Police, which is the next significant right-hander. The road kinks ever so slightly to the left at the bottom of the hill here. You go through the left-hander and then it just kinks left, turn right through Police and then up towards Moorish. Brake very early for a really sharp, really narrow corner. Out of that, up towards Donna Maria. Down to the Melco hairpin. First gear, walking pace, a lot needed. Stare at the barrier for a second or two, out the other side, back on the loud pedal, speed building all the way down toward Fisherman's now. Marciello brakes early, it seems, but then picks up the throttle, gets out of the corner the other side, down towards our bend, the last corner on the lap. Down through the gears, turns right, fights the car in for the clipping point, up towards the Armco on the outside, and a lap, 6 kilometres of it, around the gear circuit down for Raffaele Marciello to take the checker flag, and that lap put him up to third. So Raffaele Marciello then for Rover Racing, winner here of the Macau GT Cup in the past. He won in 2023, he won in 2019. Former champion in single-seaters. He was the FIA Formula 3 European champion back in 2013. Cinema roll, though, Alan, is done for the day.
Yep, Parc Fermé conditions for that car. Adley Fong finishes up 14th quickest out of the car, talking to the team as well. And we talk about the fact that Adley every year gets a very attention-grabbing headline livery on the car. I would imagine a lot of work goes on behind the scenes to secure that kind of interest for this weekend, and he does a really good job. The Rothko liveried car, Benjamin Goethe not through to the final 10. But it's really spectacular to have that Golf livery here at Macau this year. And Benjamin Goethe finishes up in 13th position. That's the car that was second in this Q1, the Ferrari, which they do say about Ferraris, and they've said it for many, many years. Whatever angle you look at a Ferrari, it's beautiful. Yeah. And that car in particular, that shape of car, that livery on the car, whichever camera angle we have of the Ferrari around the gear circuit, it does look incredible, doesn't it? It's looking really absolutely nailed to the tarmac. Looks superb.
That's the Lamborghini Huracan of Eduardo Mortara, with drivers staying in the car, but the door being flat, so there's a little bit of airflow in. And Eduardo Mortara, perhaps one of the surprises actually. It didn't look as though he was going to make it, but sneaked in right at the very end. That's Andy Deng's Ferrari. And there's just been a change on that timing screen. Mortara has just been put to 8th ahead of Haase. No, I'll tell you what's happened. Boccalacci has been taken out and put to 14th. Dorian Boccalacci was, I thought, 8th, and he has been taken out of the times. That's right. So Mortara's up to 8th, and Boccalacci has obviously had a lap time taken off him. So Dorian Boccalacci misses out. That's Luca Angela, who is now being told, you're in. Go and get a helmet.
Put your overalls back on and get back into the car. That's not the best of preparations, is it? To get yourself ready for a 2-lap shootout for pole position, which is the way we're going to finish our track action here today at Macau. Gets underway early tomorrow morning. Earlier than had been planned, because the warm-up session for motorcycles not happening at 7:10. Instead, at 7 o'clock, we have 1 hour of qualifying for the Motorcycle Grand Prix, and then we'll have the Motorcycle Grand Prix tomorrow morning. So 7 o'clock till 8 o'clock qualifying, and then 9:10 until 10 o'clock is the allotted time for 12 laps for the motorcycles, because it was wet this morning. Doesn't feel like it when you think back to it now, because we've had lovely sunshine all day today.
That is Alessio Picariello having a chat to his engineer, and the countdown continues to get the start of Q2 underway here at Macau. In the meantime, this is on board with Ye Yifei, 6th fastest in the Ferrari. Well, we've seen Marciello's lap. Let's ride with the Ferrari, and also on the way to Lisboa, let's just have a listen to the engine. Across the top of the mountain section, if you like, goes Ye Yifei, avoids the stone wall, down to Maternity, sharp right, powers downhill. Careful as he goes then through towards the Teddy Yip corner there, and then the Solitude S's. And the Ferrari down towards Police makes the climb up the other side. Traffic ahead, you can see that he's looming down on, but out of Moorish goes the Ferrari and up towards Donna Maria now. Out of the Melco hairpin, down to Black Sands. Ye Yifei set for 6th in the times in the Harmony Racing Ferrari. The driver that won Le Mans this year. He's won French F4, he's won Euro Formula Open, he's won his class in the Asian Le Mans Series and the European Le Mans Series. Oh so close to winning the LMP2 class at Le Mans. If you think back a few years, the car that was being run by WRT, hit trouble on the last lap of the race, and he lost his win, leading the class. But Yifei comes here as not only a factory Ferrari driver, but a Le Mans outright winner as well. So we are waiting for the cars to be allowed down the pit lane, ready for this second part of qualifying. That is one, however, that will not be moving. Lawrence Vantor's
just a whisker
Porsche
outside, wasn't it?
And there is the fabulous-looking Iron Shinguven Porsche. This is probably the fastest mirror that we have. Dorian Boccolacci, who was in, is now not. So that's a Porsche that is done. The FIA technical team consulting in the pit lane, as you can see. And I think part of the delay is one or two of these cars being looked at for too much power, overpowering. And so once we have an order, they can
three cars were being investigated, I think,
Yeah, we have people losing their lap times during the session, and then Boccolacci, Haase and Mortara being looked at as well. Well, I think we got an answer to Boccolacci because he was shuffled down the order.
Yes.
But whether those investigations are now done remains to be seen. So another 6 minutes until things are underway, we understand. And that is a car that would not surprise anybody were it to be found on pole position come the end of the session. Raffaele Marciello and the Rover Racing BMW. It's a very unusual Rover livery. Normally you expect them to be the white and yellow and grey colour scheme that Rover has had, but that car is in its Macau colour scheme. Right, we've had a look at a Ferrari lap, we've had a look at a BMW lap. Alan has been waxing lyrical about Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara, and we might be able to have a lap with the Lamborghini, because that's another car that's going to feature strongly in the course of qualifying. We'll come to him in a few moments. And in the meantime, people are getting ready for Q2. This is an Edo Mortara lap of Macau. Total commitment put in on this section of the circuit, and then hard on the brakes. You can see the gear display down to second for Lisboa. Little lift before he attacks San Francisco, and then the climb up the hill, and it's quite a long climb, that, and when you get to the top you think, oh, I'm there, but not quite, because it's still climbing now. Even though you've gone over a brow, only about here does it start to level out and even think about dropping down. So from Eternity, down the hill goes Eduardo Mortara, up against the wall on one side, the Armco on the other. Just lets the throttle trail a little bit as the car slaloms its way left and right, all the way now down towards Teddy Yip. Corner named after the Hong Kong businessman racer, who of course took his own cars into Formula One. This is Police up towards Moorish, a very early break, down to second gear, down to first indeed in the Huracan. Speed builds as he goes up towards Donna Maria. Again, virtually a blind corner, turn in, you don't really know what's all the way around that long left. Out the other side, down towards the Melco hairpin, stand on the brakes, go down to first gear, and the huge amount of lock that has to be put on. Up the other side of the hairpin is Black Sands, and as he goes down the hill, on the left-hand side, he'll even go past a Lamborghini dealership. To third gear for Fisherman's. Back on the power for R-Bend, and then up towards the completion of the lap. Fifth becomes fourth, becomes third as he drops down the gears, powers out the other side, bit of correction needed. Mortara, another lap of Macau in the bank. So Mortara, a slow in-lap to the pit lane. The first of his wins here came in 08 when he won the qualifying race for the Grand Prix. That didn't really satisfy, so he came back the year after and won the Grand Prix. And then a year after that, he came and won them both, did the qualifying race and the Grand Prix. 2011, he had his first GT win, and he did the same again in 2012 and 2013, the year he won the Audi R8 race. And in 2017, won in the GT qualifying and main race as well. But it's been a long time since that last win of Edo Mortara's.
Doing other things, hasn't he? He was competing for a while in DTM,
That's right.
and then onto Formula E as well, which I would imagine is a very different form of motorsport to racing a Lamborghini around the streets of Macau. But this
a lot
is
quieter.
Like, a lot quieter. This is like always coming home, really, isn't it?
Well, there's Joel Eriksson out of the car, and that's because he's going to go last, so he's got time to get a bit of air, stretch his legs. Joel's also been away doing some Formula E racing, but he's done all sorts of things since he was runner-up in the Macau Grand Prix, such as racing in the DTM for W, and has raced in British GT a few years back with Century. He's driving for the Envision team in Formula E next season. So Joel Eriksson in demand.
He was a BMW junior driver as well early
yeah.
on in his career, and made the step up. Certainly stepped up in that qualifying session, didn't he? That was very impressive. Hadn't given us a glimpse into the fact that that might happen during Q1 until that point. But really impressive, that. And the crowd stay right the way until the end of action, don't they?
Absolutely. Well, these are the cars to make sure you do, aren't they?
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah. Looking down on the permanent garages, which are used by the cars for the Grand Prix, but the GT teams camp out while their session is live. The GT cars have garages in the temporary structure, which also has all the organisational offices for the FIA and the championship coordinators and the media centre in there. So such is the growth of the event that the building that was built, what, 12 years or so ago now, just can't house everything. So a temporary building has to be erected, and underneath it are the garages for the GT teams. Now, the first to go when we have this session is now going to be Luca Engschler. So he is the one who comes in at the expense of Dorian Boccolacci. After that, it will be Christopher Haase, and then Eduardo Mortara. Laurin Heinrich will be fourth away from Ye Fei, Einschenguven, Alessio Picariello, then Raffaele Marciello, then Antonio Fuoco, and Joel Eriksson will be the last to go, which gives you the slight advantage in a sense of knowing what you're aiming for, but fundamentally what everybody is aiming for is an absolutely flat-out and error-free lap. Right, where in all of this is Luca Engschler, because he ought to be pretty much ready to go now. We were told that the session was going to start at 17:11. And we've just gone past that.
In fairness, he's had the least time to prepare, hasn't he? Because he only just found out he'd be getting in. So I understand it's going to be another just under 3 minutes until we get this session underway. Q2 for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. It's been a busy day here of qualifying at Macau. Tomorrow he's going to be racing all the way. We're going to be qualifying for motorcycles first thing, racing, and then racing all the way in qualification races, and a race for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Their one and only race over the course of this weekend. They qualified yesterday. They race tomorrow morning. It's one of the local races. Big entry for that race tomorrow, and then qualification races for FIA F4, for FIA TCR World Touring Cars, for the FIA GT World Cup, the cars we're about to see qualifying there. Qualification race over 12 laps, and then the 10-lap qualifying race for the FIA FR World Cup. All of that to look forward to as we prepare ourselves for this Q2 for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT World Cup about to get underway. Just having a look in at Laurens van Thut, I beg your pardon, Eduardo Mortara inside the Lamborghini. ahead of this qualifying session, making sure all the correct buttons are pressed ahead of this. And then the Platinum Porsche, car number 11, the DTM champion, Antonin Gervin, getting ready for this qualifying session. Hear the music pumping down in pit lane as well. Everybody getting ready for something we've never had as far as qualifying is concerned for GT World Cup here. This unique Q1 and Q2 format of qualifying. Roran Heinrich is going to be going out in 4th position after that qualifying and the various technical investigations after qualifying. Just think those two cars look absolutely exceptional. Sometimes you see a wrap that goes on where you might see a little bit of a crinkle here and there or a bit of an air bubble. Those two are exceptional. And as you said earlier on, the probably most impressive mirror you're ever going to see.
Certainly the fastest. And Antonin Gervin has been, in a sense, a bit of a model of how you learn Macau, because in the first session, as the green flag is now shown and we're in business, in the first session yesterday, he didn't look that flash, but he was quietly getting on with life, learning the circuit, learning where to be brave, got better in FP2, he's got better again in qualifying, and Antonin Gervin then ending the first part of qualifying 5th fastest. Right, so the pit lane is open. Luca Engschler is now allowed out.
I can't hear him.
No. But the circuit is there for him. So Luca Engschler has 2 minutes grace, if you like, to get out. The session is live, and the cars are given a time at which they must leave the pit lane as the latest. So he's got a bit of grace if he wants. So Engschler, Hauser, Mortara, Heinrich, Ye, Gervin, Picariello, Marciello, Fuoco and Ericsson is the order. So Luca Engschler will now get the car fired up. As I say, there's a bit of grace once the green flag is shown to let the teams fire the car up, get it through a bit of warmth and then release him down the pit lane. So the Absolute Racing team operating Luca Engschler's car. Remember, he had that huge accident here last year, but after a month or so of pretty hard recuperation in a wheelchair, he was back to full fitness, and he's had a really, really good season as Luca Engschler. Winning the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is very much the highlight of his return. He's a multiple TCR champion. He's won the Asian, the Middle East, the Malaysian and the German championships, and a winner in the Sprint Cup as well at Manicourt this year. Right, it's been a long break, it felt like, but we're underway again. Luca Engschler down the pit lane. So they will do an out lap, 2 flyers and an in. And obviously it is the better of your 2 flying laps that you count. So we'll be keeping an eye on the clock, but also an eye on both lap times. It mirrors what happens at Spa for the Superpole shootout there, and more often than not, it's the first lap that's the quicker of the 2. I'm not saying Spa in any way is going to reflect Macau or vice versa, but I offer you that as a snippet.
But what a treat on one of these iconic circuits. You mentioned Spa, but of course here at the Gears circuit at Macau, to be out there in splendid isolation, no one else around you, it's just a driver's dream, isn't it, this?
Yeah, everyone moans about traffic. Well, you've got no excuse now, because there'll only be maybe 4 cars max on the circuit at any one time, and Engschler right now is the only driver out there. Christopher Hauser will be the next one to go in another Volkswagen Audi Group product. Where would GT racing be without VAG? If you think about Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley over the years as well. So downhill goes the Lamborghini. Luca Engschler, the 25-year-old German driver in the Absolute Corsa entry, began in karting. His father, Franz Engschler, a very good touring car racer himself, and always feels with the Licky Moly sponsorship that the Engschler family has had in its racing career, whether it's dad or lad. So through police goes the Lambo, and surprising in a sense, given what we've been saying about them, that both got into the top 10.
Also, for many of us, myself included, I love the different engine tones and in glorious isolation. You can properly hear that Lamborghini engine, can't you? Just glorious.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about GT racing, because not only are the cars all different shapes and different sizes, but there's always this little symphony going on as well from the engines. Mortara coming later, Engstler coming up towards the end of an outlap, and having tried to get everything up to temperature, it's about now coming out of Fisherman's where he will pull the pin, and the first of his 2 flying laps is about to start. He's still weaving, still warming up the Pirelli rubber. Right, the first car onto a flying lap is Luca Engstler's Lamborghini then, as he goes across the timing line down now towards Reservoir through that very, very fast left-hander. 5 sectors to the lap. Christopher Hauser has made his way out on track as well, and he is coming up towards the end of his outlap as Engstler heads down now through Mandarin. It was this section of the circuit where he had his big moment last year, but he's okay now as he heads towards Lisboa, and when he gets there, he will break the beam at the end of Sector 1, Alan.
He's got 2 laps of this as well, so this the first of the laps, and did you see he was absolutely using the most of the outlap from pit lane to continue to weave the car just up towards the start of this first flying lap. So let's see, this is the first toe in the water for this format of qualifying here at Macau. Is it going to be the first or the second lap, which is the quicker one? Well, this is the first for Luca Engstler, and Eduardo Mortara is out on his outlap now from pit lane. Christopher Hauser is also about to start his first flying lap as well.
He's just done so. Hauser's just gone over the timing line, so his first lap is live. Engstler then at the moment takes up attention. Christopher Hauser going down towards Mandarin at the moment, so Engstler lighting up the timing screen. Everything is purple, but it would be effectively because this is the first flying lap of the session. Nothing to compare it against. Little bit edgy maybe coming out of Police up towards Moorish, and as the light starts to fade, the artificial light provided by the cars become ever brighter.
There you go, that's what you wanted, wasn't it? Into the early evening darkness here at Macau, and the lights are coming on around Macau as well. The whole place just changes overnight. David was saying earlier on, it's 2 unique features: Grand Prix racing during the day, and then when we get to the night time, all the fun of the lights of the hotels and the casinos and everything that makes the skyline of nighttime at Macau is completely unique. Right, Luca Engstler coming up towards the end of his first flying lap.
Right, so the best time anybody did in Q1 was a 2:15.9. That is the benchmark, and Luca Engstler has just gone across the line, and he has done a 2:16.718. So 2:16.718 is the first time, and we'll see how that stacks up for everybody else. Christopher Hauser has not been as quick as Engstler in the sectors, so it looks as though here the Audi is going to fall short. But then the next one after that to keep an eye on is going to be Mortara. But then you also need to bounce from cars on their first lap to their second, and Engstler on his second lap goes quicker again in Sector 1. So there's a lot to keep tabs on here. First up is Hauser's first lap time, but Engstler's second looks like it may turn out to be better than his opener.
You saw just what a handful these cars are to get out of the Melco hairpin. If you just put it a centimetre wrong, makes it very tricky on the exit, and therefore your exit from the corner, and therefore your final sector of the lap is compromised just a little bit. And that did look like a little bit of a handful, didn't it, for Christopher Hauser that time coming out of the Melco hairpin. Well, what's the sum total going to be? First flying lap is going to be a 2:18.3 for Christopher Hauser, and that compares to Luca Engstler with a 2:16.718. So significantly a better lap for Luca Engstler, and he still goes purple. So overall best for Luca Engstler on his second flying lap.
But this is Eduardo Mortara, who is on his first flyer and has just done an absolute best in Sector 4. So this is Mortara now coming down through Black Sands in towards Fisherman. So the target for him now is a 2:16.718. That was the Engstler time. We've also just had Laurin Heinrich and instantly Ye Yifei going through onto their first lap. Ayhan Guven is on circuit. Alessio Picariello is on track as well. So first up, let's get Mortara across the line and see what his first effort is going to be. Puts him second behind Engstler, 2:17.983.
So Mortara goes second. Engstler is top of the times and about to complete the second of the flying laps for Luca Engstler. Car number 19, the first car out on circuit. Only just found out a few minutes before we got this qualifying session underway, and a 2:16.543 for Luca Engstler. Eduardo Mortara on the start of his second flying lap has gone purple in sector 1. Eduardo Mortara is flying on the second lap of the first part of the second lap for Eduardo Mortara.
Right, so Engstler goes better on his second lap than his first. Mortara's on a first lap. Christopher Haase is on a second. Laurin Heinrich here is on his first. You saw a moment ago Raffaele Marciello slowly out of the pit lane, doing it his way and keeping out of the way of the quicker cars. Admittedly, Laurin Heinrich is looking pretty good, but it's Mortara, I think, who might put himself top on his second lap because he's doing purples. Mortara has got to aim for a 2:16.543. This is Laurin Heinrich coming up towards the line, and Heinrich goes only fourth. That was a really subdued lap, 2:23.872. So that was a gentle lap. So he's clearly going for one shot, not too good, if you see what I mean. This is Haase for his second lap, goes across the line, up to second. So that was better, 2:16.968.
Meanwhile, Mortara has gone purple, purple, purple in his second flying lap. So this could potentially be a nice lap for Eduardo Mortara.
So first up, Yeye coming down towards Fisherman's, and this will be his first flying lap. So at the moment, you've got Engstler from Haase. We'll get Yeye over the line, then we'll worry about Mortara as Ye comes up towards our bend. As I say, you've got people on their first lap, people on their second. So far, people on lap 2 have gone quicker. Yeye goes up to second on a 2:16.642.
And look for Mortara, he's just got the final sector to complete now. So Eduardo Mortara, car number 63, the Lamborghini goes top. So overall best in every bar, the final sector, and a 2:15.924 for the 10-time winner here at Macau, Eduardo Mortara.
And that means that lap is better than anything anybody did in Q1. He's quicker than Ericsson by 0.003 of a second.
Oh, wow.
So it's tight, this. You forget your Q1 time if you've made it into Q2, but by way of a guide, 0.003 quicker than the best Q1 time. Right, Yeye is on a second lap, so that means that Engstler has done, Haase has done, Mortara has done. This is Ayhan Guven coming up to the end of his first lap, so now you need to be in the 15s and no messing.
And Laurin Heinrich has gone overall best in sector 3 as well, just to point that one out.
Raffaele Marciello is onto a flying lap now. Ayhan Guven is across the timing line, and the Porsche goes by 5th fastest. That was a slowish 2:19.812. There's more to come from him as well. It looks like the Porsche plan is to do a build lap and a flyer, whereas the others seem to have been on it for 2.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? And Joel Eriksson has only just gone on to start the pit out lap.
Heinrich goes second then, 2:16.317. So everybody so far quicker on lap 2 than lap 1. So it's Mortara, Heinrich, then Engstler, he's got another lap to do. Haase, Guven with another lap in the book. Picariello 2 to go, Marciello 2 to go. We've not yet had anything out of Fuoco and Ericsson. This is Yeyefe's second lap. We've just had Antonio Fuoco start a flyer. Alessio Picariello, in the meantime, is about to do his first flying lap in the 911, and as he goes across the line, Picariello third, 2:16.493.
So goes third, Mortara, Heinrich and Picariello, the top 3. And that's the first of the flying laps for 911. Alessio Picariello goes into third.
This is Yeye, 5th now in the Ferrari, breaks the beam and goes quickest. Yeyefe's Ferrari at 2:15.809. So the Le Mans winner is fastest at Macau for now, 2:15.809, and the pattern continues of being quicker on your second lap than your first. This is Raffaele Marciello's first effort, and he's up towards the Donna Maria hairpin.
So this long left-hander at Donna Maria and up towards the Melco hairpin.
That's his first flying lap, first time we'll have seen. Guven's on his second and has done an absolute best third sector, but this is Marciello. We just had Joel Eriksson start a flying lap, but Marciello is always one to watch, Alan.
He certainly is. He's not gone purple in any of these sectors thus far. He's now completed sector number 4, and we wait for what Raffaele Marciello does at the end of this lap. Gervin has gone overall best in sector 3, and that's the 53 car of Raffaele Marciello we're looking at.
And that's Guven, who's almost caught him. This is Guven's second lap, remember. Marciello will go through for a gentle 2:22. Guven goes third on a 2:16.2. So 2:16, 2:62. Aenshin Guven is third. It is Ye, Mortara, Guven, Heinrich, Alessio Picariello's on his second lap. And that from Raffaele Marciello, as I say, was a fairly gentle start, 2:22.080.
Looking towards lap 2, I reckon, for Raffaele Marciello. And there's the proof. Goes purple in sector 1. And Alessio Picariello has just gone purple in sectors 3 and 4 as well. One more sector to go on lap number 2 for Picariello.
It's impressive, isn't it, that Mortara is still up there second. This is Antonio Fuoco's first effort, about to be boxed off then as the Ferrari comes through, and Antonio Fuoco goes across the line. Only 7th fastest. That was a 2:16.788.
Surprising that, isn't it? Picariello goes third, so 2 overall best sectors, 3 and 4. Raffaele Marciello, he was overall best in sector 1. He's in a BMW, he's at Macau. They do purples in sector 1, and he does it yet again, and hasn't done so in sector 2. So we'll wait and see what Raffaele Marciello is able to give us in sectors 4 and 5. First 3 sectors are complete.
He's about 4/10 down is Marciello in sector 3. He's about a 10th down in sector 2. So a lot of the heavy lifting is done by sector 1. This is Joel Eriksson, the last driver to do his first flying lap. Remember, he did a 2:15.927 in the first part of qualifying to get him into this. The fastest so far is Ye on that 2:15.809, and Eriksson up towards the timing line, breaks the beam, and he has a pretty subdued first lap at 2:21.285.
2:21.285 for Joel Eriksson. He topped the times in Q1. At the moment, he's 9th, but he's got one more flying lap to go.
Whereas Marciello does not. This is his last. Fuoco is on his second effort as well. So where does Raffaele Marciello slot in as he comes over the timing line? The answer is 4th fastest. That is a 2:16.106. So 4th for Marciello.
Raffaele Marciello then goes 4th. Ye, top of the times. Eduardo Mortara, that is so impressive. Eduardo Mortara, second in the order. We never got a glimpse of that kind of speed, did we?
No, I mean, we were thinking for pretty much most of that session that he wasn't going to make it in, and not only has he made it in, he could well be on the front row, and if you're on the front row here, you can be a winner. This is Fuoco, who might have something to say about it. Fuoco had a fairly modest first lap at 2:16.788, but now he finds himself 8th and in desperate need to improve. So Antonio Fuoco comes through our bend. Remember, he led the race last year, the main race. He goes across the timing line and goes quickest of all, 2:15.535. Fuoco flies to the top of the times for now.
Super lap, that 2:15.535 for Antonio Fuoco. Yep, he did. He led this race last year, albeit briefly, but the number 50 Ferrari goes top of the times, 2:15.535. Looking at Joel Eriksson, car number 46, the Audi. 2 more sectors to go for Joel Eriksson.
I think Fuoco's done this because Joel Eriksson is slightly away from the best time in each sector, and he's not doing any absolute best. So I reckon Fuoco might have done this, but the fascination is going to be where Eriksson will slot in, having been the fastest man in Q1. He has raced a GT car here, in fairness, in the past. He was 7th in the GT Cup back in 2019, and he's right up against the wall coming off Fisherman's. There is nothing being left on the table here, is there, for number 46 then, Joel Eriksson comes through our bend. He's the last car, the last driver to take the checkered flag, and where will he slot in as he breaks the beam? Joel Eriksson is 5th fastest, the time 2:16.097. 5th it is, but Antonio Fuoco and Ye make it an all-Ferrari front row at Macau.
First time we've had that format of qualifying here, and it was a thriller, wasn't it? My goodness.
I'm sure that in his office on the other side of the circuit, Stefan Rattel has been watching all of that and will now be nodding with a big smile on his face, thinking, yeah, that's worked. The ultimate GT enthusiast is Stefan. Try to keep him away from a GT race of any weekend and you're a better man, because he's always somewhere. He's got so many championships to look after, but he bounces from continent to continent to keep an eye on GT racing, and he loves coming here. And why not? When you get a qualifying session like that, it's been a long wait, hasn't it? It's been a long day, but it was worth waiting for. And that lap by Antonio Fuoco, I confess to thinking he's a bit of a star. You've got two Le Mans winners, one from last year, one from this, on the front row, an all-Ferrari front row as well. And the margin between them, 0.274 of a second. Antonio Fuoco then tops the times in the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau. So the cars make their way to the pit lane in the nick of time, because in just over 25 minutes' time, the road's open.
Ferrari in the number 97 bus on the front row of the grid. That would be something to endure, wouldn't it? But absolutely superb. That's a headline, isn't it? Ferrari lock out the front row at Macau. Antonio Fuoco and Ye Yifei in the 83 and 50 Ferraris, and another story as well. Eduardo Mortara qualifies in third place, and the Porsche alongside. So Lamborghini and Porsche on the second row. Joel Eriksson and Raffaele Marciello on the third row of the grid for what is going to be a thrilling qualification race tomorrow.
Antonio Fuoco's car back to the team, and there'll be much to celebrate, I'm sure, as Antonio Fuoco then sets the gun time, 2:15.535. And the way that he could race last year and overtake means he's very much a force to be reckoned with. And a pole position anywhere is special. A pole position in Macau is very special. Antonio Fuoco tops the times here in our new Super Pole qualifying format. A very happy driver indeed, and bravo, Antonio Fuoco on top. Antonio Fuoco poses for the cameras, and we'll start tomorrow's qualification race at just after 2:30 from the front of the grid there. Ye Yifei, who I think will be pretty pleased as well to be on the front row. It's going to be a fascinating battle between those two, and then you've got Mortara and Picariello third and fourth on the grid. But all smiles for the Ferrari drivers. Once they finish posing for cameras, they've got to go to scrutineering to go through the driver weight checks. And the vanquished Joel Eriksson has just arrived in the pit lane as well, but it was a mighty effort from him. One of the other stars of that session, totally, Edo Mortara. But Antonio Fuoco and Ye Yifei are at the top of the times, from Eduardo Mortara third, Alessio Picariello fourth ahead of Joel Eriksson, and Raffaele Marciello sixth. It's Ian Schenguven seventh, Laurin Heinrich eighth, Luca Engel at ninth. Christopher Haase rounds out the top 10. It's a Ferrari front row lockout in the FIA GT World Cup at Macau. The back of the grid, Lawrence Fantor will start 11th ahead of Benji Curter and Adley Fong. Dorian Boccolacci ahead of Andy Dang, and Sheldon van der Linde rounds out the grid. But Ferrari fans rejoice. They are in the best possible place for the qualification race for tomorrow's FIA GT World Cup here at Macau.
Okay, welcome to the pole position press conference for the FIA GT World Cup. We have our top 3 qualifiers here on pole position: Antonio Fuoco, second Ye Yifei, and third Eduardo Mortara. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1位嘅傅奧、第2位葉一飛同埋第3位莫塔拿。
Antonio, a new format this year and a very exciting final shootout and a brilliant final lap. How was that lap? How on the edge was it?
Yeah, hello everyone. I think, a bit tricky with the condition because it was getting dark, so honestly I was a bit scared, but at the end I was able to put a really good lap together. I really like this format because you need to go out and you need to extract the maximum you can from the car in only 2 laps, which you also go out with the cold tires, so you need to put everything on temperature, and I think we did a really good job today. I think it was important to be on the top here in Macau, so we still know it's a really long weekend with the 2 races, but at least I think we start on a good position for the race tomorrow.
剛才傅表示咧，其實喺呢個尤其是喺超級崗位賽裏邊咧，其實只可以刷出2個嘅快圈啦，所以佢加上個天咧都開始黑啦，所以其實佢去到後邊咧係有少少保留嘅，咁但係都好開心可以做出好嘅成績啦，攞到第1位啦。當然比賽週末仲未完成，之後咧都會發生，即係各種事情都會發生，但係佢會繼續努力嘅。
Last year you led the main race very briefly before a bit of a controversial ending there. How much is it unfinished business for you this year, and how much is that focus on delivering that win?
Yeah, I think last year was really hard to accept, but I think it's part of the racing, and this year I came here with the idea to try to do our best, but we also know that Macau is really special race, where everything can change in just 1 second, and I was really focused since the beginning of the weekend to do the best, especially on qualifying, and I think as I said before, it worked really well, and then again, now we just need to focus on the race and try to bring back what we lost last year.
佢亦都補充到咧，其實上年嘅成績咧就未如理想啦，佢亦都覺得非常之可惜。今年咧佢覺得佢會全速去攞到一個最好嘅成績啦。咁但係因為澳門嘅賽道始終都係一條令人無法預測即將會發生啲乜嘢嘅地方啦。咁所以佢會依家佢嘅專注力咧就會喺比賽度努力比賽，盡可能做好最好嘅成績。
Yeah, congratulations on second place. This is your second time at this track. How happy are you with that result?
Hi everyone. Obviously last year was my debut in Macau in the wet mixed conditions. It was a tricky weekend, but still managed to finish weekend cleanly, gather a very important experience. And yeah, this time out in Macau we have had a good start straight away from FP1, and we have been carrying through that good momentum through quali, and at the end, it was a good way to finish in the front row, and looking good for the weekend.
可以请用中文重复一下吗？
各位晚上好，这是我第2次参加澳门格兰披治大赛车。去年第1次参赛，我也积累了非常宝贵的经验，然后这让我这周末开始的时候有一个非常好的开局，从 FP1 开始到排位赛制都有一个很好的这个感觉，然后排位赛最后也是跑出了很好的成绩，然后日赛将从头排发车。
Obviously, it's an all-Ferrari front row for tomorrow's race, but how aggressive are you going to be tomorrow? How much are you two going to have to work together to try to keep the two cars in front?
I mean, we'll try to be clever and try to get out of turn one safely. And then, yeah, let's see how the race goes. But for sure, the race doesn't finish on lap one in first corner. 再说一遍吧。What was the question again? Okay, I was a joke for me. 我们都是法拉利长队车手，所以我们将很比较怎么说也不能说安全的吧，就刚开始不会冒太多风险，然后尽量的在1号弯能够顺利通过，然后之后我们将会进行我们的比赛，然后因为我知道比赛不是在第一圈第1号弯决定出来的，对。
Eduardo, congratulations on third place. It was quite hard to kind of judge your potential and pace up until qualifying, but it came alive in that shootout. How happy are you with that third place?
Happy because the weekend had started like extremely badly, like last year. We were absolutely nowhere with no pace, and frankly, even coming into Super Bowl, I was not really. I didn't know what to expect, but I never thought that we would be able to actually to get into the top 5 or anywhere near. The lap that I've done in Super Bowl is probably the best I've ever done here in the last. Been coming here, you know, for the last 20 years almost. The lap that I've done, there was nothing left. I was hitting barriers left, right, center. Took all the risks possible, and it paid out. In the end, still shaking actually from that lap, and we're having a fighting chance actually for the main race, for the qualification race and the main race, which is frankly totally unexpected, and it's showing also that you should never give up and keep your head down and try to do the best.
排第3位嘅莫塔拿咧表示，其實佢喺今個比賽週末咧都遇到各種唔同嘅問題啦，咁所以佢對於依家排到第3咧，其實都已經覺得好開心㗎啦。咁其實佢喺進入排位賽嘅時候咧，佢覺得自己攞到頭5名咧，其實都已經好好啦。咁而喺賽事嘅過程當中咧，佢亦都因為各種嘅原因啦，即係偏離咗呢個重心啊，係靠左靠右啊，甚至可能差啲擦到牆啊咁樣。咁但係佢都好開心可以克服到啦。咁跟住落嚟嘅選拔賽同埋正賽咧，佢覺得自己都有機會可以攞到更加好嘅成績嘅。
You obviously have that track position for tomorrow. Do you feel you've got the race pace to be able to take the fight to the two Ferraris?
No. Yeah, as simple as that. So I would hope that you know they end up fighting and I can get my chance. For sure, I will try. But the pace that we have was absolutely shocking until now. So let's see what tomorrow brings.
亦都表示咧喺正賽中咧，佢亦都唔會為咗爭翻前面嘅位置咧而太早發動攻勢嘅。佢相信自己喺比賽嘅途中咧，只要自己表現得足夠好嘅話咧，都一定會有發動攻勢嘅時候嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top 3?
開放現場提問。
No, we're all good. Congratulations to all 3 of you. If you can stay for a photograph just at the end, all 3 together, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Ni hao, everybody. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us for what was an epic qualifying session for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. Bebu, Nestor Girolami, that looked like the drive of your life there. What an incredible lap. Talk us through it.
Yeah, definitely. We put everything together with the count. I mean, Q2 track was getting hotter, so little bit of more degradation for the tire. But I knew my car was very good. I didn't want it to take so much risk on Q1, and first attempt of Q2 was okay, but I didn't want to crash the car. But then in the second attempt, I think coming from the last corner, opening the lap, I feel very good grip, and I play everything. I think I brushed the barrier a couple of times. But it's comparable to make a pole in Nordschleife. I have the same feeling, you know, to put everything together in Macau is so difficult, and in the last attempt we did it. So thank you very much to all the team, BRC, Squadra Corsa, Hyundai, because the car was always fast. It was a matter of putting everything together, and we did it. So I'm so happy for the team, and the main goal is to win the race, to finish the season on the high.
Congratulations, job done.
Okay. 歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門東岸人大賽昆姆國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽澳門站排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1位嘅基奧拿美、第2位艾拿卓同埋第3位嘅比亞克嘅。剛才咧基奧拿美都有同我哋分享佢今次擦出呢個非常之好嘅圈速嘅感受啦。咁其實佢話咧喺第2排位賽裏邊咧，賽道咧因為嗰個温度都開始上升，所以咧佢對用胎啊同埋喺駕駛嘅呢個策略上邊咧都有少少嘅改變嘅。咁佢喺出嚟嘅第一圈咧就盡量唔好發生任何嘅擦到圍牆啊等等嘅事故啦。咁喺第2圈開始咧，佢就覺得嗰個抓地力咧都非常之好。之後咧都好開心啦，可以做出好嘅成績。好多隻車隊為佢準備好呢一架咁好嘅車，希望可以喺之後嘅賽事裏邊獲得好成績，為世界巡迴賽嘅呢個尾聲咧可以做到攞到好嘅名次。
Yann Lachey, P2, you were out the car with a few minutes to spare, not expecting Bebu to pull out that lap, but the car looks very good. What are your thoughts, especially going to that first corner in race 1?
Actually, well done to Nestor to put the pole in Macau. It's always good. I don't know how it feels because every time I come in this press conference, I'm sitting next to the pole guy. Well done to Ted as well. Yeah, I was expecting those guys to be in front, to be honest. I didn't went for a run 2 because out of T4 I hit the wall very hard on my first attempt, and I wasn't sure if I bent something on the car. And you know, in Macau, if something break, you crash hard, and then it's not a matter of crashing hard. I don't really mind. It's more that if I crash hard, I create a red flag, and then I cancel my only lap I have in quali. Yeah. And if that's the case, then I would have been disqualified, or I mean P12. So I say, okay, this lap will be enough for top 5, and I didn't want it to risk more than this. I'm very happy to put it on P2 with 30 kilo compensation weight, and probably slight pressure on the shoulder, you know, because here in Macau everything can happen, and qualifying was a big part of our weekend. So. Yeah, thanks to the team and everyone to put that all together. I was happy with my lap, to be honest. Going out there and putting a lap time is not that easy. And those guys they really found pace from the previous races. So it's good to see them out there as well. Now for the race tomorrow, we will see. Starting on the front row is always good in Macau. We need a good getaway, even though with 30 kilo we know the run down to Lisboa is going to be a bit too long. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm happy to be P2, and we will keep focusing on scoring points.
咁而第2位嘅艾拿卓都有分享啦，其實佢喺第1排位賽道咧，其實係有少少擦場嘅，咁佢都覺得喺澳門呢一條咁具挑戰性嘅賽道上邊咧，任何少少嘅錯失咧，都可能會導致佢失去咗繼續競賽嘅機會啦。咁所以佢都唔想喺第1排位賽中作出太多嘅唔同嘅挑戰啦。咁所以佢就覺得當時獲得嘅 已經足夠令到佢可以去到第二排位賽㗎啦。咁去到第二排位賽道咧，佢就覺得其實喺想拆出一個靚圈嘅嗰個過程咧係比較困難嘅，因為始終競爭都比較大啦。但係佢對自己嘅成績都非常之滿意啦。好多隻車隊為佢準備咗一架咁好嘅車，佢希望咧可以喺聽日嘅比賽裏邊咧以最好嘅鬥志可以做到一個好嘅起步啦，可以有一個乾淨嘅呢個起步啦，咁然後可以去到直路嘅時候咧就可以更加順利啦。
Ted, P3, as Jan alluded to there, I actually don't think you guys expected to be perhaps quite as high up as you thought. So whilst Bebu's lap is unexpected, it's perhaps not unexpected in the big game. Well, now you've seen what the quali times are like. What do you feel like the race pace is going to be like for you guys?
First, I say congratulations to Bebu. I was sitting there last year. The adrenaline you get when you do pole is completely crazy. So I know I can see it in him. He's very happy with that. I am happy to be here. Thank you, Jan, for the tow. So I saw Jan just pushing it everything, but really happy to be here. I was expecting not so good. And Jan has been really clever. So for being a champion, you have to be clever as well, not risking anything. Even, if I want to be that, I have big respect for Jan. He's done a fantastic job. If we're not up on the podium, we don't know how the races will go. So big respect for that. I think the race is going to be quite exciting, actually. Let's see what we can do. Anything can happen in Macau, right? So I look forward to it.
而排喺第3位嘅比約克咧，首先就恭喜攞到第1嘅對手啦，咁亦都好感激佢嘅隊友喺比賽當中做出嘅一啲策略上嘅安排啦，咁亦都咧佢都要稱讚佢嘅隊友咧，其實係非常之聰明啦，咁同埋喺比賽嘅佢覺得如果要攞冠軍嘅話咧，其實除咗車嘅技術之外咧，頭腦都非常之重要嘅。咁佢認為聽日嘅正賽應該會係非常之刺激啦，佢好期待可以同其他嘅對手喺場上邊鬥車。
謝謝。Do we have any questions from the audience?
依家開放現場提問。
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shishi. Well done, boys.
Welcome to the pole position press conference for the Macau FIA F4 World Cup. We have our top 3 qualifiers here. Sebastian Weldon on pole position, second Keen Nakamura Berta, and third Emanuele Olivieri. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門4級方程式大賽國際汽聯4級方程式世界盃排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係威爾頓、中村紀任同埋奧利維尼。
Sebastian, congratulations, great performance. The 3 of you were very close. They're kind of chipping away during that middle phase of qualifying when they was running. How was that lap? How much more do you reckon there was to come beyond it?
Well, to be honest, the first part of the session was quite difficult. Quite a lot of mistakes on my end, and also just getting in the momentum. But I was able to place myself well and do the lap before obviously the chaos started to happen with all the red flags. So.
剛才咧排第1嘅威爾頓就表示咧，其實自己喺賽事開頭嘅時候咧都遇到一啲困難啦，咁但係好高興可以做到唔錯嘅圈速。
What's the experience been like of a street circuit like Macau? It's obviously famous, iconic, one of the best venues in the world. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, like FP1 was quite difficult for me as, I didn't do much laps on the sim, so it was relatively very new. I didn't know where I was going after turn 5, so had to kind of, learn the tracks in FP1. But FP2 went quite well. Was getting just more comfortable and confident, and then quali, was pushing hard and felt good.
而佢亦都補充咧，其實喺自由練習一嘅時候咧，佢對於佢嚟講呢個過程都比較艱難嘅，因為佢冇得做太多嘅圈速啦，咁同埋佢都喺度適應緊條賽道嘅。咁但係去到自由練習二嘅時候咧，佢就覺得自己做得越嚟越好啦，都開始有翻啲信心，咁都好開心啦，可以將呢一個信心帶到嚟排位賽中做到好嘅成績。
Keen, congratulations on second place. You were vying for the top spot throughout that kind of critical middle session. You were top, then the second lap improved, but not quite enough. What made the difference, do you think, in the end?
I think, first of all, well done to Sebastian. He did a really good job, and it was a very tight one. But I think I did a pretty decent job overall. Didn't really have anyone ahead of me, so losing a little bit in the first sector, but then I think I pushed really hard the rest of the lap to try to make the difference. Was close, but not enough. But yeah, I'm relatively happy with the result. Starting front row, I think it puts us in a good place for tomorrow.
咁而排喺第2位嘅中村紀音咧，都有同我哋分享，其實佢首先就恭喜威爾頓啦，做到好嘅成績。咁佢就覺得自己嘅表現咧，佢覺得都幾好嘅。雖然咧就未能夠喺排位賽之後嘅圈速裏邊做到更加好嘅成績咧，但係佢對自己嘅成績都比較滿意啦。咁亦都可以喺聽日嘅正賽裏邊咧，有一個比較好嘅發車位置。
And how's your experience of Macau been? Has it been something a bit different from normal?
Yeah, I think it's an incredible circuit. The first time you go out there, it's insane. You don't really understand clearly when watching on YouTube just how tight it is, and the flow of the circuit's amazing, especially up on the hill, and just the difference through the lap. You've got tight, slow corners to fast flowing areas. So yeah, I can't wait to race. I think in the F4 cars, hopefully we can have a bit more of a hack. But yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow.
而佢亦都補充到咧，佢喺東望洋跑道上邊嘅感覺係非常之好嘅。咁第一次上跑道嘅時候係完全唔知道自己喺度前面嘅路會係點樣啦，因為尤其是係上山嘅路段咧，佢覺得非常之刺激啦，有好多急彎啦，亦都有直路啦。佢覺得呢條賽道帶俾佢嘅感受非常之好。
Emanuele, you again set your best lap in that middle phase before the final red flags. How was that kind of lap, and how much more do you felt could have come if you'd had a clean run afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, the session was quite decent. The last 2 red flags were quite unfortunate because I think I had a bit more on the pocket. But yeah, anyway, I think here you can't be really surprised about the red flag. So still decent, like top 3. I think you can still fight for tomorrow. Yeah, it was quite close up there. I touched the wall and I was quite not a small hit, so I was quite glad it was all okay. But yeah, anyway, it was quite fun to drive here, and yeah, again, quite an okay session.
而第3嘅奧利維尼咧都表示佢覺得自己喺排位賽嘅成績咧都做得唔錯啦。咁尤其是係喺有咁多紅旗中斷嘅情況底下咧，都可以攞到第3嘅成績咧，佢都覺得滿意㗎啦。咁同埋好期待聽日嘅比賽。
The slipstream's obviously very important here, and it's obviously a critical run to Lisboa on lap 1 tomorrow. Is it full on attack tomorrow, or is it conserve your place, thinking more about the result on Sunday?
Yeah, for sure the slipstream I think here is quite strong. I think you have like more than 1 kilometer flat. So yeah, if I can get a good start, I think I have quite my chance to do some overtake. But yeah, let's see what will happen tomorrow.
咁而佢亦都補充到咧，其實喺起步啦到然後入直路呢一段路咧，其實都比較長啦，所以聽日對於佢嚟講起步係至關重要嘅，希望聽日可以有好嘅表現。
Okay, any questions for our top 3 qualifiers?
呢個開放現場提問。
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Michael McClure from Feeder Series here. It's a question to all 3 drivers. With the red flags, the track time is especially valuable, and your position within the pit lane plays a big role in where you go out. How did your specific position, that was for you guys quite up front and for you quite far back, play a role in how you approach this session?
Yeah, I mean, my position was quite terrible, to be honest. I don't think it could have gotten any worse. Being like one of the last cars, you kind of have to space yourself out and just see who's in front of you, also see who's behind you, so you can just set up the lap. For me, it's the opposite. Starting so far in front, I think it's quite easy to space yourself out, but then obviously you don't have the benefit of any slipstream on your laps. It also doesn't mean you get any traffic, but on that one push lap you need, you're always going to be lacking a bit in sector 1. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the front, you're quite lucky, but also if you're at the end, you can get a clean lap with a slipstream. It's not even too bad. But yeah, to be honest, I will prefer to be always in the top of the grid in these tracks.
Any more questions?
Yeah, just to follow up, how does this order get decided? Did you have any input in this, and when did you, I guess, find out where you were in the queue?
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be like the previous session grid, but it was not really like that, so I don't know.
I think the first order we go out, like Emanuela said, is like the order of FP2 and so on. But then after the red flag, I think it was first come, first takes, but I'm not too sure exactly. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, each red flag I had to go back to where I started, where I was positioned, like for FP1, so it wasn't ideal.
Any more questions? No, we're all good. Is there one? No. Yeah. Congratulations to all three of you. Can you just pose for a photograph as well before you go? Oh. Okay, welcome to the pole position press conference for the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup. We have our top 3 qualifiers for tomorrow's qualification race. Pole position, Teo Neal. Second, Freddie Slater. And third, Evan Gilter. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門格蘭披治大賽國際汽聯 FR 世界盃排位賽嘅賽後記者會。頭先我哋講起台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係內爾、史雷特同埋吉爾泰爾。
Teo, congratulations on that. The lap time seemed quite hard to beat yesterday's. It took a while before the times came down. How were track conditions out there, and how hard was it finding that limit?
Well, I think for sure the first part of the quality was not ideal for the track. We were not able to match the lap time from yesterday, but at the end I was not expecting that. But the track had a big improvement, and I could manage to improve my lap time and as well the overall lap time. So, yeah.
剛才排第一嘅內爾咧就有分享，其實自己今日喺排位賽2啦，佢嘅開頭咧其實就並未能做出可以同尋日一樣咁好嘅圈速嘅，咁但係隨住賽事進行啦，咁佢都有機會可以擦出一個唔錯嘅快圈。
We had 3 red flags during that session. How hard is it to prepare the tyres, get into the right window, find the gaps in traffic and get yourself dialed in again?
Well, yeah, it's quite tricky. We have to keep the position as well on track to be sure to complete the lap. So yeah, I was just trying to push after the pit exit, keeping my position and then trying to make a gap for the push. So yeah.
咁而佢都補充到咧，賽事受3支紅旗嘅影響而多次中斷啦。咁但係佢每一次重新出發嘅時候咧，都會好努力咁樣去保持翻自己嘅圈速同埋位置嘅。
Freddie, congratulations on second place. We saw lots of kind of purple sectors and the pace there, but I guess traffic was quite difficult out there. How did that session pan out for you?
Very tricky. I wish I could have finished more laps than I started. A lot of purple sectors, but yeah, it didn't count in the end. I think yeah, found too many cars in sector 4, multiple laps in a row, especially when the fuel was low at the end of the run. So bit unfortunate, but we're still going off the front row. So we know we have the pace, so it's a full send into tomorrow's race, and then get ourselves up the front for the main race.
係啦，二嘅史雷特咧就表示，其實喺賽事期間呢，佢都希望自己可以擦出更多嘅快圈啦。但係好可惜，尤其是係喺賽事後段啦，落山之後嘅賽段呢，其實大家嘅速度都好接近啦，所以好難有一個空間可以俾佢加速嘅。但係佢對於自己嘅速度同埋穩定度都表示覺得自己做得 OK 啦。咁同埋聽日嘅比賽會努力。
And how challenging was that session? Obviously, it took a while for the lap times to kick in. Benefit of fresh tyres and the red flag interruptions, getting all the tyre prep, getting yourself dialed in as well?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a trend, to be honest, that the track at the start of the session or whatever it is doesn't seem to make the steps and lap times we expect, and then at the end it seems to come really quickly. So we're all having to adapt lap by lap, corner by corner. And also with the red flags, when to put the new tyres on, etc. How many new tyres do you run? All these little things come into play at that point, and I think the team did a mega job to manage this because it's not very easy for the teams. It's a bit easier for us. We have to just go out there and drive, but the teams have to manage when they want to put on the new tyres. So yeah, it's always tricky with the red flag interventions.
佢亦都補充到咧，其實賽事被多支紅旗中斷咧，其實佢哋變咗每一次擦圈啦，同埋考慮係咪要用新嘅輪胎啦，同埋點樣可以有一個更加好嘅策略咧，其實都非常之重要嘅。佢好多謝車隊可以幫佢完成到今日嘅比賽，同埋攞到呢個成績。
Evan, congratulations on third place. You're one of the few who made the improvements right at the very end there. How was that final lap, and how was the kind of the process through the session?
Yeah, for us it has been a tough weekend at the beginning, but we are happy to come back like this and to finish P3 in this Q2. Like the others said, there is a big improvement compared to the beginning and the end of the session, and we needed to do this last 3 laps. So I'm happy about the performance of the team and my improvement also, and we are looking forward for tomorrow's race and the Grand Prix to improve again and to finish the job.
而排第3嘅吉爾泰爾咧，都表示其實今個比賽週末對佢嚟講咧都比較艱巨嘅，尤其是係開頭嘅時候啦。咁但係咧，佢對於自己可以喺排位賽裏邊攞到第3都非常之開心，亦都好開心咧，見到自己可以不停咁樣進步，同埋好多謝車隊啦。希望喺聽日比賽裏邊咧可以繼續努力發揮，去攞到好成績。
Obviously, the slipstream effect here is quite important, and third's not a bad place to start considering the long run to Lisboa. How much do you attack tomorrow on lap 1? How much is about kind of getting a good position for Sunday?
Yeah, the strategy will be important. Obviously, you are only overtaking in T3, so the start and the first straight will be really important. So I will manage to do the best strategy as possible and to maybe take the lead and to do the best job as possible.
而佢喺正賽裏邊出發嘅位置咧，其實亦都會影響到佢喺發車之後，尤其是佢過到第一條大直路嘅嗰個策略嘅。咁佢希望自己可以喺起步嘅時候做得好啲啦，睇下可唔可以攞到領先嘅位置。
Okay, any questions for our top 3 qualifiers?
開放現場提問。
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, Michael McClure from Feeder Series. It's a question to all 3 of you. As Freddie mentioned earlier, you can start many laps around here, but you can't always finish them all. How does your position in the pit lane for each of you affect how you've been approaching this session and the other ones this weekend, especially as you encounter traffic and the prospect of red flags?
Teo, we'll start with you.
Well, just for me, it was just to keep the position on track, keep the gap to the car ahead. Trying to manage that as better as possible, and I think it worked well for us. Obviously, with Mary, my teammate, we were strong the whole weekend, so we can push each other well, and on track to find the gap was quite easy.
Yeah, for us, I think we're in a lot better position than we were last year, that's for sure, so it's made it a bit easier, but the only problem we have is when people are making mistakes in front, it does cost us quite a lot, especially like you saw then into Sector 4 where there's nowhere to overtake and get past, unfortunately. So we're not in a terrible position, we're not in a great position, but we're just kind of in the middle.
For us, a bit more different than the other. We are quite far in the pit lane, so it has been tough since the beginning of the weekend to find the good point and the good strategy to start and to wait a bit or to go directly with the pack. And at the end, the engineer and all the crew have done an amazing job to put us in the good position to finish a lap, and that's the good point of the qualifying for sure.
Any more questions? All good. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all three of you. And if you can stay for a photograph together, that would be fantastic. Thank you.